And that's on this panel, y'all have more kids than all of us women.
51% of black men are single and childless.
Excuses for the statistics. The statistics don't bode well in your favor. So you say things like, okay, are they shooting blanks? Or they
because men, I don't feel like men are overall passive aggressive. The majority of men. Do you think that silence is that passive aggressive? Because we will do that.
Yeah, because there's niggas that'll use that as a way to trigger a woman. Like, because a lot of time a woman will tell you, like, when you're silent, it makes me feel like I'm ignored. So a nigga will do that intentionally.
Yeah, no, I'm just, because I didn't agree with the passive aggressive part until Mary said that. I'm like, okay, I can see men and be like, you know what? I ain't saying nothing else. Will unsubscribing from the Democratic Party help fix Black America?
Let's just unsubscribe. No, you got to know why.
I don't think so.
That's the only thing that get black people together. You know what I'm saying? Like that's
shit like that. Shit like that. Shit like that.
Wow.
Like that.
What I think will fix is if black people truly understood politics.
Because for a guy, because listen, it's so many different reasons for a man to want to hang out with his friends.
Adrian, I'm not gonna let that slide. I heard you. Why do you think that it's older single women who share that opinion?
Sometimes that's the case. There has to be
Explain
balance.
what White History Month is.
It's honoring the achievements of the greatest ethnic group in human history.
Wow.
I think all of that shit deserves a put them in the bathroom.
Would you rather have a whore of a daughter or a gay son?
Let's see here.
bruh.
Because if she's a hoe, that ain't my problem. Hell, she just be a hoe. Shit.
That's a whore. Definitely. Like,
yeah, is going to college a waste of time?
Absolutely.
I wouldn't think for biology.
It's ridiculous.
And can I just piggyback on that?
Read this for me, Q.
Okay, $5 super chat from Omega Green. Depends. Go for STEM, medical or law. However, if you go for BS degrees like communications, is that supposed to be policies? Or
poli-sci, political science.
Poli-sci, okay. Yeah. Or criminal justice, it's wasted time.
Final thought.
When you take a man's time, it's like taking his money. When you take a man's money, it's like taking his time. Simply put, we want something for it. If you're not interested, don't go out. Sis, hit me up. Let's clear your coochie balance.
Do women, should they still be covered by men? Do women need to understand what it takes for men to feel like they should be covered by men?
Yeah, absolutely. Like, women don't value men anymore, and it's evident.
For women to admit that they're not equal to their men, women have to come to that conclusion that you are not equal to your man. Are you for spanking? Let's go around the room, yes or no. Q, you for spanking?
Absolutely.
Age.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so big kids don't get spankings?
You gotta fight them niggas.
There's no difference between divorced women and single mothers. The man will, in both circumstances, suffer comparably with no benefit to himself. The benefits don't outweigh the cost.
But it's still better to go with someone who hasn't gone through that. It's still better to not choose them.
Have men been getting over on household duties all this time?
Listen, but I don't touch a trash bag to save my life.
So let me ask you, could you and your wife switch roles in what you do versus what for that person hold y'all back or let y'all go?
Physically, can't nobody hold me back.
Ain't no such thing as a fair fight. But Ish, what can't be fleeting?
Speaking a place with young freak, and I got what it takes to rock the mic right. Speaking a place with young freak, and I got what it takes to rock the mic right. Seeking a place with young free, and I got what it takes to rock the mic right. Still watch what you say out your mouth, cause 50 shots still turn the gun down. I'm Mr. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Get that when I'm traveling. Six pack wood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Get that when I'm traveling. Six pack wood when I'm traveling. Seeking a place with young free, and I got what it takes to rock the mic right. Seeking a place with young free, and I got what it takes to rock the mic right. Seeking a place with young free, and I got what it takes to rock the mic right. Still watch what you say out your mouth, cause 50 shots still turn the gun out. I'm Mr. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Get that when I'm traveling. Six pack wood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Get that when I'm traveling. Six pack wood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Get that when I'm traveling. Six pack wood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Get that when I'm traveling. Six pack wood when I'm traveling. Seeking a place with young free, and I got what it takes to rock the mic right.
The attributes of the man that I deserve is a communicative man, understanding, patient, spiritual, and a leader.
But I think I kind of want to ask, can women even handle the rejection if they had to approach men?
I did. I handled it pretty well because I got rejected in the end. But if you are confident enough to go up to the man and approach him, then you should be confident enough to take the rejection. Yeah, so I definitely don't want to be rejected by
Do women have game?
A lot of women actually do have game to the point where, because we don't put it out front and we don't let you know what we're doing, you don't see it.
Bro, do women have game?
Only certain women have game. In states like Florida, Georgia, South Carolina, there can be successful all-black communities around these racist-ass white people.
Who say that the whites are racist in the first place? I don't think that you've experienced racism in your life.
If that's your opinion, billionaires have Maseratis and all this shit. I said that, right? What the fuck does that have to do with me really experiencing racism?
There's no woman on this earth more beautiful than the black woman.
Like, we come in different complexions, even our hair texture. I mean, like the bone structure, like that's just so like dope. Like, black people are just so dope, and we're like multifaceted. All the talents that we have, like nobody's done.
First, Tyler Perry can go eat a bag of
Women don't miss your blessings if he's blessed in you.
You wouldn't date no man that could only pay the light bill? Everything else is perfect. He can only pay the light bill. You wouldn't date no man like that? All the ladies. Love, Dana, Q, and me all.
No.
How difficult is it dating modern women?
I'm not gonna say it's difficult. I don't think I've never had a problem getting women. It's about just finding one that's compatible to take it to that next level.
Do you have fuck nigga tendencies?
Absolutely, we all got them.
True or false? Your value is objective based on standards set by society. Intrinsic value only matters to you.
All right, so break that down. I'm a little slow.
But if you know you dumb, then aren't you acknowledging that value isn't subjective?
But I'll say, for the most, I say no.
And I was gonna say that y'all ladies also need to understand that when y'all ask us to believe you or be on your side, I usually say this on my panels. I was a simp. All right, I went to a HBCU. That's a simp indoctrination zone.
Those that went there and those of us that graduated.
Right, like, come
How
on.
did I
Now you're going to act like
you gotta
No, you have to explain.
Wait, so
How did I disrespect HBCU?
you went to an HBCU, you got a degree, is that right?
Yes.
Okay.
In fact, I misspoke. Pretty much all colleges and universities are simp indoctrination zones because the women outnumber the men by at least 7 to 1.
So my thing is, with you feeling like you're not agreeable, is it because you haven't come across somebody that you can actually agree with that would be on the same page as you?
No, what I'm saying is I should be allowed to express my opinion. So if he wanted to invest in something, which is like, say, a gamble, and it's your mortgage, would you agree with that?
That's why I said something that's not detrimental.
Oh, okay. So that would be detrimental. Okay.
Right. Listen to she's smart. Even the lowest of the low whites.
But she's high on meth. So let me ask you this question.
Hold on. Let me finish real quick. And this is another thing that white girls don't do. They don't cut me.
We're on a podcast, and we're gonna talk. So we're not gonna gas. We're not gonna
Let them finish. Let them finish.
I just want some clarity on a few things, love. And we having our picnic. You know, spring is here, so we're gonna make that happen.
Like I said, B, I'll get back.
I want answers.
Outside is human. She turn up her location. She must think I'm stupid. She wanna run the street, so let her ho. She doesn't show signs of stopping. So who am I to be caught blocking? I really hate to see you go. Let her ho.
Direction, choose your own path.
Don't just wear anything. Wear garments that mean something. You got hats. You got sweatshirts. You got jackets. We even got hoodies. Let's not forget our classic tees. Direction, choose your own path.
The message is always in the cloth, the colors, the designs, the fit. Basically, pay attention, stay alert, and remember, choose your own path.
Direction, choose your own path.
You know, this is the home of We Major, Me Frosty, Unfamous, and the restricted clothing brands. Let's get it.
The message is always in the cloth, the colors, the designs, the fit. Basically, pay attention, stay alert, and remember, choose your own path.
This Might Be Risky sponsorship package is here. Have your ad run on our live streaming episodes, linked in the video description and attached to our many hot take clips. The channel is fast growing with thousands of views and subscribers. Don't miss your chance to grow your business on one of the fastest growing platforms on YouTube. Join the family today. This Might Be Risky. Email us at thismightberisky@gmail.com if interested. Hashtag Indeed, hashtag Do the Right Thing.
stamp. It's a stampede! DJ Ham the stamp. DJ Ham the stampede.
Wow. Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend, and tell a friend. Hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most. DJ Ham the Stampede, we in the building. Risky Midday is here. Salute to everybody in the building so far. Like, share, subscribe. Tell a friend and tell a friend. Hope y'all Tuesday have started off pretty well. If not pretty well, magnificent. Let's get it.
Yeah! Now that's how you kill somebody, my brothers. You get right up on the motherfucker and bam! Throw his brains all over the sidewalk in broad daylight.
Drop the ball, baby.
Good morning. Good morning.
Popping.
What's up, Happy Wampy?
What's goody? Your alarm going on.
I know, right?
Goody.
Get here to the show. It's about the time the ads usually end.
Shit like that. Shit like that. Shit like that. Put him in.
Better now?
Put him.
Better?
Put him.
Yeah, it's better. You gotta get you a better setup though. For sure.
I gotta get a better setup?
Yeah, your mic don't be as crisp as it should be.
Send me a link for a mic.
I got you. Mel, you already know. D in the building was popping. E-Dub, salute. Mr. Williams was popping. Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend. Nightbot behaving. That's always good. Saul was popping. Chris in the building. What up, though? You already. Orlandi was popping. We ain't seen you in a little minute, man. Salute. Good to see you. Let me see. My brother Jay Wills in the building. Jay Wills should be a member, but I ain't going to ask or tell nobody else. Yasmin in the building was popping. So, John, what up? CC, what's goody? Hit the like button. Hit the like button. Miss Bell's in the building. You already, man. Like, share, subscribe. I like it. Let me see who else we got. Zagul. Damn. GA, what up, kid? Leon L in the building. Salute. Miss Jilly, make sure y'all say what's up to Miss Jilly in the chat. Mr. JTK, what up? Salute. True, what's goody, kid? I don't think I saw you yesterday. No, I did see you yesterday. All right. Okay, Aaron working on his his moderating and all that. I definitely got to make a couple more substitutions for sure. Black America was good. Quincy, salute. Like, share, subscribe, man. Appreciate you. Let me see. Mrs. Locks in the building. I like it. Putting in work. Jay Miller, what's popping? Good to see you, beloved. Good to see you. Thanks for all the love and support, man. I really, really appreciate it, you know? Impress was goody. Impress putting in work. Strada in the building. Salute. Yeah, the Discord was popping this morning, man. If you're not in there, get familiar, please. And also go like, share, and subscribe to the SPS podcast, man. The Raw Bunch be doing their thing. You heard? Dre, what up, though? What's goody? Homeboy, Shalom, Akim, peace and blessings. You heard? I got Chris, I got Dre. Okay. Let me see. Shaw was goody. That's a fact, though, man. They say football made more basketball players than anything, man. That's a fact. Solid, what up? Robert W in the building. What up, kid? Good to see you. See Nathaniel. Good morning. See Nathaniel been in the chat a lot, in the Discord too, man. Salute. Hey, what you mean? You had a chance and all that, you know what I mean? But we'll figure it out. We'll figure it out.
You might cancel it and never get to a chance.
Damn. Jay Ali, what up? Yeah, man. Let's get it, man. Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend and tell a friend. Hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most. Let me see how many people we got. 120 people in the building thus far. And we have, I need to set the stream up quick. Give me a second. Let me turn this on. Let's go. We got 120 people in the building. We have 50 likes. Let's go ahead and get the likes up. Make sure the likes match the viewership. All right. Let's get it, man. G Goods, what's popping? Good to see you. Welcome. Yeah, man. What you think, yo? What's goody? How was your this morning so far? Marcellus, what up? Marcellus in the building. What up, kid?
Shit like that.
I said DJ HAMP, salute. Team Sherelle, love is love. And chat, I pray everyone is having a great and blessed day. Like that. That's a fact, though. My brother Marcellus coming through, gifting 1 membership.
What up, buzzing, bird, flip a dozen. Holla at your boy, you thought your cousin was.
Salute to my brother Marcellus Davis in the building, gifting 1 membership. Whoever got blessed with it, please maintain it. If y'all missed the members only stream from last Saturday, now that you got that membership, whoever got blessed, definitely go watch it. That shit was epic for sure. Dre coming through.
What up, buzzing, bird, flip a dozen. Holla at your boy, you thought your cousin was.
Salute. We got Contemporary Domain and Angry Snowman who got gifted those memberships. Whoever got blessed, please maintain it. All right? Perfect. Let's get it. Hey, man, I wanted to ask you. I know you. Oh, shit. Hold on.
What up, buzzing, bird, flip a dozen. Holla at your boy, you thought your cousin was.
Salute to Jen Twin in the building. Cloud Watching who received the membership. Salute. Please maintain it. Hey, I wanted to ask you about something before we get into it. You know what I mean?
I think you need a haircut too. Your hair kind of.
What?
You're looking wolfish.
Nah, I ain't cut my hair no more.
You about to get dread?
Nah, just
you getting a fro?
Huh?
You getting a fro?
Yeah.
I see you locking up the beard.
I don't know. My wife did that shit. She was moisturizing my beard, like, you know, getting in the nooks and crannies, and she just braided this shit. It's been like this for 2 days. I'm surprised they ain't say nothing yesterday. I forgot about this shit. Know what I'm saying? No.
My morning been good. That's what you asked me. I woke up, I brushed my teeth.
Yeah, that's not.
I took a shower.
Nah, that's very unusual, man.
Listen to people in Discord. Then I got ready for the show.
No, I appreciate you like brushing your teeth and all that too. That's unlike you, so I see you turning over a new leaf, man. That's good shit. Damn.
That's why you short.
Calling to you.
Hey y'all.
Dawn, what's popping? Let's get it. James, what up? Leon, what up? I told you. See, it's noticeable. Man. Yeah, you on time. Yo, let me ask you a question, man. You told me about something. Then I went and looked, and sure enough, I saw it. What was your take on Sinners?
First of all, Sinners is a good movie. Shout out to the black man with the black pads. You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. Doing his thing. Congratulations to him. Breaking the box art. You know what I'm saying? Mr. Black Panther himself. Mm-hmm. But what I was hearing before I watched the movie was, it's demonic. It did something to my spirit.
Your mic sucks.
Oh my God. It was demonic. Please don't go see it. It did something to my spirit.
Oh, it's going like in and out, man. Your mic.
It's going in and out?
Put it down. Put it down.
What you mean put it down?
Are you holding it? Like your laptop or your iPad?
Yeah.
Yeah, you don't get to do a bunch of hand gestures. You don't got that type of phone. You got to stay still. You know what I'm saying? It's like you got your mic you got your hand over the mic.
You are very ghetto and unprofessional.
I'm just saying. I tried to tell you. I've been telling you.
Gonna stop the whole show?
Because I want them to hear what you saying. You like, it's like this. It's demonic. Like it's going like you putting your hand over.
It's demonic.
Yeah.
So I need to refresh.
No, put it down.
Put it down where?
People got tables in their houses.
I'm in my room.
You don't have any amenities in your room?
I don't have a table in here. No, I just moved here.
Stop by, say what up.
If I go out there, then the kids.
Right now it's good because you're not doing all that what you was doing. Go ahead. What you think
It
about?
probably was always good, and you just hating that.
Nah, word to me. I care about quality. I gotta read this is production. So what you think?
You ugly. That's what I think.
Okay. What else is new? What else you think about Sinners?
Okay. I wanted to see Sinners, but people saying it's demonic. It is something to my spirit. It's evil. Don't go watch it if you're a Christian and stuff like this. Like, so I'm like, let me go watch the movie because I'm a spiritual girl and I could get a hit off a Rugrat show. So I'm like, let me see what this about. So yesterday I got me some Wingstop, clock it, and I went to watch Sinners. Regular movie, great movie, good plot. Niggas was doing too much. But my issue is, why is all of a sudden wicked ass people worrying about what's demonic?
They don't think you're wicked. Sure, you got to turn your phone. You got to do something different.
What you mean?
It keep
then I need
on
to refresh.
No, it's not that. You literally.
But I'm literally not doing anything. I'm literally not moving it.
Try this. Try Venus. Try Venus. Try what Zagu said. Turn your phone sideways.
It's not gonna look right.
Yeah, turn it sideways though.
It's not gonna look right.
Yeah, it looks bad now. So if you turn it sideways, it'll be full screen.
It don't look right like that.
Trust me, it's actually better like that.
Y'all think so, but it's not. Look.
Yeah, that's better. Now we both full screen. But you still.
I look too close.
Move your hand back.
Where? You think I'm about to do the whole stream like this?
Yeah, don't you usually use your iPad?
I am on the iPad.
This is 10 times better.
I don't like this.
But your mic is bad though. That's the only thing.
But the mic ain't gonna be better just because I turn it like this.
I don't know, but what I'm saying is it's not coming through clear.
But let me refresh.
But it's not the sound though. But it does look better when you're sideways though. You know what I'm saying? When niggas come late, we gotta do sound check on live, man. That's how it happens, man.
Wow. Shit like
Put him in the fucking bedroom. Get him out of here. Come on.
Yeah. So I don't know. You know, I mean, you show up 15 minutes late, then you got to sound check it on live. So this is what happened, right? Yo, I thought Sinners was good, man. I was thoroughly entertained. Yeah, no, for facts. That's what I was trying to tell her, but you know, I was thoroughly entertained with Sinners. I don't even know if it was full of like messaging per se, except for the obvious messaging, you know, that we see in terms of racism, placism, people trying to be better, being stoic, being about your business, you know, getting deterred by a woman, what can happen. I think Michael B. Jordan did a phenomenal job playing both characters. I think he did well. I wish they would have let both of the brothers fight together, at least for a little bit. I thought that would have been entertaining, but how it flipped is how it flipped. Do you think that have you guys seen the movie Legend? It's with Tom Hardy. He plays the two Cray brothers. He played the twins. Those two twins were kind of eclectic. In the same, they were actually much more different from one another. But I think Michael B. Jordan did a good job of differentiating those two twins for sure, and how they moved around. But I've liked that. I I like those people that could play those roles. Tom Hardy did a great job. I think Michael B did a great job. But you were saying that people were, saying it was so demonic. What was so demonic about it, as opposed to just being a horror movie?
I guess because it had like hoodoo in it.
Oh, okay.
Like a little glimpse of hoodoo in it or whatever, which it really didn't have a lot of hoodoo in it, because I was looking for the hoodoo, because that's what they was talking about, right? And I was looking for the hoodoo in it, and it didn't really have a lot of hoodoo in it at all.
Well, I think it made sense. I think that he captured where it was located, right? So what is it were they in Mississippi?
Mm-hmm.
So you have that influence from that area to where when she was practicing the hoodoo for her people, taking their money, that play money, it made sense. I don't feel like, and I'm saying he didn't miss a whole lot, just capturing the essence of where the shit was actually happening.
Yeah. My thing is, though, they watch slasher movies, Blade, Buffy the Vampire Slayer, True Blood, all the vampire movies they've seen. They know every Freddy Krueger movie, exorcisms, in Amityville Horror, the Poltergeist, just paranormal, like, and now this is demonic.
Now were those same people saying those same things about those movies?
I don't know what those people say. I just ain't never seen no outrage when it comes to any other horror film.
Okay, I catch your drift. Curtis was good. Rashawn in the building. Salute. Yeah, I'm 100 was good. Yo, I be missing a lot of shit. Like, people send me a whole lot of stuff, but I legit didn't even see that clip that we reviewed yesterday until Mr. Fantastic sent it to the chat. Like, I ain't see people saying a whole lot about the movie negatively. I really like the camera he used to film it. It just made it real, the capturing of the blues, and then the scene where it was going through all types of black music. He made sure to put Jimi Hendrix in there, creating rock and roll. You know what I'm saying? Like, it was awesome. The takeaways are far better than they are worse. The acting was phenomenal. I think how he depicted how no matter what, the Asians always had a store somewhere. Like, no matter how many black people, they always got some type of store or some type of connection where they can get, a plethora of items, and you even see that they absorb the culture. So even like their cadence, how they talk, they essentially spoke like us. Which was he trying to highlight culture as opposed to race?
Right. My favorite part was the ending. Yeah.
What was the ending?
When the Klan came.
Why was that your favorite part?
I just love to see it,
Huh?
I love to see it. I just love to see stuff like that.
What part? Break it down. Oh, you can't say.
Oh, I can, because it's a spoiler. That's why I'm trying to be like discreet, because James ain't seen it, and we ain't giving away.
All right, now how long do we have to give niggas before we can't talk about the movie? It's been out for a month. We can talk about it now. Put a 1 in the chat if we can talk about the movie now.
No, James ain't seen the movie.
James got money. He got a car. He got eyes. He can get his $5 ass to the movie theater. Put a 1 in the chat if we can talk about the movie.
Everybody that put a 1, I put.
Yeah, man. Yo, him.
I put cases on all you.
I'm just tight that stomach shot took him out, man. Damn, yo. I was tight about that. I ain't like it. I like when he was shooting from the woods, though. That shit. Nah, that movie been out for a month, right? Nah, it been out for a month.
I think it's been 2 weeks, huh?
Word? Hell no. Hold on.
The beautiful part was the fact that she told him, like, you talking about it?
It's April 18th.
Well, it's not May 18th, so it hasn't been a month.
So what is that? 3 weeks? Damn, man. All right, I'll give him some time.
Just because you went to go see it opening day down.
No, I want to go see it on a Monday at a this movie theater was pretty nice.
They had wine.
Yeah, wine, all types of stuff. The seats reclined. They had blankets. The seats warmed and all that. So and they divide everybody. So it's you two. You can't see nobody to the right or the left. It's a good movie.
That's nice. That's in Houston. Now your mic messed up. That's karma.
But I'll say this, man. I don't know. I just seen motherfuckers pull each other down for no apparent reason, right? Which I think your overarching point, right? You find a way to try to undress something that's dressed up nicely, you know. I think he did a fabulous job using the same actors, you know, putting them in roles, putting him in money in people's pockets, you know, taking a gift that his girlfriend gave him that's now his wife and becoming magnificent in that arena, you know. When she bought that $400 editing software because he ain't had a bread, now he turned that 400 into 4 million. You know, I think that there's no reason, there's nothing I'm gonna say with ill will. Fuck that. You know
And I
do
feel like it was really giving credit to the Hoodoo Girls and just showing how much. Because a lot of times I feel like these slave downtrodden movies make it seem like we was never fighting back, but it was a lot of fighting back. It wasn't just, oh, a nigga signed a piece of paper and freed the slave. It was so many revolts. It was so much that we was doing to overcome. And I say to the ancestors, pull it through.
Non-FBA, he's not black? Cougar?
Who?
I thought Cougar
is black. Who said he's not FBA?
Isn't Michael B. Jordan American?
Him too. Who said that not FBA?
I don't know. I'm trying to understand this comment. Who the lady who played the hoodoo lady was definitely black, right?
I think so. I think a lot of them are black.
I'm trying to think.
Look like regular niggas.
The guy who played in the lineman guy, the big guy who was at the door.
Yeah, he's definitely black.
Yeah, who's Wumni? Who's that? Which person is that? Oh, the lady at the store. Oh, the hoodoo lady was Nigerian. Oh, okay. But it was mostly black.
We're gonna find something on it.
I guess I just wonder
all the white movies that we buy.
But how did she? But how? Wait, is she Nigerian? I don't know. Okay, well, she did a good job, right? I think my takeaway from her being cast was she wasn't the stereotypical love interest.
Why? Because she was big.
She was big. She was dark skinned. She's moderately pretty. You know what I'm saying? Like her face, she got decent features, but she wouldn't be the one that would be elected in that role, right? That at the very least, dark skin or not, she would have at least been petite, but she wasn't any of that.
She was total opposite of the other one, which is like the preference of the black man, right?
The one that betrayed him, or the one that got bit first, and the one that was causing trouble. Yeah, she was the difference, and I think he did that, made that distinction. You know, but yeah, I don't even know. She did a good job. I seen her in a lot of movies. I didn't even know she was a British or whatever the case is.
I ain't gonna lie, when they started getting it on, I was like, I thought that was his mama. I don't know, because the conversation that they had, it seemed like it was like lovers. It was like big mama, big sister, you know, energy. And I'm like, is this?
Yeah. No,
yeah.
You
barely paid attention.
I did not, I did not think that was his girl. I'm like, I was thrown off.
I was like, wait, is this his mama touching him?
All right, Reaper, you want the link, bro? Like he bashing the movie. This is for Reaper only, man. Before we get into the AJ, man, shoot me an email. This might be risky at Gmail, man. I got something going on this weekend. Shoot me an email real quick. You heard? Here, this link is for Reaper, bro. Come on, Reaper. Before we get on to the main topic, come on, Reaper.
Okay, so Ryan is American. He the one that put the money into the movie. He's gonna make the most out of the movie. So how did we?
I guess her.
Was they talking about her? Or was they talking about the Asian women that was in the movie, or the
no,
the Irish people that
non-FBA.
was in the
So
movie?
by proxy, a non-FBA it would have to be people who aren't Black American. Bet Life, what up? So when so I guess the thing is, like, the dude who played Snowfall, the dude who played Fred Hampton, the dude who played well, yeah, those guys, I guess. But I mean, the biggest movie we had to date, Black Panther, both of those guys are Black American. Chadwick and Mike. You know, I mean, I don't know. Come on, Reaper.
Yeah, come on, ruining the show. We just all over the place today.
Come on, Reaper.
The movie was ass, bro. Cause it was ass, bro. Like, oh my god, that's what I'm doing.
She was in Black Panther. Okay, Idris was in The Wire. Niggas didn't even know he wasn't black. Because he never ever spoke
Talk
like
to his accent.
We didn't know who he was, right?
It's damn sure not when the Wire was doing it. He was
Yeah.
Southern accent way after that.
Niggas just hated him because he was Stringer. Like, that's all it was. And Baku is black, right? The big guy? Yeah. Is that Ryan Coogler? That's not Ryan Coogler, right? The big ass dude, he black. We trying to figure it out. All right, Reaper ain't coming up. All right. I don't know, man. I enjoyed the movie. I thought it was mostly black people. I didn't know that she wasn't black. I feel like I seen her in a bunch of shit for a pretty long time, you know?
And who do his like traditional Black American thing? I guess that's the best thing. Like, who do is exclusively us? It's not ATR, because, you know, a lot of people practice ATR, but Voodoo is specifically a mixture of.
Go ahead, Reaper. What's up, Reaper? Stay salute to the chat first, at least.
First and foremost, good afternoon to everybody. I always say good afternoon. I always salute everybody. So don't even do that. Don't even do that.
Go ahead, bro. Go ahead. We trying to get to the show, but you want to windmill in the chat. Go ahead, do your thing.
I'm windmilling, bro. That movie was ass, bro.
Did I tell you he was gonna come up here and say this exact shit?
Let him talk, Sherelle. Go ahead, bro.
Because I think, bro, it was bad.
Go ahead
writing.
before I knock your hat off. Go ahead. Go ahead, my nigga. Go ahead, bro. You got it. Go ahead, man.
First of all, it was a bad film. It was his first time him writing. It was supposed to have Jonathan Majors. So look, they tried to, change it up by having two brothers. Probably spent a lot of money on it. I thought it was bad writing. I thought there was a lot of holes that a lot of plot holes in the movie. Poor character development. And they had a decent premise, right? You had an Irish vampire that you could have expounded upon, right? You could have used him as an anti-villain. Could have done a lot of things with him, still use a KK angle, but the KK angle at the end, and the vampire thing is almost like they just put it in there. Like, it's like, all right, we have vamps, and then we have the KK at the end. Really didn't do much of anything. The bridge to the climax was poor with the Asian lady. You can roll your eyes all you want, Sherelle, but you don't know film. The bridge with the Asian lady made absolutely no sense. You got 20 more minutes, 30 more minutes till the sun comes up. Why the hell would you scream an invitation for the vampires to come? Oh, my bad. If no one saw the movie, I apologize. I didn't mean to give any.
Too late. It's been 3 weeks.
I didn't mean to give any spoilers, but yeah, I just thought it was a poor movie. And I like Coogler, so it's not a thing of me hating on Coogler. I liked him in Black Panther. I thought Fruit Velvet Station was good. I liked him as a director, but this is his first time writing, and it was not a good job in terms of him writing. Like, the character development, There's not much between the twins in terms of look, they had a rich background, World War I veterans, worked for Al Capone. None of that was explored. You wasted the whole first third of the movie trying to build it for this party. Y'all guys talk about Blackity Black, right? They didn't expound upon the Asians in the movie at that time did not have a good relationship with blacks, especially in Mississippi, right? I think there's like a landmark case where
Yo,
like,
Shaw. All right, let me drop the link for Shaw because he in film. You know what I'm saying? Shaw,
go
man.
ahead, we can talk about it. The Asian lady, they didn't talk about how racist they were. How you gonna shoot a black man, but you don't do anything with the Asian people, bro? Like you have issue with the Asian, but you shoot your own black person. Come on, man. It's so much that movie is just like, come on, those bad construction.
The character development was what it needed to be, in my opinion.
No, it wasn't.
I like the fact that it's a little bit of a mystique kind of to the twins as to why they are so like trained or focused and know how to fight so well.
Hamp, if I provide you if there's mystique to the character and you don't expound upon it or provide exposition throughout the movie, what good is it?
No, that's the thing, but you have to know.
No, that's bad writing, Hamp.
Here, listen to me real quick. Here's the thing, right? What I'm seeing, like, so I know about a lot of stuff, so I like the symbolism. So, for instance, it's the Prohibition era, right?
Mm-hmm.
Right? They came from Chicago. We know how Capone got his money, right? But they just slightly alluded to these things, and they did mention it. And then, what gun did he pull out at the end?
That big
Tommy gun.
Was it a Gatling?
Tommy gun. He wasn't even paying attention.
I don't know the type. I'm not a gun expert, but I know it was the whatever that.
The Tommy. But that's what Capone was famous for too. You see? But that's what I'm saying. It brought so much together. Like, I don't know.
You didn't. The mystique behind the characters just mentioned that was not broken down. That was not exposed to you throughout.
It's a movie, bro. It's a 2-hour movie. What do you want it to be? A TV series?
That's it. No. Ham. That's the whole. That's where great movies come from. When they find a way to provide you that character breakdown within 2 hours. Yo, Ham, and I know you hate white people, right? I'll give you an excellent film.
Why do you say that?
Because you said it before. You said it.
Man, I'm trying to get on TV one day.
Sorry, my bad. That was another Ham.
Damn.
That was somebody else. My bad. That was another person. I'm sorry. If you want to watch an excellent film that shows you rich exposition, almost to the point you have to watch it 2-3 times. I know you're gonna kill me for this, Ham. Watch Memento. I put money on my life. You watch that movie, you're gonna be like, damn, that's how you do character exposition.
I've seen Memento.
And you understood what that film was about,
With the
right?
guy who has the tattoos because he don't have any short-term memory.
Right. And what was the conclusion at the end with that guy? Well, I'll put it like this: the beginning of the film, right?
I don't know if he found the right. Like, I don't think he got to the right person.
That's why I say you have to watch it again. He did that purpose. I don't want to ruin it for you.
No, the guy did it, but I think that movie's good. But what are you saying in that? You think the character development is awesome in that movie?
Because in the beginning, you think that guy's doing like an honorable job, like he's doing an honorable thing to try to find a killer to his wife. Yeah. When in fact, he was a guy who did it, but then he purposely tried to pin it on another guy, knowing he has short-term memory, knowing in his own head that it was going to flip around to the point where now he believes that guy killed his wife when he wasn't the one that killed it.
Yeah, he trying to trick himself.
Right, but then that's when you take the audience, when the audience has an idea on somebody, right? And it's like, I'm not saying you have to do this in that movie, but it's like, not this, I'm forgetting not diversion, but I'm forgetting what the term is. When you take the audience expectations and flip it on their head, it's like, yo, this guy's really a piece of shit, or this guy's a really good person, right? Memento. Yes, Memento, not Momentum, but yes, Memento. But where's the character development? Okay, you got a Gatling gun, and he's making you do all the work with the symbolism.
You didn't notice how her hoodoo kept him alive? How he had went through all of these things when he was in Chicago with Capone. He kept the bag on. He's the only person that survived the night. He's like only 1 out of 2 people.
And that's why his brother didn't bite him.
Thing. When he decided to get deleted, it was because he took the bag off. so that he could go into the ancestral realm with her, which was the reason why she said, make sure that you do it yourself and don't let
Oh
me come. So
shit,
I won't go
yo, that's
stay over
wild
there and
deep,
be
son. Like
happy
we
with
didn't
this
know
man. I
that.
can go to the
Oh shit, that's why it's better than biting him
Baby, that's what I'm
when they were
talking
fighting
about. You ain't from
upstairs.
America, so
That's
you
not that
don't know
deep.
your roots.
That's not that deep, nigga.
Yes, that
No,
is.
it's not.
Nigga, yes, it is,
What the hell
nigga.
are you talking about? The Asian lady. Guys, like, what are you talking about here? That movie was weak as ass, bro. God, she did the thing that saved him. Man, get that shit the F out of here. Did you realize they had a character plot, character hole, excuse me, or plot holes, let me say, when the two vampires came back, the white lady and the twin came back. Their souls were supposed to be taken, right? If you talk about the vampire lord that they mentioned in the movie, their souls supposed to be taken. So how the hell can they sit up there and try and talk to the brother like, oh yeah, that was the one thing is that I would never bite you, I'll come and bite you, but your soul's supposed to be behind the scenes, supposed to be buried back, and whatever takes over whatever the vampire, whatever that is, supposed to be taking over the body. It
Right,
didn't
now
at the end. They messed up their own plot hole.
No,
now
he
we
didn't.
Yes,
What are
they
you
did.
talking
now we
about?
got a real film. What y'all say? Film buff in the building, man.
Oh, y'all dudes,
This
I'm
my
throwing
we
the block.
right
Cause you got
here.
a beard.
Don't trip on
Got it,
strike.
shot. Stop. You can't. Stop. You can't.
Hey, Reaper, you gotta stop.
Okay, you know, my bad.
Hey,
My bad. You delayed though.
you hear me now?
Yeah, I hear you now. You know.
You hear me now?
Yes,
Yeah.
sir.
Reaper, you gotta stop, bro. Like, you understand that Sinners was an action movie, right? You understand it was a high concept action movie, right? It wasn't this deep dive, low concept character arc type movie. It was an
Oh
action
my
film, bro.
gosh, that was not an action film. The Raid is an action film.
What do you
They
mean it was an
they
action
flipped from
film? It was
genre. They flipped from drama to horror
right,
to action. An action film that only took up
right.
30 minutes of the film. That's not an action film, my guy. The Raid is an action film. Freaking Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon is more of an action film.
Comparing Sinners to Memento is kind of goofy, bro.
How is it goofy when people call this a classic? How is it goofy when they call this a
You trying to
classic, my
find a
guy?
way to think like.
No, it
What I'm
wasn't
saying
a
is,
good
bro,
film.
Sinners was an action film. You're right, it did cross genre, but it's the tent of that movie is not the same as Memento.
It doesn't matter intent.
Every
It matters
movie
of
don't have this
quality.
deep.
No, Reaper, you
Reaper,
can't. You know he
Reaper.
got
Every
bad
film
service.
doesn't have
Oh,
this deep.
my bad. Let me finish. My bad. Let me finish. My bad, bro.
And I'm driving my bad, but I'm just saying, Reaper, every film doesn't have this deep dive character arc that you want, bro, to make it be good. Like, stop that.
It doesn't have to.
It was a movie. And Memento was good too, so I'm not even knocking that. But this was a good film, bro. I think the intent of what he wanted to do was delivered well.
Yeah, your intent could be one thing.
What?
Your execution could be ass.
Okay, watch this. Okay, cool. What character arc was you expecting from the twins? What were you expecting to happen?
Some exposition to their life.
I get it. You keep using the film words. I'm with you. I follow you. I follow you on the terminology. I'm asking you.
What else would you want me to? What else would you want me to say?
Yeah.
Exposition, exposing, revealing.
Wait. Now, see, this is where I think he missed it, Sean. I think the expose happened throughout the movie, i.e., about the nephew, about their cousin, and how their father was so much different than their cousin's father, right? And how he was raised, and why. What was his name? The one that got killed, the twin that got turned.
Stack.
Why Stack was so much more crazy than Smoke? Why he was a little bit kind of off the rails as opposed to Smoke.
Right.
Smoke had a little bit more stoic disposition, but Stack used to take all the ass whooping.
I know, right? I was like, yeah, Reaper, man.
No. Oh my god.
And then I think you missed the fact that when the cousin lied about whose guitar it was, but then when it was actually their daddy guitar, right? It also speaks to the influence and their love for music. See, you missed a lot of this shit, bro.
No, I didn't. You're assuming I did. I didn't. It was still shit. That's not rich. We're talking about exposition.
Reaper is a tether. He is not going to understand. He's a tether.
And they had a tether in the movie that you just thought was black. So shut your ass up. You just thought the black lady was
Nigga, I didn't care if she was black or not.
Yes, you did.
We'll talk about discourse.
Sean, we were just talking about.
No,
hold on. Before y'all two get going,
I didn't watch the movie for her.
What I was articulating just now, Sean, was the expose. He didn't even respond to that.
I did. I said you said I didn't know it. I did. I said I did.
It's still shit.
No, I said it's not. That's not rich exposition. Oh, he's the one that got beat when he was younger. He's the one that didn't. You have World War II. You got a World War I. You have a World War I. Just because a kid is getting beat, what's the reason behind this guy getting beat? Why is he grow up like this through World War I, through them working with Capone? You could have explored upon that versus you taking a whole hour to talk about building up this freaking party or this whatever you want to call it, event that you're trying to build up in the beginning of the film. You didn't have to go through that.
Go ahead, Sean.
Talk about the experiences through the war.
I can't get through to this nigga.
Right,
you can.
Reaper,
y'all don't know film, bro.
Reaper,
you know
you
the Bible.
entitled.
I'll give you that. Y'all don't know film.
My
you know
back,
the Bible, though.
Hey Reaper, you entitled. you entitled to have your taste, bro. But I think Ryan Coogler had a certain intent with how he wrote the story. He didn't want to do a deep dive into the psychological effects of the twins and what their upbringing was. That wasn't the point. That wasn't the overarching point of the film, bro.
So I don't mean if I cut you off by mistake, my bad. I apologize.
Are you good? Go ahead.
Delay. You don't have to give a whole hour dissertation. The thing about exposition is that you could do it through different ways, right? And
that's exactly what happened.
Do it
Reaper,
efficiently.
He
No, he didn't. No, he didn't, bro.
Right. It's such
no,
an
he didn't.
opinion, bro. It's such an
the whole
opinion.
thing with Remick. Even the whole thing with Remick, right? I know people are gonna kill me for this, but you have a whole rich history with the Irish people who were not even considered white at the time, right? And the whole idea of them you could have had them expound upon him trying to continue to use or really use Sammy as a vessel to sing his people's issues. Not that, we want to kill black people, whatever. We want to use this kid Sammy because he's powerful. You got this powerful figure that can tell stories, that can bring your pain through ages, through generations. You could have went that route versus, hey, we got this vampire trying to
Reaper.
But,
do you know the film was a 24-hour day? It was one day, right? You know that, right?
Okay, what's your point?
Like the storyline was one day. So again, I'm asking you, how much character development?
But that's your writing. That's your writing.
I'm saying what you got it, Reaper. I will talk about the Discord, bro, because you got it. What I'm saying is, bro,
I'm cutting you off by mistake. I'm cutting you off by mistake. This is late. My bad, bro.
His intent, he got it across. That's what I'm saying. In 24 hours, you're not gonna get this much character development and character arc that you want. The movie you're talking about, Memento, happened across a couple of days, right? Maybe even like a week.
Yeah.
So what I'm saying is, I don't think his intent was to give you this deep dive into character. There were many different messages that were delivered, and most people got those different messages throughout the movie, Reaper. I think that's what his intent was.
Yeah, I did his personal. If you want to do a gay film, but he basically took from it Dusk Till Dawn, right? Don't bring the symbolic, don't bring all this deep shit, introduce it, and go half-assed with it. Just do it Dusk Till Dawn, one day shit, have these ruthless ass twins come down, bring some comedy into it, make it a little bit lighthearted so people don't take this, it's a deep film and I got it. Most of not you, most of the people that talk about symbology, all these things, they're getting this shit from TikTok. In the movie theater, people watching this shit, no offense, people are laughing at this shit.
Well, maybe
they were laughing at this shit. It was a joke.
Maybe because I'm from Mississippi and I'm aware of some of the culture, like the Asians being in Mississippi. A lot of people didn't even know that before Sinners came out, how deep Asians were in Mississippi. And it's funny now because they all Republicans, but it's like it was a lot of different themes that were spread across the film. Reaper, like I said, I think he executed what his goal was. I understand you want an avant-garde type film.
No,
with the deep past you do, bro.
Y'all trying to make it seem like I'm bougie.
But you are kind of bougie. It's okay.
Bougie. I just like a good film, my guy. And also too, there are people from Mississippi. I'll send you the link because Tone Talks is highlighting this. He said there are people in Mississippi laughing at this, like not laughing, but saying, this ain't true. We didn't have these great relations with Asian people. They didn't want to be anywhere near blackness. They took their kids out of integrated schools because they didn't want to be with black people.
He's talking about now. He's not talking about back during that time.
All right, I'll send you the link.
You said Tone Loc?
No, Tone.
Wait, why did you bring up Haitians?
What?
Hey, Hemp, I gotta go. Hey, we'll talk about it more in a Discord, Reaper. We'll talk
Yeah,
about it more,
we
bro.
talk this. I didn't bring up Haitians. What are you talking about?
Oh,
I said nobody. I said
I
Asians.
think
Asians.
even the Native Americans being in it all played a part.
They should
When
expound on that. That was
the
a cool aspect.
Native Americans already knew that he was a vampire, and he tried to go tell the white people.
Sherelle, can I ask you a question, Sherelle? Because look at her eyes. She can answer this, right? If you're a vampire, right, and you live, and I in the film, I think it was implied that Remick was alive for like at least 1,000 years, right? This is the first time he's building up his horde.
What do that gotta do? What do that gotta do with anything?
Yeah.
No, but I'm saying, what do that have to do with anything?
Haven't seen him.
No, but what does it have to do with anything? Explain that.
Sherelle, right? In the lore, first of all, and we could go back even to the fights, right? Vampires typically are strong as hell, right? Powerful, right? You tell me after 1,000 years, because you hear the song he was talking about, right? He was alluding to blah blah, right? 1,000 years. This is the first time he's building up a horde of people, an army of people.
What do that have to do with what I said about the Native Americans?
I was just bringing up another point. I wasn't. She said the Native Americans should have been expounded upon. I actually like that angle.
Because Native American culture is a free thing that created hoodoo. That was my point of saying the Native Americans being in there. And then you went all the way.
Sherelle, I wasn't. No, Sherelle, I was making Sherelle, I was making another point. I said
I'm pretty sure.
Not against the Native American angle, Sherelle. I'm not arguing.
And warn people about them because Native Americans always understood the folklore, the things. See what I'm talking about?
No, Sherelle. My point is that if for a vampire that can turn people, this is the first time you're building up an army of people. You would think that this vampire was able to turn maybe hundreds, maybe I don't say thousands of people throughout time. Through him infecting people and them infecting other people. I'm trying to say like whatever. This is the first time he's built up an army after 1,000 years of being turned as a vampire. Come all the way from Ireland. And he's in America now. He's seeing all these people. The first time he's able to turn people. Look at your face. Look at you.
Who said? So the movie was saying this was his first time.
If you listen to the music, the song, if you do research, it's implied that he was alive for 1,000 years, or at least 1,000 years, or at least more than that. He didn't just turn, right? So if that's the case. This is the first time he's turned all the people, the patrons of the bar, the juke joint. That's the first time he's turning people.
But the movie doesn't say this is the first time.
But there's a suspension of disbelief, right? That you can afford in movies. That's not it. That is not it, Sherelle. Get you smart. You know it. That's what I'm saying.
Movie. You a hater, nigga.
Yeah. All right. I got it, man.
You a hater, nigga.
I'm talking about it just for. I want to hold up your show hand, but nice. And I love black films, so it's not me being bougie. I like cheap action films. I like John Wick for what it's for. That's great. You didn't even know the lady in the movie was black either. Great. You didn't know the lady was British Nigerian. You didn't know she was British Nigerian.
Who cares? I watched the movie.
You're calling me not black, so shut up. You don't know. You don't know.
Ryan is black.
You don't know. You don't know. I can't wait till Ryan Coogler comes out. Yeah, I'm from God. These people love Get Out, but you have Kaluuya playing a main character in Get Out. But y'all love Get Out. This is what I'm talking about.
Michael B. Jordan.
Y'all pick and choose his tethercraft.
We watched the movie.
Why didn't they pick for the hoodoo lady? Why did they pick a Southern black woman? A fat black Southern black actress. Y'all talk about all this representation. I'm gonna tether this, but y'all have no issue. By the way, you know who did the music score for Coogler and Sinners? It was a white man, his friend. Why didn't you get a black person to do it? Play that game, Sherelle. So
you're not black.
I can talk about it. If you allow this guy to have a white music, what's the name?
You don't understand
and a black African, you all understand it. It don't make shit. People Mississippi like, yeah, that's not
you're
true.
You're not black, so you don't
Soul Talk said a lot of this movie did not make sense. It's not factually correct from what they're doing back then. And he's black. You're just talking to the wind right now.
You don't understand it.
You're not talking to the. You don't know. You understand shit either. You know shit either.
You couldn't enjoy it because you don't
I enjoy black films all the time. One of my favorite films is Malcolm X. What are you talking
you're
about?
Not only not black, you're not from the South.
Great. People from the South also had issues with it. People from the South had issues. Is that your point,
But
man?
then let them come up here and tell me the issue.
I'm not telling you. This is HAMP show. It's not your show. You're a
This
guest.
is literally my show.
You're tethered to HAMP
This
show.
is literally my show.
You're tethered.
This is
You're
literally my show.
tethered.
We're co-hosts.
Show me that W2 from this show, from this YouTube channel.
Nigga.
Or what the hell you get? Exactly.
You know whose show it ain't? Yours.
It's HAMP show. It ain't your show. It's HAMP show.
My face on the
My crusty ass on. He said, "Yo, bring your ass up here, bro. Pause to talk
my
about
face
it."
on the thumbnail.
Can't talk film. Don't talk film with me. You don't know film, bro. It's okay.
You don't know. You sound
Yes,
retarded.
I do. Go ahead, Ham. My bad, Ham. You want to start the show?
Reaper. So
he's gonna kill me.
I thought y'all. Nah, I'm good. I thought y'all had a ceasefire going on.
To ceasefire. Look. When North Korea and South Korea, you still be hearing gunshots
at all.
You still. No one talk to you.
Beat him in dust.
You still hear gunshots at the DMZ zone.
Since you got on YouTube. I've been
Lord Jesus Christ! I do not want to talk to Sherrod. You see, I said there's a ceasefire, right? And I didn't even try to take no ad hoc, nothing. I tried to just talk about the movie. This what she resorts to. But I'm South Korea. She's North Korea. She has no. HAMP is China. HAMP got to protect little cousin. You know what I'm saying, man? She don't know how to act. She don't know how to treat her own country. I'm just like, let her shoot a little guns off. That's all she could do. She can't keep it to the conversation.
You left your country. You left your content.
I was born here, man.
Yeah.
I was born here, man. Keep eating those GMO fried shit. Oh, we gotta go back to eating a diet. She's eating fries with ranch.
First of all, this is not GMO.
She's eating
naturally cut fries.
What are you eating?
This is natural potatoes.
And was it naturally grown or was it grown with GMO seeds or that shit? Exactly.
No.
Exactly. You should know. They have places that sell that shit that says, "Yo, no Monsanto, no GMO." She didn't even check it, but she's sitting up here trying to preach to black people. Oh, make your food right. And
let me ask y'all two a question. Let me ask y'all two a question. Like, share, subscribe.
Modify foods, bro.
Let me mute both of them. Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend to tell a friend. Hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most. Let me ask y'all two a question. Aaron with the 2000. Are black people becoming over woke? Kinda.
Nope.
Aaron with the 2000 says Reaper has an issue with every black performance.
No,
he's not black.
Chase Lee in the building with the 20 ball says, I like the movie, but Sinners was a hood movie set in the Jim Crow South. It was a good man trying to get out the hood and goes to a house party with his gangster cousins. The vampires show up in the last 15 minutes. Chase Lee, what up, my boy? Side. Good to see you, man. Didn't fit. Yeah, over woke. What would that be consist of? I think when we allow our things, when we allow ourselves to be overcome by things that don't benefit us overwhelmingly, I think that's when it gives me cause for pause. You know, so I got actually a stat up here that I wanted to mind out in terms of women don't like men anyway. So the conversation yesterday was moot, to be honest. That's the premise that I'm trying to mine through today. You know what I mean? We had a head roll and an eye roll. Why did you roll your head, Reaper?
No, because you said that we don't like each other anyway. I think
I said women don't like men anyways, and since they control the sexual marketplace,
okay, I heard that wrong.
Don't even matter.
No, but I heard that wrong. Then. Yeah, my bad for the.
Okay, why you roll your eyes, really?
I don't even know what y'all talking about. I blacked out. Y'all getting on my nerves.
Talking about she don't like men either anyway, so it's fine.
Whatever.
What do you mean? That's the second part of the show. What are you talking about? Are you participating or what?
I don't know. I'm deciding.
Huh?
I'm deciding.
I can't understand what you're saying.
I'm deciding. Y'all getting on my nerves.
Why? What happened? What happened that they get that we're getting on your nerves?
It's just like y'all we wasting time. I just feel like I'm wasting my time. I don't even know what we talking about no more.
What do you mean? We just fucking talked about the movie. Now we're gonna transition.
Yeah, it's over though. Like it's overkilling. Like we just talking about anything. This nigga talking about anything. He talking about anything.
Why you?
This nigga on my nerves. I'm getting aggravated.
Hey man, that happens from time to time. All he was doing was talking about the movie.
You just prove your point here.
This nigga start talking about I'm South Korea, North Korea. Like get the fuck up out of here.
It was an analogy, you nincompoop. Like Lord Jesus,
Just
no one's
like,
calling you
please
North or
get him
South
legal.
Korean. Like, don't worry, it's okay because you're slow. You sipping on drink too? Fucking idiot.
Let's assess this. All right, let's assess this right here. So when I look at it, right, when it says women, assessing the other side of the conversation yesterday, I'm looking at this statistic specifically. If women can be absorbed by this this trend or phenomenon, or maybe this is their natural inclination, does this support the fact that women don't really like men? This stat right here, let me show y'all. Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend to tell a friend. Hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most. Let me see. What do you think about this stat? So in the US, you have 12%, approximately 12% of black adults are US identify as lesbian, gay, bisexual, or transgender, also known as LGBT. 61% of the black LGBT adults are women. Specifically, one study found that 23% of black women ages 18 to 34 identify as bisexual. Does this speak to any sort of semblance that the black women, well, that's usually what I'm talking about, really don't like men? So we talked about it yesterday, and we were talking about how men kind of want women for sex, and they can't use them or don't have access in that type of way. They don't see any value. Does this speak to it at all? About how women don't like men either?
There's multivariate analysis to that, right? So, and I know, Hamp, you want us to answer the question on the surface, right? On the surface, you could say, yeah, maybe. But again, just because of like what my mom did, you got to look into how many of those LGBT women, especially black women, were, sexually abused. Something happened to them. Because a lot of those people turn into LGBTQ. They feel like that's a safe place. I got touched funny, whatever, and they veer off into that. So if it happened through trauma as to why you joined something, right? And even on top of that, you may not even hate the men, but just say you did. But if it's because of trauma, is it that you really hate men? Or is it that you haven't gotten over that trauma? Right? I can't sit up here and say that they turn gay because they hate. You can turn gay just because your sexual preference. You don't even hate the other person, but just see how, my mom working in social work.
I didn't say hate. I said don't like.
Oh, I'm sorry. Don't like. I apologize. Don't like.
So you think that the percentage is because they have trauma, not because they don't like men? Because they're saying that 23% identify as bisexual. So what are you surmising?
So like also just like the gay percentage, right? I think there's again, I don't have the numbers per se. I don't have the quantitative numbers to back me up. Or quantitative numbers, the quantitative research, excuse me. But I just think there's a large percentage of black, specifically gay people who have gotten that way because of traumas. And even that percentage I'm talking about, just assume that they say they don't like the opposite. They don't like men. Let's just use gay women. I think a lot of those women, they were traumatized, something happened to them. And they think like, hey, I hate men, really, when they just hate their perpetrators. They hate the trauma that happens, and they hate, you know what I'm saying? So I just think there's a large chunk of that represents what I'm talking about. And like, I just can't sit up here and say that 61% purely is, they don't like men. just because they're LGBTQ. That makes
So
sense.
what are you surmising then? Are you saying that the majority isn't because of their dislike for men, is that they had trauma, so now they traumatized by who?
Uncles, relatives, people
So
that know them,
then
people know.
wouldn't that, but if that's your premise, wouldn't that speak to the point? They don't like men because men traumatize them, right?
Okay, all right, fair enough. Yeah, if you want to get to that, like I'm saying, like they don't truly. I was saying it from a sense of like they don't just hate men for men's sake. Okay, maybe there's a reason behind it, or like there's some external
You
factor
keep
that's
saying
pushing them to
hate.
hate.
I'm saying they don't
I'm
like
sorry,
men.
dislike. Sorry,
But
dislike
that's what
men.
I'm saying. It's not so those women could the demographic you're trying to speculate could hate men, right? But but what I'm saying is don't like men, meaning that that's not their preference. They really don't see need or value, but they don't hate men either, right? They just don't like them. You see what I'm saying? But
Oh,
the
so we're only talking
demographic
about
you're
like
talking
in
about,
a sense of sexually,
yeah,
like
like
relation.
relationships,
Oh, okay.
value, etc.
My bad. I'm thinking of like dislike men as in like I just like what we were talking about yesterday because we kind of you kind of split like romantic versus because remember when Sean asked me a question like are you talking about romantic and we were talking about no just in general. So I apologize for that. I was
Well, no, I mean, do you think that this statistics, 61% of the black community that is LGBT is women, does it speak to the fact that they don't like men? Does it mean anything?
I don't know, Kim, because they still be fucking men. I know they call it bi, but a lot of gay women that say I don't mess with men and they studs or whatever, and they sometimes mess around with men, but they'll say I'm not bi. But it's like, yeah, you are bi. You fuck dick. So I don't know. That's from that premise is a tough question because it's like I mean you still mess with dildos even though dildo's not a man, so you still want some type of phallic thing in you. But I don't know.
Yeah, but
I
it's
can't
not
call it.
it's a fake phallus. Like
It don't but they still
you're
sleep
saying they get
around with
pleasure from penetration.
right, but they still also smash men too, but they'll say they're not bi. They'll say I don't mess with no man, but on the low they'll mess with a man. They'll mess with their best friend. They'll mess with a gay man just to give him dick, and they'll say they're not bi. So they wouldn't count in the statistic, but they still, you know what I'm saying? They still mess with men. And do you okay? Put like this: if you mess with a phallic, if you messing with a phallic object, right? Something that literally is innate in men. Hold on. As a woman, I'm saying, if you mess with a phallic object, right? You still want something that's truly innate, that truly comes from a man, right? I know it's not the man itself. So do you truly hate or sorry, dislike men if you're messing with said phallic object? If you don't like women, you're probably not going to be sucking on something that resembles titties or something, or you know what I'm saying? Excuse my language. You wouldn't play with a toy or something like that, right? I'm just Ham, if there's the men, come on, Ham. There's something that's
So you're saying
that most
because
fucking men have.
you're saying if the lesbian women use a dildo of some sort, they like men still.
You can't dislike men that much. You have to like something about men. If you're using a phallic object to pleasure yourself, you can do all the scissor kicks you want, but you choose to use a microwave a dildo, warm that up and put it inside you. You must like something about men.
Fucking wildin', bro.
All right,
Sherelle, what you think about this stat? Does it speak to any semblance of women don't like men? Or do you think this is commonplace for the environment?
No, because it's a nominal number. Only 12% are even gay. And it's socially accepted for women to be gay. In songs and movies, girl kissing girls. Like the top choice of porn is girl on girl action. It's not as ostracized as men, which is why we have a big down low community where most of the diseases come from. So men are not willing to just stand up and be like, I'm gay, because you can still be ostracized for it, especially in certain work environments and a lot of corporate America spaces, sports, entertainment, all of these different things. You'll be ostracized for your sexuality. So a lot of men aren't bold enough to be saying, yeah, I'm gay. Also, the majority of women still end up having kids over time, which means they're still having sex with men. The women who are the loudest and proudest about being lesbians are really the butch ones, and they want to be men. They love men. Actually, all of their friends are men. Dykes, or butches, hang out.
You already said it. You know
what I'm saying? They play basketball. They, you know what I'm saying? They work at the barber shop. They work on cars and shit. They look just like niggas, and they be with niggas all the time. So they don't even hate them intrinsically. Dislike them intrinsically on an intrinsic level. They still love and like the value of men, whereas men is just who they are. And then the women who are like anti-men, it's not necessarily that they dislike men. They probably still will have male friends, male counterparts, have love, but it will just be from a very hurt place. Maybe they had a father that abandoned them. A lot of them had men who sexually assaulted them in some type of way. When you get into the research and the mindset of them, so when
of these women, of the LGBT women, okay. So you say the studs try to imitate, so there's no way they could not like men if they try to literally act like them, and then the nominal number 12%, 61% of 12% is still a pretty low number in general, and then even the 61% end up with a baby.
Yeah, so they're still having sex with men.
So you can't not
some of them are just the ones who really don't deal with men at all. It's usually some type of trauma that was inflicted by men. So their whole entire outlook on men is skewed.
Question though, does that premise? Do you think women look at it differently? So, for instance, because the argument is men don't have sex with women, but they don't like women. So, are those women just using those men for children? Because they have no other way to do it, but that don't mean they like men.
No.
Why doesn't I guess what I'm asking is why is the logic inconsistent between the sexes?
Because the majority of women do everything for the male gaze.
But the baby thing?
Huh?
The baby? Like having a baby by a dude and then just move. Like two of my friends, they are in a lesbian relationship. And they literally just need a dude to have a baby because they can't have one.
Oh, okay. So you're saying the baby? No, because I still feel like it's still the nominal number. So it's 12. It's only 12%, and it's not saying that the 12% is completely just women.
I'm saying this.
I think gay men like women more than straight men.
Well, what I'm saying is on the premise of just because they'll have sex with them, they have to get a baby. But does that prove that they actually like those men? Because just because men want women for sex doesn't mean they like women.
Yeah, I still think so because those women who have babies, even if they don't want to be in a relationship with a man, they still see intrinsic value in men.
But how? It's just the sexual part, right? It's the biological imperative. They want to have a baby.
No, that's what I'm saying. We tried to take it from the sexual thing, right?
Mm-hmm.
That it's not about sex. It's about liking who men are. We can't have sex with every man in the world. Do we like them as a gender?
No, but I know I got you. But you see what I'm saying? But for the men, when we have sex with women, it was literally said y'all just want to have sex with them.
Yeah, because y'all couldn't name a bunch of things you liked about us outside of the sex department. So when we took the sex away, we took the vagina away. It was oh fuck.
Yeah, I'm saying for these women this demographic of women who end up with a child, I'm just saying I don't know if I can give them the grace that they still like men. They just need men for utility to have the baby. Like how when you take away sex, like if that man couldn't give them a baby, would they have value? The women you talking about.
So what I'm saying is they don't even want to have sex with the man. They're using the man's sperm, right?
Yeah, essentially it's using his sperm.
So they don't value him for just sexual purposes only, right? And it also doesn't have enough proof or correlation that they value him only for sperm. How do you know they don't value him in life?
Because when we were talking about the men specifically, right? they wanted sex. Men try to tell you they want something else, but because you didn't like how they, not you, but the ladies didn't like how they articulated, and they say, "See, all they want is sex." So now, why are women getting this like grace period while they value the man for more than they when they just wanted the baby?
Gay men like women more than men.
Straight men.
They're into the things we're into. They have genuine friendships out with us without wanting to have sex with us.
Okay.
They're just genuinely into who we are as people.
Okay.
Right? Okay. So gay women feel the same way about men. So sometimes you may need their sperm. Sometimes gay men want children, right? So they use women so they can have their own biological children. There's gay men raising kids. So that's not a correlation. The same way that gay men still have an appreciation for women, gay women have an appreciation for men. It's irrelevant about the reproductive thing. We know that we need the other party to reproduce. Do you get that?
But the gay men having sex with the women?
No.
Well, then that's the
gay men don't be really having sex with
well,
women.
Yes, they do. Oh my Lord, Jesus!
I don't know no gay nigga that be gay.
There
Gay
was
men
one,
don't get hard for women.
Yo, dogs. Anybody that lives in 161 South Elliott, 170 South Portland, y'all know there's one. It don't matter. Whatever. Great. There's one gay dude. Everybody knows, pretty boy dude, pause, that be smashing all the chicks, and he gay, and he walk flamboyant. Anybody in Brooklyn that know that area, gay men don't necessarily like no woman more. In New York, at least where I've seen, they will fight a woman way quicker than a straight man will fight a woman.
All right, well, that's one gay dude.
All right, go ahead. No, I'm not talking about one gay person. I'm talking about the reality up here.
Slow down. Because the logic that I'm trying to understand gets what I see is the consideration is not the same on both of the ends. You know, I think that when they have a baby by that dude, he's strictly for utility. Right? There's no other way to do it. Because when sex is involved, it seemed like it was dismissed about how much that person values that person if it wasn't for sex.
Yeah, I don't see how you miss that, because if the gay men can value women outside of sex, how can you not see the same correlation with the gay women?
Because they're having sex, because they're ending up with babies, so it's not the same. And I didn't miss.
Have kids too.
Well, hold on, I didn't miss anything, right? I'm saying I disagree with the logic, and the logic is inconsistent, right? So what I'm specifically exploring is they're having babies by those men. And so you said because they're having babies by those men, they like men, right? But it's the biological imperative that's continuously argued. And then when we said the men have sex with the women, but that doesn't mean they like them. I'm looking at the sex transaction.
Okay, gay men don't.
And you just said to Reaper, that guy that he named was an outlier. Gay men ain't having sex with women. You just said that, so that's why that's the logic.
They're having sex. I said they don't have sex with women, and they still like them.
And that's the difference.
So how is that logic not the same?
Because we're talking about the women. I know I'm about to tell you, because they're having sex and children with the men.
Who said they're having the sex?
That's what I've been discussing. That's what I've been discussing. You said those gay women end up with babies, right? Remember
I said a lot. I said a lot of them end up with kids.
Yeah, but I said that doesn't prove. That doesn't prove. But that doesn't prove that they like men, because when right, because if you keep it consistent, the men didn't get credit for having sex with the women.
I guess we're gonna agree to disagree.
No, it's not even that. I'm just trying to understand the inconsistency in the logic.
Because I don't feel like the logic is inconsistent. You're not showing me where it's inconsistent. You're going somewhere else.
The women who are having babies,
you're going to straight men not being able to name anything outside of sex that they even like about women, and us correlating that, well, you don't actually like women, you just like sex with women.
And then
when I'm telling you that even women who don't want to have sex with men can still talk about the intrinsic things that they like about men.
Fine, but you said this, and this is what you're being held account to. You said the women that are gay in this population are still ending up with babies, right? So the women that you said ending up with babies, that doesn't mean they like men just because they had a baby. because sex wasn't a check mark to say that men like women. So I'm just asking, why is the logic inconsistent for the women as opposed to the men? That's what I'm saying.
Because I also said that majority of them are just bisexual. It's fun to be a lesbian. It's okay. It's acceptable. A lot of them are just experimenting. Because in our society of a hypersexual society, girl on girl action is deemed sexy. Everybody has a moment. Everybody has a threesome. It's just normalized behavior. But they don't actually be gay.
Sex means
They're
nothing.
gay because they're doing gay actions, but in long term, when they're in relationships or partnerships with these women, they know they eventually want to be with a man, have a child, and live life.
Yep, and we're simply saying sex isn't a determining factor for like or dislike for either gender.
It is. When you can't name anything intrinsically that you like about the other gender without sex.
What you like about men?
At this point, nothing. That's why I don't.
So the lot.
And I don't want to have sex with anything.
Yeah. So that's the point, right? They had sex for utility to have a baby, and they still in a lesbian relationship. So what value does he have outside of sex? That's the point you made. I'm just trying to understand the logic, and it was inconsistent. That's it. On that point specifically. Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend, hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most. Aaron with the $2 says, wearing dashikis to go with Black Panther. Yeah, that shit is different. Kira with the $10 says, time is a thing. Remy had to get to different times to do his plan. Reaper?
We can talk about in Discord. Let's talk about Discord.
Aaron with the $2 says, do girls like just being slimed out?
Yes.
Just Gems with the $2 says, gay men don't like the feel of women.
Lies.
TD with the $5 says, women be knowingly having intimacy with rainbow men. Stop the cap. Just Gems with the $2 says, real women doesn't want sex with feminine men. Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend to tell a friend. Hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most. I'm gonna just drop this link real quick. All right, so let me ask about this. Now, this is hyperbolic, but does this speak to the overall utility that's necessary for women to like, understand, and appreciate men? I don't know if y'all seen this clip. Let me play it real quick. Let me see. Wind it. Now, this is crazy, but I don't want us to get super stuck on the example. Let's see.
So, like, I'm sitting in my car, and I done came up with an idea. You know how you go get your hair done, but before you get your hair done, you have to put down a deposit. Before you get your lashes done, you have to put down a deposit. Before you get your nails done, you have to put down a deposit, right? And if you don't show up, you do not get that deposit back. So I done came up with an idea. We should start charging these men deposit to date us. Like, we should start charging them a fee to date us. Like a 30-day trial. You pay like $1,000 to date us. So, and if they don't do right by us within them 30 days, we keep the money. I'm just saying, like, I think we should start charging men to date us. I'm talking about single women. I think we should start charging them. I think we should start charging men to date us. So, you know, we would get something out of the deal. Like, because if you charging them to date you, they're going to do right. And if they want to date you, they're going to pay. So, yeah, I just think we should start charging. You can't go wrong.
She said she need a $1,000 deposit. What you think, Sherelle? Does this speak to an overarching thing about his value? The man's value is or is not based on what he provides in terms of provision.
I don't know. The overall thing just sounds dumb.
But what do you? It's bigger than just the example, right? And we understand that the example is hyperbolic, you know. But I think, does it lend itself to like the Bills song? Ain't nothing going on but the rent. Like, do women like men, or do they like the utility of men?
Yeah, I think women like men because women start liking men in high school, middle school.
But we like each other.
Girls
now.
like boys.
In Riverside,
Girls like
right?
boys. So
But
no,
also
because
vice versa.
men are providers and women like men even when they're not providing anything.
Yeah,
Women
but
always have vagina.
women aren't cooking and cleaning for that boy at that time either. He likes her,
That's
right?
not what men want. Men don't care about a woman cooking and cleaning. Men care about vagina. That's the most intrinsic thing about a woman, sex.
Okay, so you're saying that
even
women
in middle school, women have
men never
vagina.
like her? Men never like women? At a young age?
No. They think girls are stupid. Do they think women are stupid?
As kids?
Yeah. It starts off from, oh, girls have cooties, or these girls are stupid. Let me find a way to take advantage so I can get what I want out of them.
Wait, what? You saying the cooties thing is only boy centric? Boys have cooties. Everybody knows that.
Yeah, boys, girls have cooties. That's what I'm saying. But the whole idea is even when they think girls are dumb, even in middle school and in high school, they think girls are stupid. They don't actually like girls. They don't want to do girl activities. They don't want to hang around girls.
Wait, girls rule, boys drool. That's the notion.
Men are dogs, girls are cats.
That's what women are taught. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is, what is the saying about the girls? Like, what is it? What is it? What did the little
Girls
boys
are
say about
dumb. Girls
That's
are
the
stupid.
saying
Yeah.
for little boys?
Yeah.
I don't know. I thought it was the opposite. I don't think we ever thought girls were dumb. Girls were the smart ones in the class. Especially because y'all be further ahead than us. You know what I'm saying? Especially when we're like 11, 12. You know, y'all be like girls be taller than boys until about 7th grade. So we don't be running around talking about the girls are stupid. Usually it's the opposite.
It's definitely
opposite, you know?
Can't sit still in class, can't focus.
The girls be the smart ones. You know that? Damn. I don't know.
Lieutenant General CJ, my guy. Chief. Oh God, Sultan. My
guy Reaper. Hold on, give me a second, man. I'm about to check my mom, man, real quick.
No, your mic, CJ.
Yeah, your mic crazy.
You just drop and come back in. I don't know. Just because we're looking at utility, right? Because Reaper, one thing that we saw yesterday was during the conversation, right? We were naming things that we benefited from essentially. That was dismissed as us liking women or finding the essence of a woman because we benefited from all those things. So if you can't benefit from appreciating the essence of the opposite sex, then how do you like them? The reason why I focused on the lesbian women having babies is because sex was thrown out as showing value. So I just wanted to be consistent. So I've never seen a man's money not matter to his value. You know? And I'm not saying never doesn't mean never, right? But just looking at it, right? Majority wise, like if a man don't bring that level of value to the table, has he been liked, quote unquote, en masse by women? Because what I'm trying to assess is based on how it was assessed yesterday. Is there a double standard that I'm missing, or does it need to be consistent in terms of how we know if she like us or not?
Even with her,
I gotta reset the whole thing.
The video,
good.
It's showing you the Shira Sevens, the women that have to train women into doing this. If women are not trained to get something out of men, they would just intrinsically be used because they like men. They like the way that men make them feel. They admire men. Somebody had to come up with hypergamy. Oh no, you're gonna pay for my daughter. You're gonna make it worthwhile. You're gonna make it worth her while because we know that women would just go right. What do we say? The women who have children with Pookies and Ray Rays, the women who mess with broke men, what are they? They're dumb. They're stupid. They didn't grow up with fathers. They didn't have the guidance. Why do we have feminine coaches or women or like Shira 7 who have to teach you how to get money out of men, how to leverage yourself and make sure that you get something from them? We say what? The majority of women are having kids by what? Broke dudes. They're dumb. When they love men for who they are, even though the majority of them are doing it, because the majority of them are having men by broke men, when they love them for who they are, they're trying to get them on their feet, then what are they looked at? Simple, stupid, you downplay on them. What did you say? If you get a girl out the hood and she never did nothing, it's easy to impress her. What they'll tell you about the girls in the hood. We hang with them. They'll be with you. All you gotta do is smile with them, laugh with them, pretend like you like them, tell them you love them, spend time with them, buy them something to eat, and they going. They're simpler. If they're not trained to be this, I deserve all of this for just me being a woman. Intrinsically, it's not going to be who they are. They just like you.
A lot of women like men for there's no measure of hell to be situated or sane in a sick society, right? So if I like a man, pause. If a woman likes a man, for the wrong shit, then that's not necessarily a good thing, right? But if you like a man for the right things, right? He takes care of his family, protects the kids, protects you, makes provisions, right? Because we make it a little bit myopic in the sense of, when a woman likes a guy for who he is, well, yeah, if she's liking thugs and ain't shit men for who they are, then she's gonna get the results, right? But if she likes a proper man for the right things, then it's different. So I don't know. I don't think it's like you have to teach women to have that mindset to always make sure you're getting something from a man. I think you have to look for the proper qualities in man and woman. For both men and women, you have to look for proper qualities.
The man who taps into a woman's
focused on the women today. We focused on the men yesterday.
The men who tap into a woman's emotions will have her more than a man who got the pocket. This is how women be in situations where men who take care of them, but then they're having sex with the pool guy. Why? Because he was there, listening to my thoughts, listening to my emotions, acting like he cares about or has interest in how I feel and what I have going on. And my big husband, all he cares about is his corporate exec and his C-suite. So now you're having sex with somebody.
Most guys are not in a C-suite. Most guys are not C-suite.
With a trainer. You think she's with him because he had more money than Tom Brady or he was more successful than Tom Brady? He did the most intrinsic thing you can do to capture a woman. He tapped into her emotion. And that is
I think, what happened with, so I don't get caught up in examples. And I think Sherelle, I guess when I look at that example, the extreme outlier proves the point, right? Because she's extreme outlier, she's easy to call out. But the overwhelming majority of women aren't doing that at all.
And even if
I think the majority of women are dealing with men who are not just so much financially over them.
Sorry. To clarify, I meant doing what his wife did. You know what I mean?
But even in that example,
no, that's a
even
big
in that
thing
example,
that people say with rich women's wives, their husbands don't have enough time for them, so they eventually start to mess with somebody who is less successful as their husband. That is actually
she messed with the guy that was around because she's an ain't shit bitch. Tom Brady was not doing this to ignore her. Tom Brady's building up a legacy, so his
I don't want to talk about Tom Brady, right? I think, but I think I think we can throw those examples out because also what happens is when you look at them, once they leave those men, they're rich now. Right, so now they can focus on other things, So I don't know if they are as viable. I catch her drift, but I'm just looking at they rich now, so now they can focus on things that they think matter more intrinsically to them.
Exactly. So that's the thing, Ham.
But generally speaking, they're not getting with men though that don't have those resources. And now when they get those resources, now they're moving differently, but the majority don't have those resources.
But that's what I'm saying. When you're in survival mode, you do as survival mode supposed to do. It's a bunch of things. You grew up on eating people from the hood, we grew up eating government cheese and bologna. That ain't what we want. Yeah, but if you can't get steaks, you're gonna get the ramen noodles popping every single time. This is what I'm going to eat.
100%. So, but the majority, I know, Sherelle, but the majority are oodles and noodles, right? So that's the populace that we kind of looking at. Like, to your point, so Sherelle, that's actually a good point. So to your point, do they like men, or are they just getting the best of the men they have access to based on resource? That's actually
they like men.
Point. But not really though, because you see her change her spots when she got steak.
No, it's not that she don't like men. She didn't leave a man and then go to a woman. She left a man that literally is going to sit there and actually give her what she actually feels like she intrinsically needs. Because when you're in survival, you automatically think you need lobster and steak. And then you start to realize that you don't need to be spending your money on this, and this, and you find a way to balance out your diet. That's where they go to, balancing it out. And women are leaning toward more of, I'll just deal with a man that has less than me if it comes to my emotional well-being, because it actually is logical for a woman to care about her emotional well-being. Why? Because her emotions will affect every other aspect in her life. How she moves, how she operates in life. If her
Most of those women can't get.
Hold on,
if she's
Rico,
in
let
emotional
me just
distress.
finish this. So, but Sherelle, but what you are articulating, the if factors, right? And I think that generally speaking, the man, what he can provide is the best she can get, and then she ties herself or tethers herself to that man. It still was being articulated, you know? Like, and I catch your drift about, we saw the one lady get the one nigga out of jail, but she had money already. We know the overwhelming majority don't have no bread.
Okay, so we don't like the majority of jail niggas have more than regular average dudes.
Sorry, say it
So
again.
we know men are in jail, getting married in jail to women that they never even knew in the real world.
But it's less than 1% though.
It's not that many people in jail, but it happens.
Well, but it happens doesn't normalize anything. It doesn't. I don't know if it validates anything. The fact that we have outliers that happen.
So it doesn't validate the fact that how many women do you think are in jail getting married?
Less than 1%.
Yeah, so that's what I'm saying. That's not even a thing. If you
It's not a
work,
thing.
if you
Well,
work,
it's less than 1% for both.
If you talk to anybody that works in the my auntie is a sheriff. If you talk to anybody that works in the prison system, when you go to male prisons, visitors galore. Women are showing up in droves for the
You
male.
said married. You said married.
I'm talking about just support overall. It's always a bunch of women there. It's always their moms, their aunts, their girlfriends, their sisters. It's always a bunch of support. When you work at a female facility, nobody's showing up for them. They're barely getting any visitors. They're barely getting any commissary. They're barely getting anything. A woman goes to jail and she is left for. There are no men showing up for her. And when there are people showing up for the women, it's also other women.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, I my brother's a CEO, so I guess we go 1-to-1 and then make it a push.
Oh, he works at the female unit?
Yeah, they get moved around a lot.
Right.
And then where we from, they have a there's one particular prison is a high level. It has both in it.
And he's telling you that there's a bunch of men lined up at the female prisons.
Did he articulate a bunch of men lining up? No.
But are there a bunch of women at the male prisons?
He said they get visits. He said they all get visits.
But who are the visitors?
Women and men. Just saying. What's up, CJ? What's up, Reaper? What y'all think on this?
Reaper, you want to go first, or you want to let me?
Yeah, man. Just that chick is it.
I gotta ask one question. Sherelle, now this is why, and Ed said it, right? Does this disprove it all?
No, because it's one example.
Exactly, and that's the point I'm making about Giselle and all that shit.
I can show you millions of examples of how
You did show me millions of examples. You did not. You didn't show me millions of examples. All right, let me read these before they get in. Like Mike with the $5 says, seems as though women are always on survival mode and move accordingly. Naked, what's popping, bro? I ain't see you yesterday. The women that watch those channels already want to use men. They just don't know how. Okay. Just Jim with the $2 says, as a teacher, for your information, 5-year and up are caught kissing. They be liking each other. Gerald with the $5 says, Rick reminds me of Gerald from Hey Arnold. Shout out to Arnold. These days, girls and boys like each other in kindergarten. That's what I thought. Still low key with the $5 says, we got a word for those. They are called hoes. Get the fuck out of here. Still low key, what up? Just Gems with the $5 says, sex is not detriment for like nor love. Many people have sex and don't like each other at all. Pimps, sex dancers, prostitutes, wives, etc. Not a big deal. TD with the $5 says, no to charging men to date women. In more important news, the new trailer GTA 6 released today. I thought it was coming out next year though.
Yeah, it is. It is.
Just gender themselves. Real women don't
Or
want
never.
sex with feminine men. All right, what y'all think, fellas? What's goody?
What's good, man? Oh, well, go ahead, CJ. She hasn't gone to. Yeah, I'll go after CJ.
All right, so my boy Reaper is my guy. Right? Reaper know he my guy. He was wrong in the beginning though about women liking because they use dildos and shit. Like they like sex, of course. Like people like pleasurable things, but they don't like men because they use dildos. Sorrel, she just be fucking talking so much. She thinks some shit gonna land. If she talk
Well,
enough,
well,
she thinks
well,
something
well,
gonna be
well,
right.
do this, CJ. Address
Everything
what
cut
she
him off.
said directly. What point do you disagree with? Not just say she talk a lot. What point do you disagree with specifically?
So women don't like men. They like using men. She talking about women don't like what men are for the most part. Fantastic could make any artist he want. They don't like men. They like people like pleasurable things. Like I said, people like sex because it's pleasurable. But women use
Well,
they fucking toys all the
that's
time.
what Reaper said. I'm asking you. You said Sherelle. What point do you disagree with? As he said.
I'm telling you, women don't like men. She said they do, but they don't. Men
Okay.
like women way more than women like men. First of all, women think men are useful, so they will use men. But if they don't find a man useful, they won't bother with him. Most men are invisible to women. First of all, or second of all, whatever number I'm on.
Okay. So
Let me
yeah.
try to catch.
So do you think it's just utility?
Go ahead. That's the question.
Is it just utility?
Yes, it's
Like,
just utility.
if he can't be utilized, you would see the like drop.
Yes, for sure, 1000%. Women rather hang out with their friends. They go to the club and dance in their little circles. They don't even like being bothered with the men most of the time. They like pretty things. That's why the girl bailed out the Meeks guy out of jail because he's a no pause. Feel me? Women think he's a pretty fucking man, so they like pretty things. They don't like men. Like when they like him as a like they like his physical, but him as a man, like him having sex with other girls, like what we are, they don't fucking like. They want to control men. They want to control the best man that they could, and that's what it is. All right, I'll stop right there so you can.
Now, what if it is okay. So now, were you still under the premise that we like women? Just to clarify from yesterday.
We like women per se. We like women more than they like us. I'll say that. We like them more intrinsically than they like us. They like our usefulness. I mean, they like to use us. We just like women because we like having sex with them, and they don't really have to bring anything to the table, just themselves. Feel me? And we like that.
So because we can have sex with them, that proves we like them more.
We would do more for women than they would do for us. Is that a good qualifier? We will sacrifice more for them.
You say, but here's what you're saying. Because we essentially all we want is the bare minimum. That proves that we like some more.
We would sacrifice more for women.
For more than us. They ask for more than we ask of them. Because we ask for the bare minimum, that's why we like them more.
They ask for more to even be around us. We like if they like this, they wouldn't ask for so much to even be around us. You got to give me this. You got to pay for a day. We just played the video. The $1,000 deposits. These women are losing their fucking mind. They don't really like us. And one thing she said, right, about survivalists. Right now, women are the freest they ever been in America for sure, or the Western countries. So we starting to see their natural, what they really want, how they really behave. Before they were kind of shackled, and not in a kind of yeah. But now they're free, so we see what they really want, how they really are. They like using men. It's plain to see. When they had to survive, when they needed us, they were more acquiesced more. But now that they don't need us, they show their true colors. All right, now they know that. And they don't like us. That's the true colors.
So, Mr. Fantastic, what's popping? Oh, Reaper, did you want to comment on that? I used that clip that you sent me essentially with the $1,000 deposit lady, right? It's obviously an example in hyperbole, right? but essentially what it's talking about is what men provide in utility, you know? And so do women like men inherently, or they like the things that men can do for them? If those men could not do for those things, would those men have access, and would they have a like or an appreciation?
Yeah, no. Women say this all the time. Shout out everybody, by the way. Women say it all the time. And even Sherelle's the number one. She call a nigga ugly as quick as fuck, right? So most women don't find most men attractive, but most men find most women attractive. And to the point, everybody tries to keep running away from this. That's an important dynamic between males and females, right? So to initiate with someone, usually it's something off of where it's comforting. You know what I'm saying? Something that's going to be like, troubling to your spirit, you're not going to approach. So just the fact of the matter that women start off with in the negative of like one of the most important parts of, opposite sex relations. If most women are saying most men are unattractive, and then we see the 80-20 rule come into effect, yeah, women definitely don't like men for the most part. They use men, they need men, and they use them as disposable, right? This is why the woman has 5 different niggas in her phone, you know what I mean, for 5 different things, and one dude that's usually getting the box. So women only like the men that are useful to them, and most of those useful men are always replaceable.
Okay. Do you think, okay, now when you see those examples in like a Baby Boy, right, where she was overwhelmingly doing for him, there for them, do you think that's an outlier? Or you think that's the case in a decent amount of these situations?
No, it's an outlier. The outlier where that's why we talk about the quote unquote the Pookie, Ray, the homosexual, right? Those men are the men that the women find desirable, and this is why those dudes have 3 or 4 or 5 baby mamas.
But what's their use though?
Well, their use is their sexual gratification. They find them attractive. They find them exciting. They find them whatever. Like I said, there is no use. That's a great point you just asked. What is their use? If he's not bringing her any money, he's not providing, he's not protecting, he's just there for sex. What is his use for her other than that?
So the consistency of the logic would mean that those women actually like men then.
Well, no.
Technically, right? They say at least for sex. Like when CJ said, at least we want. So those women actually just like men.
So yeah. Of course, her like for that man is completely total primal though. Like the same shit y'all keep punishing us for is she want him for penis. That's it. You feel me? Dick. That's it. She want that's all he has to bring to the table because.
But at least she liked him though.
Well, I mean, y'all. No, we not gonna play that game. Nope, hell no. Because you said if we sex, you can't for the men. You can't like her for sex. So if we can't like her for sex, she can't like her for sex either.
That's still under scrutiny, right? Right. But now, because CJ said at least we like him because we want to fuck him. We ain't asking for nothing more. So if we keep the logic consistent, then at least those women like men because they ain't asking for nothing more than penis.
Well, no, because hold on. No, I don't need no help, CJ. You horrible in the help department, brother. I got you.
That's to get on my nerves, man. That's what I got.
I'll be back, Ham. I'll be back.
No, so no, because you know what men never do? Men never change our preferences and change our thing. Yeah, man, I'm not fucking with these kind of bitches no more because of la. Okay, more seldom than not. You hear women talk about this all the time. Oh yeah, I ain't fucking with the dope boys no more. I ain't fucking with the street niggas no more. It's necessity, right? So a woman changes her preference as she gets older and she gets out of the thing of where she can just do whatever the fuck she want, and then she changes her preference for her own benefit solely. That's it. So she's still using the nigga. She was just using the nigga at the time that she could use him for sex, and she didn't understand how life really worked. So she's just trying to get a nut. But now she's getting older and she got kids by this nigga, and he ain't got no job. He has no aspirations. He done had a baby on her with another bitch, right? So now, oh shit, I didn't make the right choices. So now I have to, I got to get the 9-to-5 guy. I got to get the man that's more mature and more stable. So no, she didn't like that nigga neither. For real. She was just willing to motherfucking give him the pussy, right? And she was willing to take whatever came with it because she's an emotional ass woman. She didn't care. It was just her wants, and that's it.
And I think they feel like they got more control over them men, fam. Like they feel like they can control the men a little bit more because they homosexuals. They got nowhere else to go. They got to acquiesce a little more than the men that have their own thing that can stand on their own. It's more about the control with those men.
What, they just smashing them?
So they can control the man because those men go
No,
through it
they,
too. The homosexuals go through it too. The homosexuals don't live a good life. Like, oh, she likes me. She's every time I come in the house, she's happy to see me. No, they go through the fucking ringer. They get cussed out. They get talked down on,
Those men are the
condescended.
most uncontrollable, bro.
What?
So
What's
the niggas
uncontrollable?
is outside.
No, him.
They control.
No, him. Check it out. No, listen, no. So no, you're right. He outside him, but he still need a place to stay, right? We all done seen that nigga with that motherfucking trash bag, right? So what does she have? Like you said, she controls one of the most important aspects of life, which is a place to shelter, right? So that's a level of control that she garners over him. This is my house, nigga. You don't this, you don't that. And eventually, like you said, she uses it to her advantage. She kicked the nigga out and she move on. So it's definitely a level of control because again, he don't got no job. He ain't doing nothing. He a street nigga, right? So if he's a street nigga, he more likely not a good street nigga. He gonna need somebody what? Put some money on his book, bail him out, all this other shit, so on and so forth, la la la. And yeah,
Hey, fantastic. You're welcome. You're welcome for the assist, motherfucker. Ollie, you motherfucker. Don't ever say I'm not a good fucking assist, man.
Hey, it's rare, brother, but I do appreciate it.
I think y'all got that sincerely misconstrued, and I'm not even like playing devil's advocate. I think those women relinquish the control that you think they have. Yeah, he'll get threatened with getting kicked out, but she threatened him, 10 times a year, and he's staying there, right? And she don't want him to go to the next chick house because she know that he got the gravity to do so. So there's a lot of threats, but that bravado and cachet that comes with that archetype is what overwhelmingly she's intrigued by, and she don't want anybody else to get access to it. That's what happens normally.
Yeah, but that's still selfishness and whatever. It's not her liking the man as much as she want to keep him away from the other hoes.
Well, all you know is that she keeping him, right? So it's speculation on the other fact.
I think I disagree with what you're saying.
So you can go, you can go with that. But okay, so what? So how do we explain it when she finally gets tired and she goes on, and then she this is a resounding thing.
When?
What do you? I don't know when. I can tell you when. So I would say
when
early
he died,
30s.
when he get locked in jail.
No, so him. Look, so now we move to the stats. I got to piss people off with the numbers. So if we got of the women that have kids is what 60 something. I think it's like 60. What? No, it's 50 something percent now, right? So 70% still single mother rate, right? Most of those, I think you said was 40% of people were actually living. So including married people and non-married people, 40% of kids had their parents in the same household, right? Something like that.
Yes.
All right. So that means 60% of these women out here that have kids, ain't nobody staying there. Ain't nobody there. That nigga can't stay there. They moving on. And what do we see resoundingly? Like I said, once they start hitting those, I'll say mid 30s, right? Around 33 and above, you'll start seeing these things. Yeah, I can't fuck with these dope boys no more. I can't deal with these street niggas and so on and so forth. La la la. They start demanding, hey, I need a man with 6 figures and all this shit and la la la. You feel me? So that's what we saying. So no, this more of these relationships end than fucking continue on till death do us part. Come on.
But the thing is, I might go against your point a little bit. Fantastic. When they get older, they options decline. So that's when the homosexuals really start taking effect. That's when they really start using the women. When they older, usually homosexuals don't be using young, sexy, or beautiful girls.
Tell me the 40-year-old homosexual you know about.
You serious?
I'm dead ass serious. Tell me the
I don't want to put none of my people there, but
okay, but it's
niggas be that's where they be, especially older women that are established. Older women that are established are willing to take men in for the most part. They'll give them hell when they do it though.
That's literally the Jeremy Leaks lady. She already had bread, and she's saying, "Give me something that I can feel." Right?
Yeah,
like
Jeremy,
what Brad was saying is, they already got the bread. Now, give me a nigga that's gonna cater to my emotion.
Yeah, but
give me something that I can control.
Hold on. Jeremy Meeks wasn't 40. What I'm saying is the homosexual is a young nigga game. That's something that a nigga that's like under 30 gets away with, and he does. And even he has to be, for the most part, you know what I'm saying, dealing with some down bad motherfucking female. So that's what I'm saying.
I'm talking about the women. The women are older. What's my point? Fantastic.
You're not listening though. You're not listening. what I'm telling you is once that woman gets to be motherfucking 35 plus, she's done with the homosexual. She's tired of taking care of a fucking grown ass man. That is more so the young bitch. That's a young bitch thing. The young bitch with the
No,
young.
fantastic. I
No,
disagree. This is the point I disagree.
So
They might get
here's the point, right? Here's why I think, Mr. Fantastic, I think that we're more right in this. Is because also the majority of relationships are 50-50 anyway. So the majority of women used to paying bills and working and contributing. So is the mantra of provision, how they want him for provision, is that even off, considering 90% of us is going 50-50?
Is the
Even
woman's
like
thing
hypergamy? Yeah, like is that even a misnomer considering 90% of us going 50-50?
No, it's still not a misnomer because 50-50 doesn't really mean 50-50. 50-50 just means that she's helping.
You made that point before.
Yeah, you know, most men aren't going half. Most men are paying the lion's share. You know, 60-40 at the least, if not more. You know, 70-30, 80-20. But nah. So what I'm saying is that's still a part of it, and then you got to think about it too. What it looks like. Women care about optics. So when you're young and dumb and whatever, no one cares, and you're forgivable. But now, like you said, hey, you got your good degree, and you got your little job. You got your job, you got your status. You can't bring this nigga to the Christmas party. You can't motherfucking let your coworkers see this nigga pulling up in your car that he and drove all the gas out all day. So no, they definitely changed their motherfucking approach and their picking of men as they get older. This is why the Kendra G's exist. This is why the pop balloons and all these other things, these dating shows exist. You literally see it. The older a woman is, the more she wants security versus the fucking fun shit and you know the thrills.
Fantastic is right on that point. They say this stuff. The older women act like they want, hey, he got to do this for me now. Because I'm older. But in reality, they know they can't get this stuff. So they settle for the young. I mean, not even. They'll settle for a man that could just give them the thrills, like you said, and they pay the bills. They like, I got money. I'm more established. I'm older. Feel me? I'll pay the bills. I don't got what I used to have. I can't use men like I used to. I'm not. So it
A
didn't.
living
Yeah.
nigga, no. No.
Bro,
So that's why you talking
I'm
about.
telling you, my brother that's why I
Yeah,
didn't
but
want to
bro,
put
we
my
talking
information
about. We
out there.
talking
My
about.
brother is
Talking about.
Wait.
Mixing two things.
Go ahead.
Huh?
Well,
Go ahead.
well, what isn't the fact that this is even a conversation? Doesn't it kind of say that women are giving men consideration outside of provision? The fact that we can even go back and forth about it.
We talking about sex?
It's so in the few though. It's so minority of men that's homosexuals. That's the thing.
No. That ain't it, the amount don't matter. What I'm saying is this, right? If we're going to say that it's solely for sex, HAMP. So if you're not going to vilify the women for dealing with the men for solely for sex, and you can say, hey, sex is a part of you have to give the same credence on the other side. That's all I'm saying. You have to keep the same thing you said earlier.
So that's what Sherelle and I was talking about earlier, right? Like, so if sex can be a determining factor to me liking, then does it have to be consistent across genders? But she was saying that those women value men aside from the sex, but sex seemed to be and so that's why I was trying to understand it in terms of her process.
So being that we listen to what women saying, and like, correct me if I'm wrong, all right? But the majority of women say ain't, can't, don't, want theory with niggas, right? Niggas ain't, niggas can't, niggas don't, niggas won't. Niggas broke, niggas dusty, crusty, musty, right? Niggas DL, right?
Mm-hmm.
All right, so we have all those negative things. Now let's juxtapose them with what niggas have to say about women. Niggas don't call black men, don't call black women none about, you know, scissor masters or none of that shit, right? Even though we know they resoundingly have they have the biggest percentage representation of that community, right? The alternative lifestyle community. Black women do. Somewhere between 28, I want to say 28 and 30 some percent of black women identify as either, you know, lesbian or bisexual. But we don't run around calling them, you know. So that's what I'm saying.
Well, is this and I know Cheeky and Mr. Williams, I know you want to get on this conversation. You certainly can, but something he said make me want to play this clip real quick.
I don't don't need no man, but you be so non-useful. How you gonna be a man that's not useful, that's not a leader, that doesn't provide structure? Mad that a woman saying she don't need your ass. What she means is she don't need your drama. She don't need your immaturity. She doesn't need the problems you're bringing into her life. She doesn't need your gaslighting. When she say, I don't need that type of man, she talking about you, my. She not talking about healed, healthy men. Oh, she need that. She need a man that's gonna be a partner. Yes. She need a man that's gonna be a father to her children. She need her soulmate. She don't need your raggedy ass that's coming into this relationship unprepared. If that man ain't adding, he's subtracting. So subtract him.
Okay. So why is the man she don't need her baby daddy or baby daddies? That cancels all that shit.
Yeah, that man just talking, man.
If you don't need no man, how did you let the man you don't need put a baby or several babies in you? So that kills all that. Again, we know this is the same man perfectly. Again, always vilifying the men. That's the wonderful thing about that clip. This is why you can't listen to male feminists. This is why you can't listen to male feminists. Because he gonna do all this shit to say that the man ain't shit when we've done it. HAMP. Are the majority or minority of black men suitable?
Huh? Oh, majority.
Oh, thank you. So what are we talking about here? Just more motherfucking singing to the,
All right, let me do that. I'm gonna read these. I'm gonna get Mr. Williams in, and she can like, share, subscribe, tell a friend, and tell a friend. She can build a member for 15 months. Watch how this will play out. Women like the utility of men. When he stops, she's on to the next. If men don't like women, don't either. Oh, if men don't like women, don't. What are you saying, Cheek?
If men don't like women, women don't either. It's both or none.
Oh. PP with the $2 says, why do all these women support him? They like me. Just Jim with the $2 says, at Fifi, women like the strong aura that at DJ has. As Abe with the $5 says, why you men think you know what women feel? Is it because y'all not wanted, so you create other men in your heads who she must be enjoying instead of you? Make it make sense. That's kind of crazy. Like Mike with the $5 says, ladies, stop the cap. If the sex and money ain't right, y'all are gone. What's up, Mr. Williams?
Let me say real quick before Mr. Williams go. I just know Ask Abe's kids got a motherfucking abusive nursing home ready for her. I just know it. I just know they do. Go ahead, Miss Williams.
Good afternoon, everybody. Chat panel. Y'all forgetting some things. I know some of y'all just been cool the last 10 years, but y'all don't have a clue about women. Majority women, they want love, dude. That's what they really truly want. They want to be loved. They don't give a damn about that. If you really look on the line and you really truly hearing what women are saying, they don't even give a damn about a man having a job. They want to move his ass in, buy him a PS5 and let him play games. She just want him not to cheat on him. That's it. That's all they looking for right now. Because it's that bad out here. Women really just want a nigga that's not going to cheat on them or beat them. That's it. Y'all forgetting the love aspect, though. Women love the shit out of us, to be honest. They do. They put up with all our bullshit. CJ and Point. Perfect example. Just being real.
I'm just waiting, bro. I'm just waiting for this motherfucker to finish.
This is the whole thing. Wait. Niggas won't even admit that could y'all be the toxic motherfucker in the situation. Can't even admit it. But the whole thing is they put up with more of our shit than we put up with theirs. We know it's some horrible ass women. They not off the hook ever. There's some trashy ass women out here. For real. But to sit there and be disingenuous and act like these women don't love our dirty ass draws, dude, come on now. Y'all ain't being real. Like either you niggas really ain't been outside.
Damn.
And I'm being
That's
real.
I'm just saying,
some of you niggas only became cool niggas for the past 10 years. Y'all wasn't that nigga. So you don't know. You ain't really been outside for real. You ain't been around all these women. Cause see, a lot of these stud women's, I done had them in dresses, nigga. Pretty ass. done had them in
Shit like that.
dresses.
Shit like that. Shit like that.
Talking
Shit like
soul.
that. Shit like that.
Talking soft.
Talking
Oh
soul.
my
Nigga,
God,
I
man!
knocked the
This
boy out of
is
you.
tripping.
I knocked the boy out of him.
Oh, you good, man? You
Yeah.
good? Can I respond, Hap?
Yeah, go ahead.
Wow, man! Ain't no women just ready to buy no nigga no PlayStation and move him into her fucking house. What the fuck is you talking about, man? This nigga slow as molasses. First of
CJ,
all,
how
My
many
wife
dudes
bought
do
me
you
a
know
women.
that have their own lease? How many dudes can you say have their own lease, know about a deed, or paying a mortgage? You tell me that.
Women are ready to use
Like I
men.
said,
If
you ain't
they
answering
can't
my question. You ain't answering my
fuck it,
question.
man. How many what? I don't fucking know.
How
I don't got the
many
stats on
men
that
do you
bullshit.
know have their own lease, a
That I know.
mortgage, or have a deed to a home? I'll wait.
Like
He
3.
knows what's popping, my boy.
Perfect.
What's goody?
I've
But I
been
don't know.
summoned.
They called you up here?
So, all right. Oh,
I called you up here. Yo, wait, Mr. Williams need a response, beloved. He said, yo, how many niggas got they lease in their own name, a deed on a house?
I
Oh,
know a
if
few niggas, man. I know a few
majority,
niggas. First of all,
majority, what you
thank
talking
you.
about?
He asked how
Again, hold
many
on.
I know personally. He asked how many I know personally. Fantastic.
No,
That's the
what
thing.
the context of his question is, how often do you see that flipped? So do you see men
Minority of the
saying,
time.
wait
Hold
a
on,
second,
let me answer the
wait
question.
a
Let me answer.
second,
Yeah,
wait a
let me answer.
second. What he's saying is this: we know men fucking live by themselves, right? That's not the point. The point is when you take those people, is the lease is under her name more likely or his name? That's the question.
His
So
name.
are we saying are we saying as a couple or individual? We talking about individual
Yeah,
grown-ups, right?
in these type of circumstances, he living with her, she living with him. What's most likely?
She living with him, most likely. She living with him.
It's still most. Hold on,
Mr. Williams is living. Go ahead, fantastic.
Still, bro. It's still most likely that
Williams is
the
what?
girl living with. Hold on. It's still more likely that the man living with the woman than the woman living with the man. Huh?
I know it's more likely that he's living with her.
No, you said
I'm
it
saying
backwards.
wrong.
Fantastic. You said it backwards.
Said it backwards. No. It's still more likely that the woman is living with the man in his apartment in his house than the man living with the woman in her shit.
Really?
Yeah.
Yes,
But y'all talking about the baby daddies? What y'all talking about the baby daddies? Or y'all talking about the boyfriends, Pookie and Ray Ray? Which ones is y'all talking about?
No,
Because
we talking about Pookie and
about
Ray Ray,
men in
regular
general.
things.
We talk about everybody.
yeah, Pookie and Ray Ray is living with mom's auntie and girlfriend. I don't like what?
Yeah, but that's
We talk about all men in general.
We
You can't
understand
possibly be talking about all men in general because if you look at the numbers, we doing better than the women, but our youth is doing worse. Them niggas is 21 living, nigga. If they not in college, they living with moms, they living with aunties, they living with the girls.
We're not talking about that. We're talking about the girlfriend, brother.
Yeah, hold on. This is what he's saying. Hold on, bro. Hold on. This one I'm trying to get y'all to understand. So when you say the Pookie and Ray Ray argument, we give you that. Let's say 100% of Pookies and Ray Rays were living off a bitch, right? Living off a woman. That's still a small. That's still the minority of men.
Well, all
it's still
men,
a minority of men.
I'll get okay. If we're including all races, if we're including all races, I'll give you that.
Well, no,
just minority of black men. That's the minority of black men.
We're just talking black. We talking black.
You know,
minority of black men are Pookies and Ray Rays, brother. What are you talking about?
I think you guys overinflate these numbers because the average nigga I know ain't signing up for no motherfucking surveys, ain't doing none of this shit that y'all talking about, nigga. So it's like, I get what y'all saying about how it looks when you put it on paper, but if we go outside, we have the largest number of people under 18 homeless. Like, I get what y'all saying when it's good on paperwork, but actually when you touch grass, it's not like that outside.
But wait a minute. He said we got the largest number of people.
Here's an easy mathematical question.
We have the largest number of
listen to me real
that
quick.
are homeless, bro. Yes, men.
Hold on, brother.
These are quantifiable numbers, right? Who has the most Section 8 vouchers, men or women?
Women, clearly. That's what I'm saying.
And then men live there, right? let's use a stat that also works.
Oh, men don't live there. Wait a minute,
wait,
Hap. You can't just
wait,
slide that in.
wait. God damn. So now here's the other thing, right? When we use the foreclosure stat, right? Who buying the most houses and all that, right? So who more likely to live with the other person? And these are just quantifiable things that we can deduce.
Yeah,
but we know full well that niggas live with women way more. Like we don't even need like we know that.
No, we not. No, y'all crazy as shit. No, bro, listen, bro. Listen. Bro, y'all are wilding. For one, again, still hold on, bro. Even out of the Section 8 shit or whatever, what's the maximum amount? That's why I say, bro, y'all niggas talk statistics, but y'all don't really look at the numbers. It's less than 30% of fucking women, bro, that qualify for Section 8 in government housing. So that means it's still the 7% of women that don't, right? And then we know out of some of that, a lot, then you got to take away from the number of the ones, like you say, with the leases, not the leases, but the mortgages, because a lot of those are fucking Section 8, buy here, buy to own, or whatever the fuck too, right? So we're still talking about a minority of black women that fucking own homes and get Section 8, right?
No, Mr. Fantastic.
And you forgetting about the ones that they go by your income as well, brother. You forgetting about all that.
It's still Section 8.
No, it's not Section 8. That's totally different.
It's income. It's qualifying income.
Income based. No, fantastic.
Yo. Stop. All right. Here's what we simply assessing, right? The people that are in these constructs or constraints, to be frank, right? Use anecdotal, use the fact that they have more vouchers and more ways to have a home, right? What he knows said is accurate in terms of the homeless population, right? And then use your anecdotal experience. I have seen far more men move in with women, as have you guys. I'm trying to figure out what we arguing. CJ, you just aired your brother by accident and said he lived with woman after woman after woman. That's all we're talking about. We're not talking about all men. We're talking about people in these constructs. What's more likely? That's all.
So I think there's two things, right? Why don't we? Well, hello everybody. One, let me greet everybody.
What's up, Cheeky?
The second part is, what does it matter if he's staying there if he pays the majority or if he was invited to be there? Like, how often have you heard from your girl, yeah, you can move in with me, or I'm tired of living alone? Like, you're tired of being separate. Like this, of course. So if a man says, yeah, I'll move in, who says that it was his idea or that was his initiation? And that he's not paying the bills or sure, if not more.
I feel the nuance, but at the end of the day, bottom line, I don't say period, that's for women. Bottom line, he's still staying with her, bro. If he got it like that, he should just go get his own spot and bring her under his covering.
The thing is, though, majority of men are not staying with women. This is a minority of men. Minority of men are pookies and ray-rays. Minority of men are staying with women, using women for a place to live. I know Mr. Williams think it's majority of men, but that's because that's your environment. So you be around a bunch of pookies and ray-rays, so that's why you think it's majority of men. But majority of men do not do this.
You don't know where I'll be at, dude. My patio's bigger than your fucking apartment. What are you talking about?
Mr. Williams,
they see my house. They see my house.
With that board, dog. I have seen it. You gave us a tour, idiot.
Was it an apartment? Retard.
So to kind of get back on topic, the clip of Ace Metaphor kind of proves the point that women look for utility of men, which to me I think is natural for both parties to do. I don't know why we try to exclude utility with attractiveness. Like, that's part of the reason why we're attracted to each other, right? Utility for sex. Let's stop acting like women don't like sex. I hate when we do this. When we think that men are the only male or only sex-driven creature. As somebody who's experienced, it's not the case, bro. Like, women want sex, and if you don't give it to them, they will kick you out. They will do whatever they like. It's so stop acting like men are the only ones that just think sexually and are in that way. And just because you want to utilize men in an emotional sense, or doesn't mean that you're not using them at all. Like the utility may look different, but you're still liking men for utility, and men like women for utility too. So I think those should cancel out. I don't understand why we got to get rid of that.
Hey, HAMP, can I share this?
Yeah, who was Cheek responding to specifically? I was on mute. Or I had my computer low.
I was just kind of getting back on topic with the ace metaphor thing. Like, I think the ace metaphor thing proves that women like men for utility.
Yeah, utility. That's what I'm saying. But we was disqualifying that just yesterday, saying that if that was the case, you can't like
Right, fantastic. We're on the same page. That's what I was saying. If we're going to do that, that means either both men and women don't like each other, and there is no equal, or we both like each other. Like, but it can't be one side likes one or more. Everybody likes utility of something. Like that's crazy to try to X out a man for liking women for that reason, and then trying to use it today to be like, well, the reason why women, it don't make sense. It doesn't line up.
All right. Yeah. So let me real quick, right? So first off, to say that I'm using ChatGPT when you clearly see Google, bro, some of y'all need to go back to elementary school. First off. Secondly, listen, this is another one of those things, HAMP, as to where it's narrative and some shit that's purposely propaganda being pushed. All single women buy more houses than all single men, because what the fuck does a single man need a house for? Okay. It's the fact of the matter that because black women are more single, black women outpace even white women and Asian women when we know they make the least amount of money. This is why they also have the highest motherfucking foreclosure rate, because they really can't afford the shit.
I was actually gonna. I could
hold on, wait. He knows. Wait.
So she go out here and she get this mortgage to be like, oh, I got a house, and in 10 years that house is motherfucking long gone. Okay, they don't report. They're not reporting that. So that anytime you hear that outpacing shit, that is pure feminist fucking propaganda and narrative, bro. All right, it's pure propaganda.
So what? I guess what's the point of this right here?
I'm saying if it told you what 29% of all black home buyers, so then you so the majority of black homes are being bought by married people. 29 and 11 equals what, 40? So that means 60% of the black homes being bought are man and woman together. So that there kills it, because again, that married people buy the most houses.
It doesn't kill it because we put the context around what Mr. Williams was saying. People in these situations, what's the likelihood? Based on this is why I brought it up. And based on the fact that they have more vouchers, it's more likely that men move in with women. That was the point.
This is only mortgages, HAMP. No ways. Listen what I'm talking about. This is saying.
This is home. This is living quarters.
No, it's not. What are y'all talking about? Hold on. Let's do the math. Or am I tripping? Y'all missing what I'm saying. If 29% are bought by single black women and 11% are bought by single black men, that's 40%, right? So of the single people, of the single homeowners, or 40%. All right. Now, for the home buyers, which is 60%, means a wife and a husband bought a house together.
I understand that.
All right. So more likely than not, and where the house is bought together, who is the main person motherfucking paying the mortgage? The man. So 60% already off the top. Men are paying.
But wait, no, you're conflating stats. The married people aren't even in the stat at all.
Yes, it is.
40%
Fantastic. You're doing anything to try to win, bro.
The other 60% are the race singles.
I'm just saying, bro. Like, we can't even have a real conversation because you want to be right, bro.
No, but here's the thing. We're talking
about what he said.
Yeah, we're talking about bring it down. So this is what we're talking about. Even if we give credibility to 60% of the houses being bought by black people are bought by married people, we're not talking about that, right? So this is how we put the context around it. When we're talking about the prison demographic, right? We know it's less than 1% of black men. But when we talk about the prison demographic, we are overrepresented when we start talking about prison. We're talking about people who are not in that construct of marriage buying houses. Who's more likely to be living with the other? Based on the statistic of 30%, based on them having the most vouchers, it makes perfect sense mathematically that men are more likely to be moving in with women. That's it.
Can I say this real quick?
Because we're removing the married people.
Yeah, and
even the percentage of the women that are buying homes, and bruh, I don't think they can retain the homes without a man being there. So I feel like it goes to my point, because the bitches that say they single, that's paying all of this, got some nigga somewhere probably sleeping on their couch or blowing their back out upstairs. Like, even in those situations, they're still dealing with the opposite sex, bro. Like, I still feel like even the women in that other percentage that are retaining their home ownership, there's still a nigga involved for them to maintain it, bro. I just don't think women can juggle too many things at once. Not trying to be sexist, keeping it a man.
It's just math.
Yeah,
It's math, bro.
Yeah, so exactly. So this is what I'm saying. So listen, bro. That was just homeowners. Okay. If y'all want to tell me that the majority of niggas out here are living under a woman, you are smoking the purest fucking rock ever committed in fucking 2025. They don't even make that kind of crack no more. Okay. There's no way you're gonna tell me that there are more men living off of a woman than living independently on their own.
Hey, bro.
Never.
Hold on.
Never.
Hold on. You've been in the service for 20 years, right? Hold on. Let me hip you up on something. For one, you have plenty of apartment buildings in different places where felons can't even apply. Who's majority felons when it comes to men and women? Hold up. Now, answer the damn question. It's just a simple question. No, you trying to win it. The only thing I want to do, I'm trying to edify you on some shit that you do not know, fantastic.
Not gonna edify me on shit.
You just going by some bullshit when you've been on a fucking
not going
boat
by
for 20
bullshit.
years. You haven't been
Just
out here, bro.
argument, my nigga.
Just
So
saying.
now let's
You act like you
so
don't
again.
walk outside and see the shit, bro. Like it
All right,
makes
cool.
no sense to me.
So I think we're missing the point
Hold on.
of why this
So
was even
I'm
brought
about
up.
to I'm about to fucking give you a chronicle fucking order of my entire life. Nigga, I grew up in Macon, Georgia. Okay.
I get that. My family's from Georgia.
I didn't
too.
interrupt you, nigga. Don't interrupt me. I didn't interrupt you, so don't interrupt me. I grew up in fucking Macon, Georgia. Huh?
Mr. Williams, him being on a boat doesn't disqualify him.
I'm just saying because it's like he don't want to look at the whole 100%.
I am looking at the whole 100%. You not.
His idea, and that's what he's been running with forever. I agree with a lot of what Fantastic
now you
say,
repeat yourself.
but sometimes
So let me do this.
gotta
Let me
go
do this
to
for
war
you.
with him on certain shit.
So you don't lose like you do every other time.
I
So
don't
let me
lose.
explain you.
I don't lose.
You
You just
definitely
can't
have already.
concede when you wrong.
Well, if you stop talking, I can help. I can fucking go ahead and KO your ass. Get this out the fucking way,
Can't never
bro.
KO me, Fantastic. I
Pissing me
don't
off,
went
bro.
with you. Come on now, bro.
I'm not talking while
pay
you
attention
talking.
to everything, bro.
I'm not
Come
talking
on,
while
man.
you
Come on, because this is what happens, right? We trying to. It's not even about trying to win this shit, Mr. Fantastic, right? We specifically talking about the numbers because we talking about, do women need to use men for utility overwhelmingly, and we're looking at if they letting men move in with them and all that, right? Does that speak against the fact that they look at them for only utility, or do they actually love them? That's why we were conversing
So
about
that's
it.
how we got here.
Go ahead. Run it down. Go ahead, go ahead.
And what I'm saying, HAMP, is this: are we seriously saying that we have more men cohabitating with women paying the bills than men cohabitating with women and the women paying the bills? That's what I'm saying. That's crazy. Or did I say it the same? Whichever one.
Oh,
No, they're sharing in the bills, but more than
I didn't know we were being
more than
specific
likely,
about
if the
bills.
person is not living single on their own, it is a man moving in with a woman.
Yeah, so no, that's what I'm saying. Sheree.
Yes, that's more.
Yeah.
That's gonna happen more likely.
Hold on,
Moving
bruh.
in with a man.
For one, no. See y'all. See, this is what I'm saying. Y'all are only like, bro. So out of the people that don't own homes, you're a renter, right? Or fucking homeless. Okay.
Sure.
What I'm telling you is this: it's more niggas that have roommates and live with other niggas than niggas that live with bitch and that live off a bitch, bro. And and I'm telling you this. Hold on, this other side happened. I'm done. I'm done.
Go ahead.
The men that live on their own also take care of hoes. There's plenty of niggas out here that move the girl in. We see this shit all the time. That's how we get all these wonderful fucking, oh man, the bitch was cheating on me. She was giving head in the motherfucking bathroom while I was at work. So why are we y'all not even considering that?
Y'all
Y'all
always
even
talk
see
about
that.
5 baby daddies and they all didn't live with
Let me
her.
clarify the stat that you shared about 40% of black singles. The other singles in that 100% are singles of other races. Only 44% of black married people account for home ownership. You're using two different pies. married people aren't a piece of that pie at all. Because
Oh
guess what? 40 and 44 don't equal 100.
Really, let me
You're gonna have a bunch of missing people in there.
Okay.
Wait. Hold
Good.
on. So what? I'm trying to get clarity.
Yeah, so I'm gonna clarify it. So you got 100%. Out of 100% of single people buying homes, 30% of those single people are black females, and then 11% are black males, and then the rest 60% is divided up amongst other races that are also single buying houses.
We smoking the purest rocks if we think 30% of what our black women are buying their homes. We are crazy as a mug.
Because they're single, CJ. See, that's the other point.
No,
So if Asians are married and buying houses, they're not included in that pie chart. So it makes sense because our women are the most single as well.
No,
they're also the most in debt, and debt takes a lot of different forms.
Don't bring in any other points. Right?
Hold on. So
they go to school the most.
And then after Mr. Fantastic finished his cheeky, you get the microphone because you were trying to kind of help parse it out. Go ahead.
No, so she's conflating. What I showed you was black people only. The thing I showed you, I'm gonna show it to you again. Look at what it says. Okay, this is only black people, not all.
Wait, Fantastic. When you show it, what kind of black people? Single or married?
Oh, it hold on. Which one is it? I gotta go back and find the one I had. Which one? There we go.
It
right
wasn't
here.
this one. It wasn't this one.
It was the one before this one. Oh, fantastic.
Yeah, hold on.
But when you pull it up, the key indicator was single, which is why Sherelle was right. Right?
That's what I'm saying. She didn't pay attention.
Single black women.
Outpace the single black men in homeownership rate. 2024 report, the National Association of Realtors found that single black women represent 29% of all black homeowners. All black. Okay, so this is black people only. That's why I kept telling y'all, and I got frustrated. I was talking like
I see it.
29 plus. Hold on. 29 plus fucking 11 equals 40. Those are the single people. So of single people, 40%. That means the other 60% are married.
Yeah, makes sense. Okay, we check.
Yeah. You're right.
It's only 11% men. It's only 11% men, so it's not like it evens out literally.
He knows. Now listen, brother, you didn't read the most important part of this. It just like I just told you this, and maybe you weren't up here when I said this. Just like more women go to college than men, more single women buy houses than men.
Which reiterates my earlier point. They need a man to maintain the house they bought, which means it's probably a dude in there dealing with the finances.
Right. So fantastic.
So what makes that fall apart is when you find out that black women fucking have the highest fucking foreclosure rates by far.
No,
so it's not a nigga there.
I understand that. Well, yeah,
but I think
it's not a nigga there at all.
It's like, of course, the people who try more are going to fail more. So you're comparing them to people who won't even get in the jungle. So it's like this, yeah, you tried and you failed, nigga. You didn't try at all, which means you failed too.
No,
you failed to start.
No,
it's not about. See, now we're going somewhere else.
Hey, she be trying it. She be trying it, cheeky.
Everybody's going somewhere else from the original point.
Yeah, then they go home ownership and then they foreclose. That's not changing the fact that they buy more homes. A lot of people foreclose. Nobody buys a home in the thoughts of, my house is gonna foreclose.
Yes, you do. If you poor as fucking, you
The point of this was not about home ownership. It wasn't at all. The point of this was to say that women will allow men to live in their space for the simple pleasure of him being a man. That is not true. Fantastic statistics can help us prove the point that it's not true. But the point of this is not to say men don't get houses. No, the point is when a man comes into a space, the expectation is utility, right? And if you don't have a man in a space and you don't get the utilities of a man, you typically don't have that space for long, according to fantastic statistics. So the point is women do like men, but they like them for their use and their utility. Just like men like women, but guess what? They like them for their use and utility. Most people's in relationships exist because there's some type of use or utility. If there is not, you tend not to have them. Why do we try to make this the reason why we can prove we don't like each other, as if most human beings are just altruistic and like, oh, I just do this for the charity? No, you don't, because most people don't have much to give. So you like a person because they offer something that can help you and you like a person. This goes for both sexes, which is why I sent either men like women and women like men, or nobody likes nobody. But you can't say one side does one thing and the other side doesn't. Even if you take away physical utility, let's start talking about emotional utility. For whatever reason, women like talking to each other, but they really like talking to a nigga. Don't know why, can't tell you, right? We're not as emotionally minded as you all. We're not as savvy, but you will hear, I can't ever talk to him about nothing. Why you want to talk to him? Well, that's my man. Okay. Just like certain things we can't. I want to play video games. I'm not going to be expecting my girlfriend to do that, but if she's that type of girl to do it, that's why I like her. That shouldn't be used against me. Be like, oh, you like her because she play video games. You're just using her. No, I just like this shit we can do together.
So cheeky argument falls apart because in relationships, women aren't. I know y'all gonna say I'm misogynistic and whatever, but women aren't that useful. Women use men. They're not that. They don't like being used like that. Like I don't. What uses? Give me some examples.
So this what I was saying yesterday about when a man has a woman that he can't utilize and allocate as an asset. That's when disdain happens. But when you got a woman that you can properly allocate to assist you, right, and it be an inspiration, because you should already be motivated, right? But when she adds to it, you see the value, and then you start.
You see exactly. We agree, and that's where I can say that's why I agree with you and agree with the guys. Like women have use, and we do like them.
So when we ask what women bring,
you don't ask CJ. You can't ask a
go
man.
Ahead.
No, I'm saying I'm talking to you now, just to be clear. You cannot ask a man to be as dependent as a woman is, because that's just not naturally how we are. So of course, if I don't require a whole bunch because I'm just more simple or less, of course I'm not going to get as much comparatively. But as far as value goes, if you want to do a value thing, it's equal. The things you do get from a woman, which is why you have a girlfriend, right? Unless you're telling us that you don't have a girlfriend or your girlfriend is not adding any value at all, then why do you have her around? And if you say sex alone, then that's not a problem on your girl. That's a problem for you.
I understand that. But in most oh my God.
Go ahead.
So in most dynamics, when men dating women, women dating men, women are using the men more than the men are using the women. Women require these things to even be courted. Men don't require anything. We just we come to the table saying, here, what uses can I be? And women come to the table saying, how can I use you? Not what uses can I be for you. That's why we have the argument of what do you bring to the table? You know what they say? I am the table. I'm a woman. I bring vagina to the table, because they're not useful. They're users.
Can I
but we keep acting like
that's dependent. That is also dependent on the man himself. We've already established that me and you are not the same. Your expectation for women and your need or lack thereof for women is not the same as me. I have more check boxes than you do. And that's not to say you're less of a man because of it. And it's not to say I'm a better man because I have more check boxes. But we're just
how do you know you got more check boxes though? How do you know you have more? You might have different ones.
Because I listen to what you're saying. And if you're saying women don't offer much outside of sex, then we don't have the same text box, because I know women do. And the reason why I know that's because I'm looking for those other check boxes to be fulfilled.
I'm looking for them too, but that don't mean they fulfill it.
Okay, good. CJ, since we're here and I fuck with you, help us. What are the other check boxes besides sex
that I want from my woman?
Yeah,
I would like her to be. Like her to listen, be intelligent. I would like for these things, intelligence. I can be able to have an intellectual conversation. I want her to not have a bunch of bodies. I want her to fucking be a beautiful woman, of course. Sex is part of it, of course. You know me? Shit, I got a whole fucking laundry list if I fucking get her. But I know that I can't get what I fucking want. So that laundry list gets shorter and fucking shorter. Let me finish real quick,
TJ. I got you. You say you got a whole laundry list. I'm with you. Does your girl? Well, I don't want to use your girl. Are you with somebody that you feel like matches that laundry list?
The whole list? No,
I didn't say the whole. So a lot of the list though.
How much we talking? What percentage of the list?
See, this is why.
What
and this
percentage
is
of the
why.
list?
And this is why, if we have this conversation and we really break it down, you start realizing it'll fall apart for you.
Are you single? Wait, are you single right now? Or are you in a relationship, Chico?
I'm in a relationship, and I'm happy in my relationship.
Your
I'm
girl,
annoyed sometimes.
but how much of your list do your girl fulfill?
A good amount, a good enough amount for me to stay.
What
because there's
percentage? Give
utility
me a
with that.
percentage.
I can't give you a percentage because I haven't calculated each box, but I know this: if she wasn't useful or utility for me in my check boxes, she wouldn't be here. Just like if I wasn't a use for her in her check boxes, I would not be here in a relationship.
You don't have that big. Maybe your list ain't as big as you thought it was. Maybe your list is smaller than you think. You just saying you have a laundry list of things. But
CJ, even if my list is small, CJ, here's the point. Even if my list is smaller and hers is larger, the point is when it comes to a fair market value, we're getting the same rate of return.
You think the rates
even the exchange ain't robbery?
Hey, I don't
bro.
wait. How do you wait?
CJ,
You just
CJ,
saying
watch
this.
this, watch
You were
this, watch
saying
this.
this.
CJ, hold on,
Wait a minute. Wait a minute.
CJ,
Hold on, wait.
listen. I got you. I understand.
I'm listening.
I'm gonna break it down. I'm gonna try my best. All right.
Go ahead. I'm listening.
3 divided by 6 is what?
2. Huh? Or one half.
A half. Right. 6 divided by 12 is what?
1/2.
Huh?
1/2.
Okay. 2. Do you see what's going on here?
Yeah, you just reducing it to the simplest form, I guess. Yeah.
What I'm saying is, one can have a higher numerator, and one can have a higher numerator and denominator, and one can have a lower numerator and denominator. But when you do the math,
it's still equal the same.
When you do
I
the math,
understand
the value is still 1/2.
But wait. Wait a minute. I don't like that analogy at all. It made no sense. What's your denominator? Okay, so wait. You first of all, you try to say your list was bigger than mine was your first point, and I said no, it might not be. So now you're saying even if I have a small list, as long as the value is equal to her list, I think that's what you're saying, right?
It's not even.
You're saying that it's equal to her list, but if she's requiring more from you than you're requiring from her, you could try to reduce it to the simplest form and say, "Hey, mine equals 2 and hers equal 2." But no, she's getting more use from you than you are from her. Now, you could try to justify it however you want. Go ahead.
Okay, so CJ, I'm gonna ask you this: do we think women are more complicated than men, or do we think men are more simpler than women?
You asked the same question and just switch, but yeah, women are more complicated.
I'm just trying to understand your mindset so we can see where we can go.
No, I understand.
I'm not trying to debate you. I'm just trying to see, can we at least align on certain.
Men are simpler, yes. Women are more complicated, and yes, men are simpler.
So if we know by nature men are just simpler, how long of a list do you think we will have compared to the complex nature of a woman?
Our list would be smaller in comparison.
So since that's the case, naturally, it's not our fault that we're simpler, and it's not their fault that they're more complex. It is what it is.
If that's your argument now, then why did you say my list was so small? Why did you say my list was small? Which I could just be simpler than you are. So if my list is small and I'm simpler than you are.
And that's why I did say it could be the case. That's why I don't say it's a better thing or I'm a better. That's why I made sure. That's why I made sure to say it's not because I think you're less than because you're simpler. It's just that we have different expectations and standards. But either way it goes, it's up to us as the people who decide what kind of value we need from a woman to make sure we get the value out of the woman. It's only fair.
I agree.
I don't know what you said.
I said I agree.
Okay,
but that don't mean that that don't mean that the value is reciprocated. We determine what value we need from the person, but that don't mean it's equal to value because you determined the value. You determine what you needed. I can say, hey, baby, all you gotta do is bring me coffee in the morning, and I will pay all the bills for the rest of your life. That's not equal value because I said that's what I want. It's just something.
TJ, I agree with you. It is not equal, but it doesn't mean that is not fair. You gave an option for a deal, and she accepted the deal. because you offered it. It's fair. So as long as she keeps her end of the deal and you continue to keep your end of the deal, how is this unfair?
I agree. You determine if it's fair for you.
Okay, so and that's my point. So that's
We're back
what
to
I'm saying.
value.
That's what I'm saying. If we determine what's fair for each of us, then we should be okay with whatever decision we make. And if we're not, we tend to make the decision to leave or do something different because it's just not working. I'm not getting a fair value for my exchange, right?
The argument is, do they like you? Do they like us? This is the basis of the argument. Do they like us compared to do we like them? And if our list is so much smaller compared to their list, that means that we like them intrinsically more than they like us. If we
This is the
accept them
problem.
for who they are, it just make common sense. If we accept them more for who they are compared to us.
All right, dog. I tried. I know we agreed on
Sorry,
something,
but it didn't work.
What
I know I fuck with my boy Cheeky.
What I'm gonna say is, I think we just have a difference in perspective. And I can't change your mind on that. That's just something that you would have to change on your own. I can't do anything more. But I think we understand each other a little more clear, right?
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah. Okay. Well, then that's all I can do right now. I mean, that's all I got. You got it.
What was your question for CJ? He knows.
CJ, have you ever had a woman fawn over you? Like where you basically ain't gotta do nothing? Like, have you ever had a woman basically willing to give it all? I ain't gonna put her soul in there, but she ain't asking of nothing of you but for you to be you.
Sorry, I was trying to get my headphones to connect. You asked me a question?
Yeah, I'm trying to figure. Have you ever had a woman really fawn over you, where she don't want nothing more from you but for you to be you? Like, you I'm talking about really there for you without all I guess you could say responsibility.
Believe so, but that only lasts for a certain amount of time. Women will find over you. Women will find you attractive. That's it.
That's not
last for a little while.
Nah. You're just talking about lust. I'm talking about a woman that's actually she's there for you, your fam. I'm talking about, have you ever had a woman try to actually commit herself to you? Like her commit herself because you're the one she wants, period.
I don't know what the fuck that means. Just talking in platitudes, man. Yes, my girl like me. She likes who I am. I believe she likes who she want to commit herself. She want to commit herself to me. Yes, but that shit only lasts for a while unless you have some utility. You must have utility. They must be able to use you. They gonna last for it. Go ahead,
hold on.
Oh yeah, then no, it's never happened. If you're saying she had to have utility from you before you got to where you were supposed to be at, then it's never really happened for you.
Yeah, so he knows what's the point. What's the point of the question though? Now that he's
because he's saying that men don't really like women. You get what I'm saying? Our standards are lower than theirs, so we do. And I'm asking him, have you ever had a woman put herself on the back burner for you in a committed relationship? I'm not talking about y'all fucking. I'm not talking about, you get what I'm saying, y'all just doing y'all little dating thing. I'm talking about, have you ever had a woman really go there for you? Life on the line, however you want to put it in your context. I'm just asking you because when it happens, you know it.
So
I mean, the question is so loaded. Like, yes, I believe I had a woman genuinely like me without requiring much from me. Yes. But that shit lasts for a little while. You don't get women to just pour out into you. They require stuff from you. They require utility from you. Like I said, I had a relationship with a girl, my ex, from a while ago. We were dating, and she, after 2 years, she said, "You never gave me money for my bills. You never did this for me." I said, I didn't think it was my fucking job.
She was loaded. Hey, bro, she was loaded. Not me. She was the loaded one.
But she felt like, women feel like they deserve stuff for being with you. They feel like you have to give them things. It ain't just like, I like this man and I want to be with him no matter what he does. No, they feel like, hey, I need to be able to use you to be with you. If I can't use you, there is no relationship. We've been in a relationship for a little while because of dick and because I like. Go there.
So CJ,
you confuse me now, bro. Because it's like
He don't seem confused. It seems like he's only experienced a certain type of thing.
Yeah,
So
woman, because you're saying what we use them too, bro.
All right, bro.
What you say, mama?
Huh?
His mom is here. Oh Lord.
Yeah, she trying to talk, but my mama, she getting old, feel me? So she
Hey, mom. All right, let me read this real quick because this shit. All right. Ezekiel was popping. In the building with the 50 ball salute.
And when I'm feeling broke, E and J by my side, Henny like $40. This shit like
What up, buzzing, bird, flip a dozen. Holla at your boy, you thought your cousin was.
Salute to my Ogden, Ezekiel Ben Israel in the building, gifted 5 memberships. Whoever got blessed with one, please maintain. Ezekiel Ben Israel with the $5 says BAV.
Brother.
As Abe with the $2 says, they won't even rent to black men just because they are black. Ezekiel Ben Israel with the $2 says, hit the like button. Perfect. Sure, man. Hit the like button, man. We got 500 people in the building and we have 208 likes. That's fucking crazy. That is crazy. Mr. Fantastic. That's egregious.
Niggas just haters, man. Haters gonna hate. Hit the like button. It's free. We appreciate the money. Hit the like button. It's motherfucking free, man. Damn,
yo. Chase, leave it up. That's tough because that's based on paperwork.
Shit like that.
I put a business in my wife's name so we can get extra benefit, yo. So they qualify. If your wife is black, as an example, she qualifies as a double minority, right? And so you get those benefits. That's smart. My baby mama would get cheaper government housing than me because my income is higher. I have neither, by the way. That's fair. There's nuance to it, right? To your point. Son Kiss, Shalom. Cool Ray with the $2. Here goes the blame game. Shout out to the general. Darius with the $2. Here go 2-minute moment of silence for you, sir. Appreciate it. Perfect. Damn, man. So there was one point, bro. You got anything? Tiff, you want to jump in before I ask a question? You got nothing to comment on? You good? So the disqualifiers, right? So Cheek, yesterday when we were talking about the essence, right? Salute the Crimson. Every time the essence was brought in, if the other person benefited from said essence point, then it was rendered moot or not plausible, right? But that can't be it, right? Reciprocity is important, generally speaking, especially in a relationship, right? The transactions matter. And the transaction could be feeling-based, emotion-based, monetary, right? And so isn't it okay that you receive a benefit from the essence of the opposite sex, essentially?
Well, that's why we're here, for us to benefit from one another's not opposition, but differences. Like, I'm glad I'm not emotional as a woman, but I'm glad, I'm sure most women that have met me are glad I'm not as emotional as a woman either. Like, there's a reason why, like, certain women like me, right? Certain things apply to me that would apply to something that's different. But the things that I just don't understand is, why do we feel like human beings weren't made for one another to benefit one another? I think the fact that we have penises and vaginas is meant that we're supposed to be different and benefit, so we can redo this over and over and over again. If we weren't meant to be and benefit from one another, we would not have any utility for us at all. But that's just not the case.
Yeah, and that was my premise yesterday, right? That's what I was saying when this, and again, all this is a combination in which I guess you brought it full circle, Hamp. We used the second clip from the same guy today, right? So that's why I'm saying only the men are vilified for operating within a natural way, be it sociological, be it biological. Men are attracted to women for sex first. Can we say the same for women? It's debatable, but definitely women, even though it may not be sex, it's utility. Shout out to Cheeky for bringing that. Like I said, that's the perfect word to use. Women want men for something. They don't want the man because he's a man. They don't want the man because he's got muscles. They don't want the man because he's tall. They don't want the man because he smells good. They want the man because that man is a benefit to them. Now, then for the woman, I think she gets way more choices of what utility is going to be, when just for men, all the utility is the same. So I think that's why they can get to argue a little bit more. You know what I'm saying? Well, we see men for this and this and this and this and this. You just want us for sex. Well, y'all want men for sex too, but you want for men sex too. You feel me? It's like, it's not just sex. Y'all want the money he can provide, the protection, the status, all these different things. So I just think like it's, and because women don't offer those things to men, men can't want it in the first place. No man gets with a woman for her status. That's ass backwards. I mean, shout out to ASAP Rocky. But, you know, there's very, very seldom situations as to where the woman is more famous than the man. You feel what I'm saying?
Seldom or none? Because you said none, then you use Rihanna.
Seldom. It's the extreme minority.
I said so. That's why I said seldom. That's why I gave the example. Of course, I'm not speaking in absolutes, Tiff. So obviously.
But Mr. Fantastic, right? And that's why the clip is so important. You know what I mean? Because what he named a lot, structure, leadership, right? The hierarchy that seems to be innate. That you could argue is biological. Even the size of a man, pause, right? The biology says I'm more well protected. And in his clip, he named all those things in which why a woman would like a man, which are the opposite side, right? The things that they value in us are innate to them, right? Sex is uberly valuable. So I just want to make sure that the dude in the clip understands that he literally named the opposite side for a woman, you know, but then shamed it for the men.
Exactly. So we on the same page then. I didn't know that.
Yeah.
I thought you were speaking from the other side. I thought you were agreeing with him on the second side. I got
no, because he was saying structure, leadership. And I'm like, sound a lot like biology, huh? But it's okay for them, but not okay for him. See, that's why I use that clip, you know? And when we talking about the utility of it, when we talking about the utility of it, it sounds different as it should. We ain't asking for the same things, but we want it to be reciprocated how we want it to be reciprocated. I don't need 100% for her. If I get 20%, which is all I need to fulfill my 100%, then that's what I'm asking for.
And the other part of it too is like, I don't understand why we say like, because the other thing that people were saying yesterday was like, y'all, everything you like about women benefits you, but that wasn't true either. Like I started naming the things that I liked. Like I like seeing women do the things that they like to do that I just found interesting. Everybody on the panel, of course, that's not it. But when I say exactly what it is I like, so if you like to code or you like to draw or you like to read and I see you in your element of doing that, I think that's pretty cool. That's me though. If you're a man and you don't find that to be appealing to you or have any interest or doesn't do anything for you, that's a you thing. But don't put that on all men as if there aren't any other men like me, because there are, and I know them. And I think by and large, if men are honest, they can see something and go, you know what, my girl's cool. Seeing her doing something that doesn't benefit you, and they go, you know what, I just fuck with her. Something. She could be cackling with a friend, having a good time. She could be funny. There's something that doesn't involve you, and you can watch her interact with somebody outside of yourself and go, that's why I fucked with you. I remember now. It was these moments. It was something like this. She could taking care of other people. You're not benefiting from that. She's not taking care of you. She's taking care of other people. Oh man, I fuck with that. Hey, she's able to have a conversation. You may not be a part of the conversation, but you can hear in distance what she's talking about. I'm like, bro, this girl is putting some shit together. She learned that from me. You may even joke about it or something. But if you act like you can't experience a woman outside of that, then you don't like women. Don't put that on all men, and don't say all men see the world in that way, because most men don't. Most men look at girls and go, you know what, she kind of cool, I fuck with her, I'm gonna introduce myself and see if I can continue to fuck with her or something. And when they get in a relationship, there are moments and fucking minutia things that happen to make you go, man, I remember I fuck with you. You're goofy, you're funny, you're something, you're this. Like, come on, bro. If you don't do that with your girl, you just don't like her. It ain't my fault.
Thank you. I watched yesterday HAMP, and I was just like, it was sad to me because I really enjoyed when Crimson came up. And when she started running the list about what she likes about men or what women like about men, if you look in that chat, everybody was agreeing. So it's just like women have the vocabulary, the capacity, and the words to talk about being in proximity with men, friends, brotherly love. There's all kinds of reasons that women love men. So this to me is just a crock of crap. I'm not gonna let y'all say utility was him. You know, I love you, Cheeky, but I said yesterday all day in the chat, ownership and utility. And
Well, I
that's for
said it on
both.
the panel, but if they want to if they heard it when Cheeky said it, then he get the credit. That's how
Yeah,
that works.
because he did say that yesterday for
Okay.
sure.
I said it. I think me and Cheeky was talking. I literally was saying that, but
We agree, but
it's okay.
it's sometimes shit happens going
It's
on.
okay.
But
Yeah.
even with utility and the ownership, it's just like when y'all talk about the duty of protecting a woman, she has to be attached to you some type of way for you even to consider it at this point. If she's not cousin, sister, friend, coworker, a lot of y'all are remiss. Like, I don't know her. I'm not going to get involved in this, right? But for the women that you care about, you're active. I think that we have reciprocal relationships, and the balance is between those people in those relationships. But to try to say that women don't like men, specifically Black women in a patriarchy, of which we are raised to be male centered, it sounds foolish and wild. It sounds nuts.
Well, I think our community, Tiff, it's argued that our community isn't a patriarchy, even though the land may be. And so we seemingly, and it could be algorithm based, that it's I'm the mom and the dad. I don't need a man mantra. These men haven't lived up to the expectation. So maybe it's what we're hearing that combats what you're saying.
And I think that's a loud minority. I think that there are a lot of women that have had negative experiences that have loud microphones. Just like in this instance, you have one or two men that will come up and talk decently and kind about women, and that person is a simp. Just the fact that a man is not coming up here dogging a woman out, it reflects y'all don't like women, and it's okay. It's like the
Well, let me ask you a question. Why did you say it was sad yesterday when the majority of what men spoke about in terms of the essence of women was based on utility, which you said you were saying in the chat? Why would that be disheartening? That would be proving what you were saying in the chat.
Utility and ownership. I think that is a base level, right? Because we have levels to who we are in manhood, and I even think in that sense, like, I don't think all males like women. I think men can appreciate women and like them.
What's the difference between a man and a male?
For me personally, a man or male has
Wait. So you prefaced it with use. Well, no. What I'm asking is this before you answer. Okay. Is this what you're about to define subjective?
Probably. I think what people think what men are is subjective. For me, if you don't have a family, if you're not taking care of people, if you're not kind, if you speak ill, if you're rude, if you steal, those are not attributes that I would assign to a responsible grown man. A male will do all those things. And I think that's the way that I keep myself separated and not hating all men. It's like, this is a male, this is a man. And grown men don't move like males. Y'all's language is not even the same. Like, if you sit back and listen to how you speak in He Knows and Cheeky, the language is completely different. The way that you even speak about women is different. The tonality is different. I don't think I've ever heard you call a woman a bitch. And if you did, maybe in jest, but I don't think I've ever heard you say it in almost a year. So to me, if it's bitch, ho, like, women don't even come up and talk about men with the same aggression that's given. So you're not going to tell me that Black women don't like men. That's not true. We're here on a male-centered show. And you know what I did with my whole broken arm because you don't allow us to have our stuff out? What are we talking about? What are we talking about? For real?
Yeah, but okay. Hold on. Listen.
Sammy.
I hate when y'all do that shit, bro. Because again, a woman has autonomy. Okay, the people you like. If Hamp had a bad day and he said, "Hey, I'm sick of you bitches and hoes," and then came back the next day and fucking apologized, y'all would be cool. Okay, all right, because y'all like Hamp. Okay, that's the key word here. Like, y'all like hemp because because of who hemp is and what hemp has, right?
No, I
The
like
point is,
no. You don't get to do that because there's
okay.
nothing he has that I would want from him outside of how he shows up as a man, as a black man with a family that he loves and wives. So I'm here to support.
Oh, what is that?
I don't have nothing.
And what is that?
What are you?
And what is that?
His family.
Stop. Now, see, listen. This is the point where shit gets frustrating.
What am I getting from him?
It is why Chica stop. Hemp. Do you have hemp? Do you have a wife and a family?
Yeah.
That's something you have, like as I fucking said, right? God damn. Stop just trying to argue.
I'm not.
So like I said, you like hemp. You be quiet. I did not cut you off.
Oh,
I didn't say a word.
Oh, you did.
I didn't know I did. You were done talking.
You did.
Tiff, technically he has the floor.
Okay, no problem here.
You were finished. That's all. Go ahead, Ms. Fantastic.
No problem here.
Hey, fantastic. You good? We see it, bro. Calm down, bro.
As I said, okay, y'all like hemp because of what hemp has. Okay, what hemp represents as a man. Okay? Ideally, you guys would like a hemp. You said it repeatedly. Cool, fine. The difference, not just you. I said you guys. Stop trying to disagree and just listen. I didn't say a word while you were talking. Not one.
I'm listening.
Well, stop talking. You don't listen with your mouth. You listen with your ears.
Come on. Go ahead. Finish your thought.
God damn.
Exactly.
So what I'm saying is this, man. The men that women like, the archetype women have. I said this yesterday, Hemp. Women don't like for reality to fuck up their fantasy. Okay? Women don't like for reality to fuck up their fantasy. So they see one nigga and they measure all niggas by that one nigga, right? And if he has enough to value up to that man, he good. If he doesn't, he's not. If he says things more likely than not to keep women in their reality and not play to their fantasy, he's out of there. They still gonna fuck him and suck him. I can tell you that by experience, for sure. But publicly, they gonna act like they hate the nigga's guts. Simply because he does not play to their fantasies and he doesn't tell them what they want to hear. This is why we were able to use the same man on 2 separate days, 2 separate occasions to come to the same conclusion. Like Chiki said, it's either all or none. Either women like men and women like men and men like women, or neither one of us like each other. Because we're both, like I said yesterday, the world operates on quid pro quo. You do something for me, I do something for you. That is human nature. Symbiotic, right? Not parasitic. So that's what we're talking about from the lens. And when I brought the importance of it being Ace metaphor saying it, when you say that, it's a real loaded statement, but everybody's going to agree to it because it's vilifying black men for one, and it's sympathizing with the women and giving the women an out as to why they're choosing horrible men or dealing with the men that they have to deal with.
Yeah, well, I don't. You think? Wait. So wait. You think I'm like Ace Metaphor? You think?
No. I'm not saying no. Nothing like that. Come on. I ain't never said nothing about you being no brother fucker, bro. Stop saying me. No. What I'm saying is you represent strength, stoicism, family man, father, husband, all these ideal characteristics that a woman says she ultimately wants in a man. But as you say often yourself, most women can't handle your fucking your resolve and your what's the name. It takes a certain type of woman to be able to follow the man like you. So, I want to hemp. But as soon as you get a hemp and hemp got all these motherfucking rules,
sit your ass down.
Yeah, see what I'm talking about?
Hemp the hardest nigga to deal with. That's hard.
Let me tell you, and I got it, man. Y'all got it. Listen, bro. As much as y'all like to fucking think I'm an incel and all this other shit, whatever, bro, I've been around the world, literally, my nigga. I literally traveled one way around the world and ended back up in the same fucking position, okay? I am a tall, handsome, and chocolate motherfucking dark-skinned nigga, okay? Born from the 80s, from Georgia, all right? When it comes to this shit, like, bro, it's like women and whatever, come on, bro, stop playing with me. I've been in serious relationships. I've been in situationships. You know what I'm saying? I done left the club with bitches at 2 a.m. Bro, I done seen all this shit. So y'all niggas can't come up here and teach me, train me, tell me none shit about this motherfucking like dealing with women shit, bro. Can we stop this? You can hate me all you want, but at the end of the day, you know what I mean?
You still ain't hit us. You still
Can I
ain't
respond to
smashed
something that
the
Cheeky said too?
Yeah.
Fantastic.
Hold on.
He a
You
divorcee
smashed the
too. You got to throw that
Yeah.
divorcee in
I
there.
wanted to
You already
respond.
did the. You already did the big one for the girl.
Yeah, I said married. I
Don't
said
let him
married.
make.
I said
You
I was
already
married.
did
Fantastic.
the
Let me
big.
do this
still
real
ain't
You already
quick. Let
smashed
me
did
the
the
do
drug.
big one.
this. Check. Let me do this real quick. Hey, we are now at the 3-hour mark. If you want to extend the show, hit the Cash App. $60. We got another hour in here. We got Tiff just got up here. We got True in the building. You know what I mean? CJ almost done running around. And I think we might get to a point where it just make a whole lot more sense. So hit the Cash App if y'all want to extend it. If not, I'll get to the gym early and leave early too. Goddamn it. As Abe with the $5 says, how do y'all brag/harp on countries arranged marriages that most of the times have no love between the two? But now y'all harping on whether here women love y'all? Oh, we said like. Reaper Rel with the $10 says, salute panel and Cheeky. It's all love, Cheeky, but Cheeky missing an important component to truly understanding women, and that's getting the box. Let Cheeky get some cheeks and he'll think differently. You want to respond to this?
The Reaper is just he crazy.
Just Jim's with the $2 says, Tiff simply said the way some speak about women. Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend to tell a friend. Hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most. Let me see.
But can I address what Cheeky said real quick?
Yeah, go ahead. True, what up, kid?
So Cheeky was talking about the arts. Like men like the art of things. Like it don't matter who's doing it. We like the art of shit. But we'll watch a woman do it. Like the women basketball. Niggas, we don't like that shit. That shit trash. But if they was in bras and panties, niggas would watch. Because we are sexually attracted to women. But women aren't just like this stuff they saying. They not funny like that. They don't like I think Cheeky do need some pussy. Then maybe he'll understand. Because they just like we like arts. We don't just like women because they doing the shit. Unless it's something sexual about it. We like fucking bra and penny football because it's sexual. But women just ain't that interested. Sorry, brother.
All right, okay. And that's why I said earlier, it's a different in perspective. I can't do nothing to change your mind, CJ. We are two different people. We see women two very differently. And as much as y'all would like to say sex is a big factor as to what will change my vision, it is not. It's my mentality. If my mentality changed,
it might not.
then my
You're
vision
right.
of women would change. But because I don't have a bad mentality and I don't not like women, they're enjoyable, they're annoying. Yes, I will agree.
I don't like women either, though. I don't put that narrative, though. I
Wait,
don't not like
CJ,
women. I like women.
CJ, you said yesterday you don't like women, you love them though. There's a difference.
I'll give you that.
Like, what do you want me to do? I'm only going by your words. I'm saying
But they were like, hey, women just aren't like. I like women. They're just not that likable. Feel me? Like I want to like them as people.
You've already given your perspective, which is why I know I can't argue with you on your perspective. It's not an argument. It's not a debate. There's nothing I can do to change your mind. This is how you feel and this is how you think about women, and we just feel differently about it. There's nothing wrong with it to me. Now, to women, they'll go, of course, but I'm not a woman, so I don't give a fuck if you like them or not. That don't got shit to do with me. My point is, we just don't see things the same way, and that's okay. You don't have to continue to try to go have this back and forth because we're not gonna get nowhere. I'm not gonna change your mind, and you definitely not gonna change mine. I fuck with them. I like them, and I love them. They just get on my fucking nerves. That's it.
I do too, and I love them too. They get on my the same exact way. I like them and I love them.
Nah,
They get on
not
my
the same
fucking
way.
nerves.
I like them and I love them.
Yeah, it ain't the same way,
I like them and I love them too.
Look,
they just get on my fucking nerves. Like if they were better, they didn't get on your fucking nerves so much. You would. Let me tell you. Wait, real quick, Kiki. I'll let me. You got it right back. You got it right back. You try to justify them. I just don't try to like. I think I'm older than you, Cheeky.
Yeah, you definitely older than me. I think most of y'all.
I don't know, man. I might have seen more shit than you, but who knows? But
you could have.
All right. You said I'm not gonna change your mind. That's it. All right, that's all I got to say.
And this is how I know when somebody has a different.
And that Cheeky talking, I cannot hear Cheeky for some reason. His shit is like loading.
Y'all can hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
You found on our end. You just found on our end.
This is how I know the men that I'm not gonna say don't like women, but just view women differently than me and just have a different perspective is whenever you bring up sex as
I
a
gotta drop because my internet's tripping. I can't hear nothing he's saying.
All right, just drop and come back.
If a man brings up sex as a disqualifier to a conversation that involves me, it gives me a very keen understanding in their perception of women in relationships in a lot of ways. Okay, because I've had very meaningful relationships with very meaningful women, very solid women. Some of the women I know, one will be on this panel, is the most solid person I've ever met. Okay, and y'all don't know because y'all just don't know. That ain't my problem. That's y'all's problem. Y'all need to figure out how to know. That ain't got shit to do with me. So guess what? I didn't have to have sex with this person to experience the solid behavior or attitude or actions of somebody being that solid. I didn't have to do anything. I didn't have to do anything besides be myself and respect her and treat her because I'm just a considered person. I am who I am and she is who she is. And guess what? I didn't have to fuck to do it. And that don't change my perception. I don't know what's wrong with y'all. I don't know why you gotta have sex to be like you're gonna see women differently.
Nerves,
if I have sex, guess what? I may like them even more. If anything, it's gonna be a benefit than it is a hate. I don't get why you gotta view it like, oh, the reason why he don't like me as much is because he didn't have sex. You mean to tell me the only thing for me not liking women more is sex, and you think after I have it it'll be worse and not better? You sure it's not a mental thing and not just a you thing?
You right about that. And I missed the beginning of your monologue, Cheeky. But I dealt with women that I didn't have sex with, and I don't think like women can teach you. There's plenty of smart women. I told Crimson Cure this yesterday. There's like if it doesn't have to do with relationships, I've had women teachers. I've had women I think could be astronauts. Women are amazing people
in
that sense.
You got
But
black
when it
princess.
comes to the male and female interaction, they just lose. They just lose a lot of the fucking common sense that they have. I don't know why.
They lose it because they feel comfortable enough to lose it around certain.
That shit
I don't know
feel
why.
real good.
CJ, I can't explain every reason.
Do you know what I'm talking about? That's what I'm saying.
Look, CJ, there's just certain things we just not gonna understand because they can't give an answer to it, and we just don't know.
But
There
he,
are
That's the whole point, though, Cheeky.
What was his reply in short?
His reply basically initially was the reason why I have the perspective on women that I do is because I don't have enough sex or don't have any sex. And Reaper Rail said the same thing. And now he's saying, I think he's not retracting it, but just saying I see why, because I've also had relationships with women without having sex, and they're cool too.
No, yeah, I never really said that wasn't my main argument because he needs to have sex with women. I just think women, by and large, when it comes to male and female interaction, they're bad people. Maybe by and large, just in general, they bad people. And then, but I do like women can do things when it comes to other things. Like they do great detective work when they think you're doing something to them. They think you cheating on them. They will do the best detective work in the world. But then when you're something that they need to be accountable for, that shit just fly out the window.
I wonder if I try to process what Cheeky's saying, and Cheek, correct me, I could be adding to it, right? Essentially, is when you recognize the value outside of sex because you're not trying to have sex, so you look at different things that they bring to the table, right?
Absolutely.
You get a different response from her. When sex is involved, it complicates things. But also, here's what I'm speculating, right? She know you want pussy, she leveraged that over you. You'll find that her conduct, demeanor, how she treats you, right? Because she had leverage changes in a negative way. Because she could say, nigga, shut up and come get this pussy after she done cuss you out. And you know what niggas gonna do? Forget the disrespect and go get the pussy.
So that doesn't sound like a bad person to me because the same thing would apply.
Sound like a person that got leverage.
Yeah, it sounds like a good business decision. It sounds like to me.
He knows. Monetize the stream. Demonetize the stream. Go ahead, Cheek.
Okay. That doesn't sound like a bad person. That just sounds like a person that knows the deal. Right? Let's not act as if men don't use whatever leverage we can to get the best of whatever situation. That is literally part of male's nature. It's part of human nature, first of all. So I'm not going to say that it's bad. It's just a natural response or natural thing. If I can manipulate a situation and get something better or good, then I'm going to do it. The only thing that I think should be ethical is, can I do this fairly? Right? That is called abuse when you do it and it's not fair, or you do it and it's not correct or ethical. But typically speaking, everybody's leveraging what they can. If you are a 6'3" male and a boxer with golden gloves and about to go pro, and you look handsome to you and other women,
To
you're
most
going to use
women.
whatever leverage you can to do that. You
That's
shouldn't
true.
blame.
Cheeky.
Let me finish. You shouldn't blame the girl who is nice brown chocolate and she got a little thing on her and she 5'4", because
I
she
agree
knows
with
she's
you.
not. Y'all better figure out what it is y'all are competing for leverage and seeing who can get the best business deal. And if your deal fall through because you didn't do enough research and understanding of what kind of market or return you investing in, that's not my problem. That's not even a bad thing. She didn't do nothing wrong. She leveraged what she could, just like you leveraged what you could.
Cheeky, I agree with you. I agree with you. Most people leverage what they have. But like you said, once you do it to the point of abuse, which women do often, they abuse their leverage. Men usually don't. Men love the women. Even though we
No,
have leverage, we still don't use it to abuse the women that we're
Let
with.
me ask you this. Let me ask you this,
What?
because you saying men don't abuse their leverage. If a
Not
man
as much as
cheats,
women, even if like to the minority.
see,
Go
you see
ahead.
how that slight
Go ahead. Let me see it. Let me
change,
hear it. If a man
that
cheat,
slight
let me hear the
change in
example first.
language
Let
is
me hear.
so
That's a
dangerous. It's so
concession
slick.
qualifier.
It's
That's a
so,
concession qualifier, bro.
bro. It's so.
Like you said, everybody use leverage, and like if you got the leverage, most people are going to use it. But how do you abuse your leverage? How do you, when you have the power? If you have the power, how do you abuse it?
You mean
And
how?
I think women are terrible with leverage. We all know women are terrible people with leverage. You say they're not, but they are. Men, when men have leverage, they don't abuse it. Like, go ahead.
CJ, and this is where like other things like history and positions of power come into play, and understanding men have been leveraging a lot of things, including against other men and women historically since the dawn of time. We can't keep saying these people doing these things and they're the worst at it when the history is
Not
very short
true.
for them to even have that ability and use it like that.
The thing is cheeky. We had the power, and what do? We gave it to women. We let women be free. Give a vote. Here you go. Y'all want to do
Listen
this?
to what you
Here you
wait,
go.
wait,
Y'all want to do
CJ,
this?
CJ,
But we had.
listen.
Free?
CJ, you have to listen to what you're saying.
What?
We
I'm listening.
let human beings be free.
Let me tell you something. It's
CJ,
the whole
that's
argument. Like you
crazy.
That
said,
was
if we have the
crazy
leverage, why would
work.
we give
No,
them more of what they wanted?
crazy work. That's nuts.
Tiff,
CJ,
not finished having a conversation with Cheeky.
Yeah,
I
okay,
don't even like
CJ, but
Cheeky.
hold on. I need to make sure you understand. Do you not recognize the problem in the sentence that you stated? We let human beings be free. What if a white person said we let the slaves free? Nigga, we was never meant to be slaves. We was never meant to
I
be
didn't. Wait.
slaves.
The point of what I was saying is not like we allowed them to be free. I'm just saying we, as men, we keep acquiescing to women. Hey, women, why do you think we built the washing machine? We didn't. I mean, or laundry or whatever. All the shit that we built for women, everything that we do for women is because we care and we had the leverage, but we didn't use the leverage to just say, "Hey, women, you got to stay. What the fuck you were doing? You
CJ,
got to do this and do that." We say,
mhm.
"Hey, we'll allow y'all to be free because we care about y'all. We think that with this freedom, you guys would do magnificent shit." But they use that freedom against us, and that's the
CJ,
problem.
Well,
Go ahead.
they
CJ.
And my
can't
shit,
they
my
can't
internet
give you
still
the
tripping.
good
We
and
just we
women
gotta
Yeah,
are
get
doing
my
through.
boy
Yeah,
True.
understand.
Yeah,
we
my
gotta
boy
get
True.
through because I can't change your mind on it. I can't do
Carpal
anything,
tunnel and
bro. Like,
arthritis in their hand from doing
Is
laundry
somebody
all day.
talking right
How
now?
is they
I
gonna?
gotta. Hold on.
yeah, I'm gonna go on
My
mute.
bad,
I'm
man.
gonna just.
What's going on, family? Nothing much. Great conversation. Love the episode 1 with the men, episode 2 with the women. This is genius, HAMP. I was listening to the entirety of the show. What I hear is that you have the both male and females complaining about the opposite sex, but I think it's the demographic of people who struggle with the opposite sex. I don't think in its entirety that you got men collectively standing out here with picket signs saying they can't stand women. I don't see that on the female side as well. What I do see is that the people who struggle to know how to go ahead and attract who they want or keep who they want and get the treatment they want is the loud minority. That's what I see. At the same time, I heard men talking about women are not useful and whatever, and I don't think that's true. I believe that most men don't know what to make of that woman. They don't know how to employ that woman. They don't give her nothing to do. They don't give her no task. What they do is they create an environment where I'm the man, I'm supposed to take care of this, and they don't see what her skill sets are. Well, you can't get the best out of a person if you don't allow them to perform in front of you. And I think that, fortunately, you do have to be a man that understands your own value. Women are industrious and pretty brilliant in a lot of ways if you use them correctly. That's my 2 cents on it. I don't think men don't like women. I think men love women. I think women love men as well. I just think that, when we come to the discourse of trying to assimilate, there's a breakdown because we are very different socially. And I digress.
So you think his issue is coming from like the application of said women, or not knowing how to apply, or only looking at them for one thing?
I think that collectively, when you're listening to men, if you listen to their complaints, you listen to the behavior of the woman, you listen to the lack of her awareness, you listen to the lack of her taking accountability. I think I asked the other day when I was on this panel, how many women have apologized to you men? And overwhelmingly, every man was like, nah, that ain't happening. And see, I don't personally know that experience because every woman I've ever dealt with knows how to come correct and move in the environment, that I create. So that tells me that men are not arriving and staking claim correctly. That's what I see.
But Tiff, you disagree? You're on mute, Tiff.
Sorry, I'm one-handed. I'm listening, and I just find it weird that some people that have the same vitriol in the way they speak about women, then it's like this calm of they understand the value, but then it's gonna be back that she not worth anything. It's just a very weird, it's a weird talking point, and it's not true. And I think part of what True was saying is true, and part of what Chicky said is true. There are men that women are gonna feel safer around, that because you feel safe, that man will see a side of that woman that other men won't. And the minute that she feels she's in danger, what will happen is that softness kind of got to go to the side because I've got to protect myself. I would like to believe if something happened that you would jump in and protect me, but I also can't be no ninny or no dummy, right? So when they talk, if you talk hateful, if you never have anything nice to say about Black women, as a Black woman, I hear you, nigga. I'm not finna respect you. I hear you talk down on somebody that looked like me daily. You don't like me. Your rhetoric shows. The way you speak shows. The desire to jump and talk about Black women. Blah, 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 blah. Like, you don't have a bunch of women over here doing that kind of stuff because we do love Black men. You don't even have women trying to manipulate stats because if we wanted to, we could, but it doesn't happen. So the way that some people that either lack access, lack humility, or being kind, they don't understand why they get a different side of women.
I think
Go ahead.
I think you're okay. I disagree with you overwhelmingly that Black women do not criticize Black men. But to my original point, I think that's the demographic of Black women that struggle with Black men. Because collectively, I still till this day, I listen to these panels and a lot. Black women say that they love Black men, but they cannot articulate what exactly they love about Black men. That's not
okay.
I'm listening.
So yesterday, when Crimson came up, she went right down the list. And if I had to say what I like about men, I like how most men have tenacity. I like when you're strong-willed. I like when you're willing to learn. I like when you have the capacity to be soft. I like to see a man that's on a mission go. I love to see a man love on his family. I love to see a Black man smile and laugh and joke. please don't have on no cologne and walk by me, and it's just that brisk of manliness. It's just like delicious. It's yummy. I can say that. You see what I'm saying? Delicious. Love it. A kind man.
Now, would you say that that's more anecdotal because of your experience, though?
I don't know. I don't know. What I can say is my experience is not what the way that it's presented. I don't have that, but I also don't come up and speak vitriolic about all men. There are certain personalities that they are so jarring to work with. It's just like, I don't even want to deal with you because I really don't feel like it's a good faith conversation. There are some people when we're talking to y'all that you wholeheartedly believe that we can have a conversation in like meet in the middle. But if I know you just gonna spew talking points at me, I'm gonna be resistant to listen to anything that you say because I don't think you're even sincerely in the conversation. You just waiting to prove a point, and that's a waste of time for me. It's specific in this type of environment with everything that's going on. These gender wars need to be put to the side, and we have to learn how to be in partnership and work together. And if you don't know how to work with women, thank you for letting me know. I promise you, I won't give you no dollar, and I'm damn sure not gonna sign you up to be on my fucking team.
Okay, yeah. So
Go ahead,
my
go
bad.
ahead.
Yeah. So basically, again, if Fantastic was right yet again. If you don't say what I like in the way I would like you to fucking say it, I'm not listening to you, nigga. I'm not working with you, niggas. But yet and still, the gender war needs to end, and men and women need to work together. Listen, anybody has ever came up here and said some shit that makes sense, hey, I agree to it. I give motherfucking credence to it. But if it's a bunch of bullshit, it's a bunch of bullshit. Motherfuckers think their feelings override the motherfucking stats and data. That's why motherfuckers hate stats. Oh, we're gonna go with the stats. Yes, we're gonna go with the fucking stats. Otherwise, it's just everybody's fucking opinion. God damn it. So yes, again, prove my point yet again. Prove my point yet again.
That's why I fuck with Fantastic, bro. I ain't gonna hold you.
Motherfuckers,
How to prove the stats?
motherfuckers again, man. Like I said, motherfuckers like to that. Yes, I do. But every time you've never disproven one stat I gave. Not one.
Fantastic. Can you put the links in your source? Because I just want to go back and read the data. For me personally,
I literally show it on the screen every time I show something. Just go back and show a friend it.
So I can go and do the studies. Thank you.
Okay, so if I'm talking about it, you can literally Google it or chat GPT it like you claimed I did it in the chat when I literally used Google.
You see, I got one fucking arm. I'm asking you to do it so I don't have to keep trying to navigate. I'm not trying to be a smart ass.
Tap your phone screen with that little speaker and talk into it. There you go.
Well, I mean, I guess the last stat that was presented, Sherelle said, okay, his discernment of the stat was correct, right, Sherelle? I had walked off, but okay. So and we did a show maybe 3-4 months ago where I literally was like, what stat is wrong? And every time I pulled them up, generally speaking, everybody agreed. And then it went to like, but he uses them for his purpose. I'm like, but is the statistic inaccurate, right? And so that's what happened with the show. I did it on a Friday show one time. So I don't want to get caught there, right? Okay. But now when you say men and males, does he have a point at all, Tiff, when it's regarding how that man or male, is he a male or male depending on man or male depending on how he delivers information? So if he's mean with it, he's a male?
No, I wouldn't even say mean. There are times you say things that I don't like. You're not always like, I'm trying to understand, like, do they know you?
Oh,
You're not
trying to understand.
No, it has to do with
like what's the determination?
Wait, you talk about when you coach, right? What did you say about your boys? If you don't love them, you can't cuss them. If I see you never give love, all you do is cuss. Why? Like, legitimately, there are people that I have never heard them say anything positive, or if they do, is 1 positive, 5 negative. I am a Black woman. I hear what you're saying, and I'm logical. I'm going to download what you say, and what I hear is, 1, you don't like women, so anything that you say is going to be biased. 2, any information that you're giving, I want to understand what's the angle of it, because when something is self-studied, how many people were in this study? So when I'm not asking to refute the number. I want to see the sample. I want to see the variables that were put in the study. What's wrong with that?
Yeah, okay, that's fair.
Can I go real quick?
So the I don't know. It was just to quickly clarify, Tiff. When you saying What's wrong with that? Are you saying you really don't understand, or are you saying, or
No, I find
He's
it
like,
weird when people are
what's the
saying
issue?
just the link, give me the information. I'm not trying to discredit you. I want to read it for myself. I'm not one of those people that you're not just gonna tell me that this is no, where's your data? Where did you get this from? You have to read stats in a particular way. You have to understand the sample size. You even have to understand what was the question and how are they answering it, because a lot of things can be manipulated.
is
Hey,
that sugar boy?
that was
Yeah.
now she's like,
Goddamn.
So
Okay,
I want
because
to go back to the topic a little
I
bit.
think the issue that Fantastic would have, that most men or people would have, is selective scrutiny. That's a killer. That shit pissed me off. And it would piss me off if I was Fantastic too, because that's just me. If you're gonna be logical, let's be logical every day. Don't pick it when I say it. Okay,
thank
that's all I'm trying to.
So Ham, do you agree with this? That men are in love and women are in business.
No.
You think that quote is wrong?
Yes.
How would you reference it? What do you think in reference to that quote? What do you think is going on?
I don't. Who said it? Why did they say it? What was the point?
It was a super chat. It was in a super chat. I think that's how most relationships are going. Men are in love and women are in business. That's what's going on. That's why the utility is so important.
In business,
Women use men in business, so I'm gonna get as much as I can from this man. I'm gonna use him as much as I can. And men are really like loving these women. We love who they are. We just want to be with women, or they just want to use men.
no. I think that what we provide to women, I think it's innate to them, to be honest. Right? They expect a man to protect and provide. I think that's been since time immemorial. And sex is uberly important to us. And so if you remove sex from us and provision from them and protection, you're gonna get the same result. They ain't fucking with him and we ain't fucking with her.
I don't know if I agree, but
Yeah, because if she can't have sex, niggas is wilding.
oh, I agree with that for sure. But
So I just think it's natural in terms of those two things. You know, it's a give and take. I think men do bad business. I think that we don't vet. We don't understand what we're getting us into, and then we conflate divorce with marriage.
So you think we both in business?
I think it's transactional, right? And so since relationships are transactional, there's a business component to them, especially when you sign that piece of paper.
So we both in business. We just doing business terribly.
I think we do business poorly in the sense of, you know, you got to protect what you have. And if you know that you lose signing that paperwork, your conduct, decorum, all that, you got to make sure that you vetted the person that you're going into business with. I think that's the part where we do poorly. We think she pretty and she got a fat ass. And then we just move forward. We don't know who her parents are. We don't know her origin. You know what I mean? There's so many things that we don't do. So I think it's bad business on our end, knowing that the divorce laws don't go in our favor.
So if you had to write the quote, you would just say relationships is a business or transactional.
When write the quote, I would tell that nigga hush. You know, they and I think, right, and there's another component, right? When we use that 70% divorce rate, you know, and this may be anecdotal, but I know what we be doing in a lot of relationships. You know what I'm saying?
I think that's more anecdotal than you think.
Maybe. That's why I prefaced my statement with
you did preference it though.
Yeah. Anecdotal, like, yo, niggas be getting it popping, and then he got smoked for the 7th time, so now she's like, all right, nigga, I'm leaving. You know.
But I think you preferenced it with that, but I think you think it's less. That's why you had to make the preference, because you think it's less anecdotal than the preference
No, I don't.
itself.
I'm just being fair to my statement, right? I didn't want to extrapolate my anecdotal experience to all men, right? But to the majority of men, but just in my proximity, I know niggas be fucking up.
They fucking up.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Not to, and I'm not at all just discounting what you're saying, right? You know, I know women. Shout out to Alex. She said it on the panel, right? Alex solid. I knew her my whole life, you know. And she said she had a little fund, just in case fund, when she was with her, married to her husband. Just in case shit hit the fan, she had a little shoebox money, right? Which is kind of fucked up. So I catch
Do
your
you,
drift. I catch your drift.
do you think Alex is minority or majority of women? Last question, I'm true. Or even if they don't have the fund, do you think majority of women want the just in case fund?
She might be the my majority. I don't think people have enough money to do it, but I think in thought, they might err on that side. Like, yo, let me keep this bread just in case you hurt.
So if you think that's the case, never mind. Oh, never mind.
Yeah, is it contrary? Oh, is it contrary to are they in business point or not in business?
Yeah, I was getting ready to say like when that utility aspect, like liking somebody.
I think they make a lot of decisions in fear, Cheek. I think women move a lot in fear, so that's kind of why she's making that decision.
Even if that's the case, why not just address the fear with a prenup? Like I would. That's where my mind is at. I immediately, because most women do have rainy day funds for themselves or whatever the case, and that's just been statistically proven. Most financial people talk about that, and lawyers, and like there's people that say like, yeah, this happens all the time. This is where I think being upfront and just going, let's just get a prenup, so we don't have to worry about this aspect of it, and it's already out there. It's more transparent. It doesn't seem so slimy and shisty, right? And it doesn't seem so manipulative and deceptive, right? These are the things you don't want to find out in a marriage because it's revealing your character. Even if the intent is out of fear, the fact that you're thinking this way would piss me off, and then I would want a divorce. Now you have a reason for your rainy day.
Yeah, you're gonna need it, right? When people start maturing in life and really buying assets, a lot of that shit gets exposed. That's how you almost know who is and is not doing stuff. That's why you can prove it statistically. Because when you buy a house, you got to show your accounts, show you can afford it. They're gonna pull the credit. It's all gonna be up there, right? Especially if it's a joint acquisition. And so when people think, how can they prove? Because people got their money in another bank account. Ain't nobody using the shoebox. Shoebox is how you say that? That's the old school way. You know what I'm saying?
It's a colloquial term. Idiom or some other sort.
Yeah, exactly. So,
but that's not typically the case at the juncture, right? That's not usually how that happens when you meet on mutual terms. That happens over time when you're with this woman, because most women do not have a rainy day fund when you meet them. They acquire that over the exchange of resources. So I do agree with that. Just applying the nuance.
True. I agree.
I was going to ask, like, if you already got kind of shit situated before y'all go into a marriage, do you think like that he or she has access to what you built before you guys were committed, or should they only have access to what you guys built while you were married? Because I'm kind of struggling this right now.
That doesn't matter.
It matters.
The reason why I would get a prenup.
It matters. As a married person, it matters. It matters. That's yours. What you acquire together, that's the things that she would have a rightful claim to.
What I'm saying, it's not what I'm saying. What I mean by it doesn't matter. It doesn't mean that it should be considered like from two individuals, but from a legal sense, like it's whatever you marry. Like each state have different marriage laws, which is why I know if I were to ever get married, I'm reading my state, whatever marriage I get in, I'm reading my state marriage laws, and I'm getting a prenup. Because I don't want them to determine what happens if this fails.
But wait,
and that's what a lot of.
But you just said you would be upset if she had a rainy day fund. So
the reason why I'll be upset if she have a rainy day fund is not for the sake of having a rainy day fund, but more so,
So
is she having a rainy day fund that he don't know about behind his back? Type
right.
Shit.
This is the lack of honesty is what would
a lady I know.
So you rather
she had been in a previous marriage. She had been in a previous marriage, and because of that marriage, she had assets, right? That she had a child from the previous marriage who things were left to.
Right.
She ended up getting married again with a new man who was financially stable and everything. They're basically about to get a divorce, but he's saying that even though he was the breadwinner for their marriage, on paperwork, she still is more valuable than him because of what she retained from her previous marriage. Her defense is that
What are we walking this down for, though? Where are we going? Where are we going?
I'm kind of just asking, like, if we're saying we're going to sign for a prenup, would that include everything, or would that just include what you built during your relationship? Like, how do you guys feel about that? Because right now, I can personally say I'm not married and I got hella shit behind me. If a girl was to marry me right now, she's signing up for the lottery. So I'm just, would that include what's before marriage, or would that include what we built beforehand? And that's why I brought up the marriage, she had a previous husband who left her shit. She ended up getting married again. Does her husband have rights to the things that she retained from her previous marriage?
Yeah, if those things are hers, right? When you start talking about, see, what your concern is alimony, right? So if I have a high earning potential while I'm earning inside that marriage, right? She's subject to that lifestyle that I provided for her. A prenup will protect against that. If I have a house before then, that's my asset. They're not going to ask me to split that. But if we buy a house within that marriage, then she has rights to that house. But what you're talking about is protecting yourself. You make a lot of money from alimony, as an example.
I was just more looking for clarification, because once you marry a person, their children from a previous relationship are legally your kids. So if they have assets and things like, yes, they are, at least where I am. If you're in California and you marry a person, you can take them to court for their biological children and win and take their kids from them. And so I was more asking to get clarification on, if, let's say there was assets involved in a previous relationship and you end up separating with your new wife, but you know she got 1.2 million in the bank and they're trying to say something about alimony. I just feel like, do you guys, I'm saying feel purposely, do you guys think that a husband or a wife should have access for things from a previous marriage?
That's what I think goes back to what Hamp was saying in regards to business, and to keep it concise. It's how the resources are deployed during the duration of the marriage. So yes and no. It just depends on what's crossed. She can have a house, you can have a house. Let's say you have your house, she comes in and she does a remod on that house, adds a balcony or whatever it may be, or a pool. Well, now she can argue and say that she raised the property value of that house during the marriage. So now she technically is entitled to the value of said house. That's how that typically works.
All right. It's basically equivalent exchange, basically, depending on what you do.
It just means that in business you have to spell out the details. That's what I'm saying, is that you have to move like an entity. If you get married, you got assets, you have to spell out everything from the start of that relationship, how things are going to be deployed, how you pay your rent, how y'all vacate, whose car is what. It literally is business at that point.
You need to even spell out, listen, other than infidelity, like, the fact that you can divorce for anything, I think is a huge issue, generally speaking, because it can be frivolous.
What? Wait.
That's why that prenup coming, dog. You know what I'm saying? I fuck with everybody. I don't know, really, like, for real, dead ass. I fuck with you for real. I'm just not stupid, and this is where
that's
women are me, right? This is like I'm too logical, and that's been the issue every single time there's been a relationship. You just don't understand because you just don't feel how I feel. Well, like,
this nigga cheeky,
right,
man, get on my nerves. Cheeky believe what I believe true, but he act like he don't, man. Cheeky believe everything I believe true.
That's not true. The issue is, the problem that I keep running into, which I feel like is I'm autistic, one, and then two, I'm too logical, right? Like, if I ask you what's wrong,
I'm pretty logical myself.
Because you don't know, because you're a woman and you don't know how to articulate your own feelings, and you don't even know why you're feeling the way you're feeling. How am I supposed to?
But see, that's where you got as men to educate these women, and I don't know enough men who do that. In my honest opinion.
True.
And I'm one of the ones that do it.
And it's why
they be mad at me for doing it.
Because True is a patient man. I can tell.
Hey, he is a patient man.
I'm learning.
My guy True is patient as hell.
I'm learning. I'm not saying like I'm not doing my best, and I think I think my time away from the internet and coming back and doing it's helped me a lot because I've learned how to just like try to deal more with just the emotionalism that just is fucking doesn't make sense. Literally, just there is no logic to it. It just exists. And I think I've gotten better at it, but I'm not where True at. I'm not where my dad is at. I'm not where DJ Hamp at. I'm not where these older men that show like they have some patience because y'all act like young niggas don't pay attention to y'all. But guess what? This one does. And I see the people. Mr. Williams, pretty patient.
Cheeky, can I say this real quick?
Auto CJ don't fuck with him and whatever. He pretty cool. Most of y'all pretty cool. And I respect,
what you talking about?
And I respect the people that show themselves to be good, patient people because I'm trying to be that. But guess what? If you fucking don't know how to articulate your fucking feelings, we'll lose my mind.
Hey, wait. Can I say this real quick, Kito Ham? So you said men are in bad business and women are in good business, or something to that effect. And I think men are in bad business because we actually love them. Like if you got a business partner and you like your business partner, but they treat it as straight business, but it's like, but you kind of like them as a person, so you willing to accept bad behavior from your business partner, but they not willing to accept no bad behavior from you. And it's because you kind of love them more, you like them, so that's why the business is what it is. That's why this situation is what it is.
But you call that person is a fool. You don't.
We
I
are
don't.
fools
Man,
as
he
men.
loves. I'm not saying man he loves so hard, so he just like hitting himself with a honey bun. No, I say he's a fool.
I agree. Men are foolish. Them accepting this marriage deal is foolish. Men do a lot of foolish shit because we love women. So we foolish.
No, it's don't put the love part in there. Just keep the fool.
No, I have
part.
to. No, I have
Well,
to.
you say you add love to make us feel better about ourselves. The truth is we foolish, and we horny.
I have to love because it's the truth, and we like women, and we foolish over that. That love for women have making us foolish.
Yeah, I just don't know, man.
I believe it's true.
Yeah, I don't know. And then but you know what? When the rubber meets the road, when they ask us to articulate why we love them and shit, then all we do is articulate duty.
That's a
And
great
if you
point.
don't love something, duty is hard to.
No, not for men.
You can say duty, but
unless you take away from our innate traits.
If I don't care about the person, I don't care about being dutiful to him.
I've seen a nigga
I
save
don't
a
care.
cat out
There's
for
no
two
duty.
yesterday.
There's no duty there. If I don't like, if it's no emotional attachment, no nothing. If I don't, it's like going to the army. You love your country, or you want to, even if you feel like you need it for yourself. That duty is for you.
It's a misconception. Most people go to the military because they need a job.
You're right. You might be right.
Benefits.
But they still have a duty to
what y'all say about this?
So you might be right. That might my point. That might help your point more than help
what he said was right. Fantastic. Most people go to the military for a job.
Yeah,
most people.
That's 99%.
Yeah, that's what. That's why.
So that might help your point.
That's what he said. That's literally what he said.
Right.
Look at
What you say about the military? Damn, dog. Job.
I didn't even ask it aggressively.
You did.
A lot of women say they join the military to find husbands.
The military for a husband? She's a fool.
They do, like they be on TikTok and they be saying, why you join the military? And they be like, I'm coming to find my husband.
So the military was a bad comparison.
Analogy. They should start drafting women to become wives.
Yo.
Y'all
really watching it. So now we don't get
16,
right? And instead of boot camp, we don't
start drafting them. It's like
you didn't even hear what he
said. Paperwork. Y'all should have to sign the paperwork.
He said drafting women to be wives. What did you hear, Tiff?
Drafting women to be wives. And not
understand.
No, because this is the issue. All women are not wives and all men are not husbands. Those titles have roles and responsibilities to them. And the issue
That's what they got boot camp for.
But
they got boot camp for all that.
Boot camp for marriage?
They already draft us for prison labor. Little do you know, Kamala had us in there 3 months past our release date. What
I'm
you
not
talking
going.
about?
Is that what this?
I'm from Cali. I know what I'm talking about. She had us in there past our release date, talking about drafting for free labor. Men do all the free labor on the planet. Just in case, not. And I love women, but it's a fact. We do all the free labor. Any labor that needs to be done,
He don't like
that's
women.
free.
He talking
It's
the
done
truth
by
about
men.
women. He don't like them.
At all.
No, I love them, bro. What you talking about? I got
You
4
literally
daughters,
said
bro.
you
I
don't
love
like
them.
women though. Why you keep doing that? Like
I didn't
everybody's
say
your
I
favorite
don't
group?
like them. I said I do
Let
like
me read
them.
these,
I
y'all.
do like
Just
them.
Gems with the
All right.
2000. Tiff simply said, well, the way some men speak about women. Just Gems with the 5000. DJ doesn't claim to be perfect, but he knows he doesn't curse women out or call them bitches on here and expose his vitriol for them or towards them. Cheeky neither. Bravo in the building. Salute, 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 salute.
What up, buzzing, bird, flip a dozen, Holla at your boy, you thought your cousin was.
Salute to my OG Bravo Tech who have gifted 5. This might be risky memberships. Whoever got blessed with 1, please maintain the salute. OG Hink with the $2 says, I seen my buddy Tiff is back to. You want to respond to this, Tiff? No. Combo guard was popping with the $2 says, post nut clarity might hit cheeky like a ton of bricks. Hank with the $2 says, we all know. Damn. CJ, you want to respond to this?
We all know CJ is slow. I got nothing to say to Hink no more, man. I'm about to ignore Hink from now on, man. Hink is. Shut up, Sherelle. I'm not saying nothing else to Hink.
Like Mike with the $5 says, so with all that was said, are most relationships transactional? Yes, sir.
Yes.
Pete Keezy with the $5 says, what up, panel? CJ, you a wild boy. I missed what the hell he said. What did he say? I walked off.
We let them be.
I didn't say nothing that wild, huh? I just said the truth. You know, the truth is wild to some niggas, man.
DJ said
We messed up when we let them be free. We shouldn't let them be free. What?
No, I didn't. I didn't say that.
You did say that, bro.
I didn't say what Tiff said, Ham. I probably said what Cheeky was about to say. I said we know we like women. Because of leverage.
Free. We let them get the leverage, and we let them be free.
Get a shot, him. I can't.
I said we had leverage, and we let women, and with the leverage, we were benevolent.
Mm-hmm.
When women with leverage, terrible.
Look at fantastic.
Terrible people. Men with leverage, we were benevolent to women. We fucking give them grace. We give them grace. We let these dumb women talk, and we give them grace. We give them the mic.
What did he say, Mr. Fantastic?
Nah, that brother needs some speech classes. He was about to die over saying benevolent, brother. Goddamn. You know,
Hey, I got it right. I got it right.
He ain't never been in a church in a day in his life.
No, Fantastic on my side or not, man. Fantastic be on my team, baby.
CJ ain't said it
worse than the
in
niggas
his
that's
life.
against them. Let me tell you, Fantastic through me worse than the niggas that's against them.
Yo.
Like, nigga, I'm on your side, motherfucker.
You got Reaper up here. Reaper, what do you want to come clarify and all that? Go ahead, man.
Oh God, hey Prince Kahim.
Yo, fix stuff.
Why you not dressed up like a snowman today? Yesterday, where are you? Yesterday, you was looking like the little boy from.
Let him go, please, dude.
Yeah, I talk about my hairline now. Hey, yo, she got the whole. She got the whole Harriet Tubman.
Take it off.
Shot overcome headset on.
Hakeem, Prince
That's
Hakeem.
crazy, son.
Take that hat off. Where are you? Yesterday, you was bundled up. You was all covered, and now today you in a t-shirt. Was you homeless yesterday? You home today? You are you one of them? You a homosexual? You at your girl house?
Dude, he killed you. Just let him
He roasted your ass.
It's just
Sid,
like
and I didn't even hear it. I gotta go back and watch. Hey, don't Cheeky. Don't do that, Cheeky, man. Cheeky wanna do start with me. Oh my.
Yeah, you already got you.
Go, Reaper. Just say your point.
I just came in peace, yo. That's crazy, son.
You never.
No,
it
is crazy.
I was even gonna talk to you, Tiff. I got love for you, man. But God,
I love you too. You know I'm gonna pick on you every time I see you.
No, Tiff, leave that man alone. It's over with. Go ahead, Reaper.
You got some boneyard base to make or something? Anyway, I was gonna say.
Did you say bones to make?
Boneyard base. You know the southern thing y'all be cooking down south? Ham hocks, chitlins. You know y'all don't know better. Anyway, my bad. It's okay. You're illiterate. So no, you guys already talked about it already, man. And Cheeky is all love. I was not attacking Cheeky at all. I swear on my life, that wasn't the case. I know you didn't take it as such. I come in peace. I was just trying to say it's like, it's not that your perspective is not valuable at all. I'm not saying that. It's just that you're missing the biggest component of it all. It's like the final boss in Mario. You can't say you beat Mario without fighting Bowser. Until you experience a woman, and you mentioned it, leveraging box in a relationship with you, you're always gonna be that good friend. Like it's never gonna. Like Hamp said it. It's never gonna be or he said P whatever complicates things, right? And then you yourself said that. Correct me if I'm wrong. You said manipulation is just a natural thing that women do. No, it's
humans,
not. It's evil. Now, there's something like leverage. Leverage is not necessarily good or bad. You can leverage, right? Hey, I'm not gonna smash you until we get into a proper relationship because I don't want to be some hoe out there. I want to have that's leverage. Manipulation is like, I'm not giving you puss unless you clean this up. Even though before we got married, I used to give you puss all the time. I'm talking a woman to a man. I used to give you puss all the time. Now I'm gonna hold over your head. You gotta do what I want you to do, and then I'll give you puss. That's not a healthy relationship. A lot of people getting divorced. A lot of people fall into relationships issues over that. So when you said manipulation is a natural thing that women do, that's not true, bro.
I said people, but yeah.
You said people. I apologize. I apologize. I was in that.
I agree with you that. So when I was using the word manipulation, I was using it definitionally and not like psychologically. But I get what you mean.
Gotcha.
Like, but it's true. I don't think that malicious manipulation is a good thing, but that's something that I think both sexes have to deal with, right? Like that's just something you have to deal with, and hopefully you can sort out before you get married. Now, the other thing you can do is if you do get married, get a prenup, get some type of insurance that you feel would help you, right?
Go ahead. I didn't mean to cut you off. Go ahead.
No. I'm waiting for you.
Cheeky. The fact that you have to get a prenup speaks to them being manipulative. If they were not manipulative, or sorry, not them, just the potential, right? That and there's enough people that are doing it that like prenups, and that's not like an abnormal thing, right? It's a common occurrence. The fact that that's a common occurrence speaks to the fact that you have a lot of women who, not saying all, who get divorced or whatever, that they do that. They partake in that evil manipulation.
So
like what?
So I guess again, I think the way that we perceive things kind of dictates why somebody would get a manipulate or not a manipulation, but get a prenup.
A prenup.
I think people get a prenup for safety measures, not due to manipulation, right? Because a woman can get. Hold on, let's finish. A woman can get a prenup. That doesn't mean that she thinks she's going to be manipulated, and it doesn't mean that the other party wants it because they think going to manipulate it. But there's so many things in marriage that can go left that can make it end. Why would I? Manipulation is one, but the main thing is just not working out. You know, the number one, and that's what I'm saying. I'm a baddie.
I missed that. I had it on mute. Yeah.
The thing is, the Reaper is kind of wrong about the manipulation. I think it's natural for women to manipulate. Sorry, Cheeky, finish.
What other survival mechanism?
I think he want Cheeky to finish. I think he want Cheeky to finish. He want Cheeky to finish.
I missed the whole thing he just played. I had it on mute, so I couldn't even hear Cheeky.
I didn't hear it. Yeah, I couldn't hear it either.
What is him
but
saying?
Yeah, I think women do manipulate some crazy shit.
Reaper, are you expecting women not to perform naturally as they do? I mean,
I think that's natural for women to manipulate Reaper.
Bro, I'm agreeing with you, CJ, and I guess I don't know.
No, you might die. You might die. Of course.
But when you sit up here and say that, like that's not like that's one of the reasons I hate to say A or whatever, but like that's one of the things that men dislike about women. But it's like Cheeky was sitting there and saying, "Oh, manipulation." That's if it's natural at this point, that's something wrong with our society.
They just use their manipulation for bad. Yeah, it's such terrible ways they use their manipulation. I agree with you, Reaper. I agree with you. I just disagree with. Sorry, real quick. I just disagree.
Earlier this morning.
I think I will argue Cheeky's on another level when it comes to most men.
Mr. Williams, mute.
Mr. Williams, you got to mute.
Mr. Williams, you got to
Wait a minute.
Hey, you over there handling business. You about to see Pit Will come out.
Check them grits on the stove.
Man, trying to handle this morning, goddamn it.
But Reaper, yeah, I agree with you, Reaper, for the most part. I just disagree with that you said it wasn't natural for women to manipulate. I definitely
No,
disagree with that part.
he said
I
it's
think
natural.
that
But he was
I
making
think
it. I think the point was that yeah, they using it for such terrible things is more the point. So I agree with that for
I
sure.
think leverage is natural, but I think when you mentioned this earlier about Western societies, the way that manipulation is normalized now, I think that's unnatural. Because if you have a
I don't,
natural order of things, if you don't have people, if you don't have a
you
system
ain't really
that
say it like
benefits
that.
largely women in a sense of divorces and child support or the family courts, I don't think you have the situation where you have this much manipulation, but you do because we live in a screwed up society.
This is
Go
this
ahead,
the
Tree
issue.
Table.
This the issue I have with what you're saying, Reaper. Only from the perspective that it's not. It don't start at the judicial level. It start at the interaction that man has with that woman and the establishment that he has and how he interacts with that woman. What I see now is a lot of cats really don't know how women think, move, function. And what has happened is overwhelmingly, for the most part, the judicial system, the structure, and the culture allow for men to be subpar. They never really had to deal with women on a level that required socializing, communicating correctly, and expanding oneself. So what you're seeing now is because women don't need us to function in society, they're requiring you to arrive at a different level. Sherelle touched on it earlier. Most dudes are not coming with a big bag. Most dudes are not coming with everything structured. Women deal with you because they like you, whatever it is that they like about you. Now they may add some additional things and look for the progress that you may, come with later on. But for dudes to be showing up like I got everything and she's just picking me, that's a lie, bro. Go outside. Most dudes are basic and simple. What it
Yeah.
is go ahead.
No. I didn't mean to cut you off. You were going, so I apologize.
So that's what I see. I'm telling you from a man to talking to most men, socializing with most men. What most dudes suck at is they don't understand how to really acquiesce and socialize with women, how women need to be socialized with. They don't have no structure for her. They don't have no rules or parameters for her. She can move about the way she want. She can show up late and he ain't got no response for it. So what happens is that we're tolerant too long. And you teach
True.
her how to treat men incorrectly, and they keep moving and doing it over and over. Then they meet someone like me and maybe someone like you who got standards and structure, and now they don't know what to do with it because of the fact that you had to teach her and create a structure. I don't know why I'm on a big screen right now. This is wild.
You talking that shit?
Yeah,
that's
what I see, Reaper. Honestly,
have you ever heard a woman? Have you ever heard a woman say, "You can't handle me"?
Well, of course.
I'm sorry.
I don't like that. You got bad behavior, bitch. You got to go.
I agree with that.
I don't like that. That's the type of stuff he's talking about, like structure, discipline, being on your program. Like when I can't stand when I hear women say that. Are you a child or are you an adult?
But what I've heard a lot of men on this panel say, and shout out to my boy Cheeky, I'd argue Cheeky's on another level. Y'all can learn a lot from this man because he has not succumbed to the fact that, oh, I'm goofy because I got cheeks. Check this out. When you get cheeks, it's standard, bro. It's standard procedure dealing with a woman. So getting cheeks doesn't mean
True table, my guy. Cheeky is the freaking cadet who hasn't gone to war yet, but he got all the strategy. This is the same Cheeky. Salute you, Cheeky. He's the same guy that say he don't want to. One of the reasons he probably don't want to deal with yams because he don't want to deal with the stress. He don't want to deal. So he's on another level. Another level is if you experience something and you're above it. Not
wait, hold on, Reaper. I'm misunderstood. I said I didn't want to deal with. I'm trying to figure out. Repeat what you said because
on one of your old shows, it was whatever, and you say one of the reasons why you didn't get you celibate or whatever, right?
Okay.
It's because you don't want to deal with the stress that comes with So you're evading it.
No, Reaper. What I said was, I know what you're talking about. What I said was, if this is what y'all are doing and dealing with and going through for cheeks, I don't want to do that. I don't want to be like
no.
Reaper, you don't have to chase Reaper. Don't chase that point. I think the point that you're saying that has merit, regardless of that show, is what we need to see if it has merit is everybody got a plan till they get hit. That's the point.
Thank you.
So in a vacuum, so he's saying in a vacuum it's cool. You know, you be hitting the heavy bag and shit.
Wait,
When a
That
motherfucker
nigga
fire
smooth,
back,
hey. The best parts was when
all-
them
we are
niggas just hit
all-
the heavy bag camp.
we are
Niggas just
all
shadow
on the
boxing.
same- Wait, stop.
Niggas the
So you
best
think
boxers
so
in the
you
world.
think
Y'all not
James Tony
listening.
in that
Y'all not
phone
listening.
booth?
Y'all are
Don't
being
talk.
Till
camaraderie.
you start
Y'all are being
seeing, hey,
camaraderie around pussy, and y'all not listening. What I'm trying
till
to
you see
figure
him
out is
spar, Hamp.
what I need to figure out is, has there been a man that
See
has
him
had
spar, that
sex
nigga try.
and still maintained his ability to have a standard, his ability to have some type of moral, some type of values, or all men just pathetic?
No, they haven't
what
been
he's
men to be
saying
able to hold those
is,
standards.
I didn't think so.
No, but Cheek, take this walk with him though. He's simply saying like the morals, values, standards, ethics are upheld, and then when you got that experience that make you make tough decisions, what happens to those morals, values, ethics, and standards? That's all.
Either
Do
they
they
change
waver?
or they're emboldened. And I'm just
Okay,
saying, Cheeky, you
That's what
saying
it's
this stuff now. If your man True Table, suits a True Table, he's saying that he's above. You can't be above the veterans who've been on the field, bro, whose experiences, bro. Cheeky, no offense, you sound like the dudes in high school and college who are like, yeah, women are great and blah 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 before they got pussy, bro. And let you get that, yeah, bro. I'm telling you, Cheeky, you're gonna come back a different dude, son. You're not gonna be sitting up here
Y'all
talking
are
about,
Reaper
yeah,
so
they're
spitting.
great.
Reaper
They're
spitting.
oh,
y'all are
dog.
so funny.
What I was speaking.
And you
Cheeky,
know what?
Cheeky, put it on a
And
chick.
this is why I'm
Hold
gonna
up,
say
Cheeky, Cheeky,
a
Cheeky, real
virgin the
quick.
rest of my life because I
Cheeky,
refuse to be like y'all.
Cheeky, put it on a chick. The same girl you call, oh, she's such a good girl. Put it on a girl and let her enjoy that shit and let her like you for that shit and let her start playing games with you. I want you to come back with that same flow of, oh yeah, girls are great. You be like, yo, this chick ain't
Why
shit.
do you
So
think?
what
Why,
the
wait, why
fuck?
do you think I don't have any criticism or aren't able to acknowledge or see the manipulative and went like what? Why do you think that I'm so naive that I can't see the
Nah,
devious
I
nature
didn't say
in
you
you?
naive.
Okay, so
I don't need to say you naive, bro, but
what you're saying is I'm lacking one experience that will change my whole perception of the
but
world.
that's the most important experience with a woman, bro. We are all Cheeky.
Y'all, and if you
You
think that's the
saw
most important experience with a woman,
no.
then that's we
No,
just differ. We just
don't.
differ.
Reaper,
Wait, bruh,
slow it
virgin?
down. Slow it down. Now, here's the thing, Cheek. I think you can sustain it, but what he's saying is I think it's pretty substantive. Like
I'm
when
just saying
Mike
that it's
Tyson
not.
said everybody got a plan, yo. When you
Look
get
at what y'all are comparing this to. Why,
no, yeah, yo, getting your
Yes,
lights
war.
punched out, bro. Like literally
It's
getting
war.
your fucking bell rung, bro. Like,
You
and that's and
blacking out.
It's
I'm not,
war.
I'm
Hey,
not saying
You
that
having
you
a
can't
wet dream,
maintain it.
pissing on yourself.
But you know, ladies will say things like this, and ladies, let me know if you disagree. But sex complicates things. Have you heard that before?
Yes.
Does that have any merit or truth to it? Right,
Yes.
and
Come on,
so
Cheeky.
and then so it does change dynamics dramatically in any relationship, you know. And so and you have to navigate it differently once you input sex into the dynamic. And so it's just something to navigate. Feel me? I think you would still be able to maintain, but it's impactful.
I'm not
Yeah.
saying that. Okay, so
Whole
that's my
time.
point. My
Let's put a
point
bet.
is the impact, or it's just to me, it's just another additional factor. It won't weigh on my decision making skills in the way that it has most men because I've learned how to control quite a bit. Most of you all have had sex starting at high school where your brain was barely functioning in class. Now you're trying to include emotions and a feeling that you never felt before. I'm not y'all. We don't have the same brain at all. You're talking to somebody who's older and has the ability to compartmentalize and do a lot of other things that you couldn't do at 17. And
I think
not only when you got it at 17, you kept wanting it and kept doing shit to get to it.
I think that
You
you're
were
making
doing
a point. You have time to mature. I think the one thing you're ignoring is just a two-factor identification. You got to put your fingerprint on it and your face in the ID because she had sex too. See, that's the part that I don't know if we're understanding. She had sex too,
Why do
right?
we Mhm.
No, but she, you see, she also has sex. It also changes things for her. She starts to respond and act differently, right? And I think that that's a factor because you're talking about yourself. I 100% agree. what happens when her modus operandi changes because you input sex. So that's all he's saying. Look at all of it. You know what I mean?
Okay, so even with that point, I don't know how many women y'all have dealt with before or after sex, and whether or not there was that big of a difference.
Yes.
Yes. That's
It's a
okay.
different. It's a
Wait,
different.
wait,
I
wait,
got
wait, hold
stabbed,
on.
nigga. I got
Okay.
stabbed, nigga.
Fellas, let me just talk to Cheek because I'm being.
listening.
I
Yeah,
already know.
here we go. Here we go.
On
And
the
now
behavior.
differences. Please.
Sorry, go ahead.
I'm saying you're saying there's a difference. Now tell me what were the
Yeah.
difference.
So the behavior, the attachment, right? The wants, what she's asking for you, especially if she saw you as different or she saw you as someone that she wanted to be with, right? You'll be surprised about the nature of a potential infatuation, right? And the asks, right? And so you may see similar behaviors, but now they're exponentially increased. And I'm
Okay.
telling you, I know it sounds like this is a real thing.
It don't sound crazy.
Okay.
But all you did was say the things that already exist intensify.
It's just a total
There's
different
nothing-
emotional scale, though, Cheeky. It really
She'll
is.
kill you, bro.
I'm not going to. She'll kill you.
If you laying it down, if you laying it down for real, and she really like
not
you,
even to lay it down, shit, right? Because if she like you, right, when she don't like you, you because Rod says when she don't like you and break up, now you got a little dick, right?
Yes.
But when you was with her, you was doing your thing, right? So we understand that that's a part, but even things that she agreed to will change. Like it's a whole lot going on, B. And I know you. So, and I think like people think this. What were they saying? Oh, Serena Williams said it best. She said male tennis and female tennis are two totally different games.
Sports, yeah.
Right? Because that's like how quick like shit can change. And so I think it's a dynamic that when you experience it, you'll have to navigate it and you have to apply different tools for both you and her. It's not going to be the same game you've been playing. So I think it's a decent point.
Okay, I'm not saying this. I don't want to make it come across as if I'm dismissing what you all are saying. It'd be ignorant and very foolish of me not to hear what you're saying and think that I know how to measure a factor I've never experienced. We all on agreement there. But to the significance in which people talk about the changing of my nature is the problem that I have. Right? It's not right, but I think this would be the first time somebody explained. Okay, so what about her nature? I can't. That is something that I couldn't even factor in because how would I, right?
Yeah.
So I can agree to that, but we don't have enough breakdown conversations like, okay, we talking about you. No, I know me. I don't know her though, and that's a factor that I would admit to. Like you're right, probably that could really change some shit.
That's why I said I think you'll be solid. I think that
yeah, okay, but that's what I'm saying. Like, but people don't do that. People make it seem like I'm the one that's gonna be. Oh, he gonna act. He don't get it. I'm like, nigga, I'm gonna be the same me.
I think you can admit it'll have an impact on you, right? Just because, right?
I mean, but
not significantly to change your modus operandi. Right?
Okay, so Reaper, is that what you were saying? You were saying that the relationship between me and her, but more so on her.
If you listen to me, I said both. I said you might change. I also said that she might flip up. When I said that, oh, you guys are best friends now. Give her something she likes it. Then she could change up, right? So, and I'm sorry, Cheeky, I know you're a strong man. You all that stuff.
Look at this dude.
Hey, bro, we say all this crap until we experience something, and your body starts saying, "Hey, whoa, that felt great."
But
you don't want to try it again?
Hold on, Reaper, hold
you
on.
don't want to try that
But the
one more
thing is,
time?
man,
Go ahead.
the thing is, men usually don't change that much after sex, except for post-nut clarity, to where if we start not liking the same, like we don't really like her if we didn't like her. But if you spend time with her, you already like her. That post-nut clarity is real though. So,
But I'm the one that made.
Why do y'all think that the emotional aspect of women happens after it's already happening before you even have sex? Before you even, if I have a first of all,
can I get some clarification? Cheeky, are you a virgin?
Yep.
Bro, everything you just said is trash, bro.
You see,
the moment you like her, and you give her some of your, the moment you like her and you give her some dick, the very first nigga you see pushing up on her, you're gonna want to take his head off, bro. Especially if you at your age and you a virgin, because you got way more hormones in your body. That's, bro, you can say what you want. Were you a virgin at his age?
No, I wasn't a virgin. I don't know.
Oh, okay. So, anyways, like I was saying, bro, you can say all of that at your age, bro. Oh my mama, you let one of these modern women lay something on you. Like, we ain't finna cheat. We ain't gonna see Cheeky on a panel for 4 months, bro.
Y'all giving too much.
Everything, bro.
Exactly true. They giving too much credence.
You a virgin,
it's true.
You a virgin, bro. You a virgin.
We heard. He knows.
You have no emotional intelligence in this situation. You have none. You're at a clear slate, clean slate. You have no emotional intelligence. All these niggas talking about, oh, well, yeah, you're gonna have some control. You're gonna have this, and you're gonna have. They're lying to you. If you like her, when y'all have sex, I'm not talking about a girl you just fucked that you met at a bar. I'm talking about if it's a girl you admire and you like, and you fuck her, and she say she liked it, maybe you're gone. At your age too.
Go ahead, True. I want to hear True.
Yeah, because I made the point, and my point was tying into my original commentary, saying that if I believe Cheeky's engineered himself, socialized more than most.
What is he doing? Beating off 10 times a day? What is he doing to engineer? What he got a flashlight? What is he doing to engineer himself? What is he doing? What does he got to do? What does he got to handle them titties? That ass clapping on his shit. What does he got for all that cream spilling all over his stomach? What is y'all talking about, bruh?
Can we please change the fucking subject?
Okay, exactly.
I apologize, Sherelle. No disrespect. I apologize.
I did want to talk about.
No, you gotta go off camera.
My boy True was about to go.
Yeah, my point was just the fact that I believe from what Hamp said and just collaborating with the point is that Cheeky may be a little bit ahead from the standpoint that he's already developed himself in that manner. Because I'd argue most dudes don't have that particular application when it comes to women. Most dudes don't even know why they get in the cheeks in the freaking first place. And most dudes don't know how to sustain relationships over a period of time because it requires a different level of awareness,
and patience, bro.
Conversation, development, and so on. And every man on this panel, if you had a woman around you for 3, 4, 5 years, you know that. And most dudes suck at it. That's what was my point originally, and I digress.
But that's with the application of getting poon, bro. You compare apples and oranges, bro. You can't sit up here and talk about most men. Yeah, but they got it. Let Cheeky experience
in
it,
high
and
school.
Let's see how Cheeky responds afterwards, bro. You can't compare. Bro, come on.
I think Cheeky. Most dudes do get cheeks and still struggle. That's how I can say it. Because most women are complaining not about the fact that they get in the cheeks. They complain about the fact that man ain't developed. They complain about the fact
I agree with you.
You don't listen. It's never about sex. And that's the point that that's the point that I'm getting to. You can develop sex, something you can learn. It's something that can be taught. It's a technique, whatever the case. What you cannot teach is how to be a man unless you had a father or somebody else to do that. And you can't teach a woman to follow along if you don't even know how to follow yourself. I don't have that problem. I don't have that problem. And it's
I'll just say millions have died behind the poontang. I'm talking about whole armies.
Missing the point. This is what I'm talking about.
Cheeky above that.
This is what I want y'all to respond to. You damned if you do, damned if you don't, apparently. So Cheeky waiting ain't making no difference to us not waiting, and we still got negative results. So what we had sex with all these women and we ain't navigated a damn thing.
The only thing
we still been failing. So what's the difference, I guess?
No, because I do think that some of y'all get way worse, right? Like he may have to deal with the fact that how many STDs have he caught? You know, rest of y'all kids, right? Like a lot of y'all can talk about how girls.
I think your mic's still messing up.
My mic messed up.
He knows
a little bit. Not that bad. It's not bad.
All right, go ahead, Cheryl.
Okay. I'm saying like a lot of y'all can be like, oh, I caught this STD from this girl, or our car got messed up. She broke my window. She flattened my tires. Like, it's a lot of different. Or she trapped me with a baby. She stole my sperm. A lot of y'all started having sex with women before you actually found the value in women, right? And since now you believe that sex is the only value for women, you no longer care about any other thing. So then you find yourself sleeping with the worst of the worst women because you're just easy access, right? So you don't really have a standard on what her principles are, if she's a stand-up person, if she's solid, what her moral conduct is, because all you care about is sex. So a lot of times when you had sex too early with women, you ran into the worst of women because it was at a time where your brain wasn't even fully developed. So of course you're not at the maturity levels. You're just thinking, I'm gonna do whatever for sex.
Can I say this real quick?
Why do we assume
Hold
that?
on, Reaper. I'm gonna go real
A lot of
quick.
men have domestic violence charges. A lot of men have false
You can go first,
allegations. A lot of men have went to jail over women. A lot of men have had their property destroyed. Caught STDs, multiple STDs. Y'all was burning and then it got a shot and then was like, I'm still gonna be raw dog Ronnie. So that was something that you had to go through because you added that onto your life by having sex too early. But if somebody wants to grow through that process and let their minds develop and see the value of women, they're automatically going to deal with better women than you dealt with.
But we only look at it from one way,
Have
Sherelle.
less negative results.
Sherelle, we look at it. We only look at.
Some of y'all are so washed up. Y'all always talk about women have too many bodies. Some of y'all are so washed up. Y'all will never be able to find companionship.
We only look at it one way. We
really?
look at we belittle the experiences through sex that men have had that has actually led to their successful marriages, successful relationships. Y'all looked at it one way and said, well, look at the men who don't have it. What about the men who do? What about the men who they did go through a bad relationship where sex was involved? Maybe the girlfriend cheated, maybe the sex wasn't great for her or whatever. And it's like, yo, that actually opened my eyes that sex, at least a part of it, is important with a lot of women. So going forward, I got to do this, I got to do that. And now I'm in a marriage of 5, 10, 20 years, and I'm better off for that experience. But sitting up here and saying that can't be, like, we sit up here, it's myopic. We're looking at what's strange.
Can I go after Cali?
I want Cali to get in, but I think Reaper, you know what? When we look at divorcees, the divorce rate for people who got remarried, is upwards of 70 or 80%. So I think that would be the rebut to that. Go ahead, Cali. What's popping?
Hey, everybody. No, I was just gonna say that. Well, you had already said it, Hamp. I was gonna ask. Okay, so if it doesn't matter, as long as sex is introduced, then it shouldn't matter when it's introduced. So if you do it to her in the beginning, or if you do it to the end, and she's gonna change regardless, then it shouldn't matter when it's introduced. But evidently, we know that it is. Just based off of what Sherelle was saying too, whatever, right? That's a good point. The other thing, what Reaper was saying about people being in bad relationships and then getting into another one and learning those lessons. Do you think that they learned the lesson and did things differently, so that way it wouldn't end up in a failed relationship that they had before, or do you think they're going to go ahead and they're going to bump their head all over again and expect something different?
Wait, what was the?
I think people learn from their lessons, so that would be why, if they had a failed relationship for 5 years, they would do something differently. The next, they would learn that lesson and do something differently, or tweak something, and not repeat the exact same mistake in the new relationship. The reason why the second relationship is successful.
So you know what it is, really? Or excuse me, Callie, because of what Sherelle said, motherfuckers ain't blaming themselves. So they don't got nothing to fix. So for instance, when he got burnt, it's because she burnt him, not because he ain't wear a condom. You see? So people processing it like that. Because it doesn't, in my head, I'm like, I should have wore a condom, I'm bugging. Instead, he's saying she was burning. Right? Like, so the accountability is not there to where people are making these overhaul changes to make them more successful. They get the same results because they think it's the other person.
Right, but of the because there is a small, there is a minority of people who are married, right? So with that, so with that that Reaper said, that you said about people who remarried, their success rate is upwards of 70%. I would think that they learned a lesson the second time around. No, you were saying that they get remarried.
They get divorced upwards of 70%. The remarried people.
Yeah, but what was the thing that you said that they remarry at what rate?
So no, and the divorcees that get remarried get divorced upwards of 70. I think it's like 70 something percent. So it's even higher than people first married. Yeah, it's the op. It's
okay.
Yeah. My bad.
Second marriage.
My bad.
The first marriage.
So the second
stop. Third is sealed. If you look at patterns, but the second marriage, it's rough.
They do worse, essentially, yeah.
Okay.
And that's why I was saying, that's why you, yeah. That's why I was saying the accountability thing, because they not blaming themselves. So when they go into the next thing, they like, if this person act right, we'd be all right. You feel me? Go ahead, CJ. I gotta go.
Gotcha.
So, Cheeky got a great demeanor, like him as a person. So is it because he don't have sex that people like him as a person? Like he presents himself so well?
No,
I think that's just his upbringing is what it is. Like true, you had sex growing up, right? Like you're not a virgin. And he also has a great demeanor, he presents himself very well. Aaron had sex growing up. He presents himself very well. So I think we putting the cart before the horse. Like Kiki just an outstanding person. Even if he was having sex, we don't know if he's lying about not having sex. He could be having sex every day. But his character is so.
Well, if you say that, then you're doubting his character. If you're saying
I don't think that's a doubting his character because we still
that's disparaging somebody's character. Think about it. You saying he could be lying to us, but he has great presentation.
Well, I'm not. Well, the lie part is disparaging. I'm saying True is telling is being honest with his upbringing, or I don't know. True is telling us that he has sex, but we still look at him in a great light. You have sex, and we look at you in a great light, and your characters, and people like you. So,
but we have to be honest, right? He has better. What's the word? He would be more. Is the word discipline? There was another word that I wanted to use.
It's not discipline.
It's not. It was self-control, right? Just simply not doing the thing, right? Because I'm disciplining a whole lot of shit, right? So, having sex with women doesn't make me undisciplined as a whole, right? But I think his self-control in that factor, because all men want to have sex, right? We wake up, you got those wet dreams, when you're initially.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah,
I think his self-control in that aspect is something that
people do shit too. Stop. Y'all stop making faces. Y'all hump pillows and teddy bears.
What?
We ain't talking about women, bro.
No, I agree. No, I think I agree with that point.
Yes, I think the self-control is something I would give credit to. Like credit.
Yeah, I agree with that.
No, I got you.
Observation. I love you and the others. Every time he says something positive about women, he has to preface it or say something negative to kind of balance it out. Like he was just like, look at too much, because it's a weird thing to watch him essentially be on women's side, but also like slide in a little bit of a sneak diss so y'all don't call him a simp. It's happened several times throughout the conversation.
No, I think it's how people take things, right? So if you don't say anything negative, then people think that you're absolving them completely. And I think that's why he has to insert that, because of how, how it hits people's ears.
Cheeky does not do that. They just making shit up.
Are you talking about me or CJ? I thought you were talking about CJ.
They not talking
about you, Cheeky. They talk about Cheeky. He does not do this nonsense. They lose their mind, bro.
No, it's because earlier, when I was downstairs or whatever, you were saying that,
they're annoying first.
You have to say that they were annoying first. They're annoying. Don't get me wrong. But so and so and so and so. It's just like, we know who the audience is.
It's to relate to the person that's speaking. It's not even about all of that.
That's the thing, right? What it is communication, right? So he's acknowledging a point, and then he makes his own. Right? See, acknowledging is an agreement, but he hear what you said, and he can make you understand how you got to that conclusion. So I can acknowledge, okay, see what you're saying, and then boom, boom, boom. So I think
I'm not worried about people calling me a simp. I've been called Prince of Simps. And for those who know me, I've been called a lot of things, and they all don't make a lot of sense. But it's about communicating and learning how to deal with people. People who talk want to feel understood and heard. CJ is oftentimes misunderstood due to his own words, and they make sense because the shit he says is fucking off sometimes. But CJ is, I don't think he's a genuinely terrible person. He's just trying to be understood. Hey, I like women, but I
Cheeky
don't
is a
really like women. I love them. I don't
goddamn
like them.
hater,
Like,
man. Cheeky, my
CJ,
shit don't be off.
CJ,
I
I have
speak very
CJ, stop.
articulately.
CJ, stop.
You
I've
He
been
gave you a compliment,
CJ,
bro.
I have
hater.
been your lawyer.
Hey, he
All
did
right.
what Tiff just said.
What
He
I'm
gave me
telling
a
you
stab,
is,
and then he tried to give me a compliment and a stab at the same time. I
what I'm
caught
saying,
that shit,
you
Cheeky.
use me as an example in our conversation. It has nothing to do with. I'm saying I understand how to communicate because most people just want to be understood. I don't think most people who come up online are actual haters of people. I think they're just very frustrated and they don't know how to either articulate it or they don't have an outlet. So this is their outlet. What I'm saying is I understand women. Yes, they are annoying, but I love them. And I'm figuring out ways to be more patient and find ways to be more balanced in that approach. So that means when it comes to men need their feelings acknowledged too. I'm frustrated. Okay, brother, I got you. I know you're frustrated. I am too. But you can't say you gave them rights. That's fucking crazy.
All right, can I say this? All right, I agree, Cheeky. All right, real quick, can I say it?
Go ahead,
All right, I agree with Cheeky that most people want to be understood or understood. Understood in regular life. People understand what the hell I'm talking about. Most people on here understand that. Hyenas act like I'm saying a bunch of crazy stuff. Cheeky, I think you be trying to be too understanding, and I know it's hard to prove too understanding, but that's it. Yeah.
Yeah, that's Ezekiel Ben Israel with the $5 says, Reaper, give my sis Tiff a break, at least until her arm heals. Salute Tiff healing up. Big Sad with the $10 says, we are here to be fruitful and multiply. He's definitely missing the biggest, most important part of a relationship. You can control it till you can't. Sex is a hell of a drug. Y'all niggas don't know nothing about no Bible, but y'all know that.
Right.
Sway with the $2 says, just say y'all can't say no to coochie. Weak minded.
How you multiply with plan B, but okay.
Hink with the $5 says, we need to send out an Amber.
Hey, and I say no to trash coochie all the time, man. What they be talking about, huh? They be trash, bitches throwing pussy at me. I'm like, nah, I'm cool.
Hey man, it's interesting for sure, man. I think I'm a I don't know. I don't think CJ, I don't think Cheeky placating to anybody for sure. I think he just talking based on what he hearing and then acknowledges it and then continues the conversation, you know.
When he used to
I get it. I just don't. You notice that we can say positive things about men, and I don't have to come back and be like, but you know, not all men. Like, I don't have to do that. I can say that I enjoy the qualities of men.
Tiff, that won't be true, right? Because I mean, you'll do this to men. There's males and there's men, and then but then you get to determine it, right? So what it is disparaging, right? And then not, but then they're all men actually. But in actuality, they're all men. So
No,
even the insult,
they're all males.
well, no,
and this is
judge and
you're
jury.
insulting the men who you don't like their characteristics.
I'm not insulting them. I'm simply pointing out.
Guess what I didn't do? I didn't say no men are good. We just let her finish the sentence, right? Because what tends to happen, and it's the way that women communicate. It's so funny. It's very subtle. It's always subtle shit that you got to pick up on and then just kind of let it go. Because if you point it out, they're going to tell you, you're not listening. You're not trying to understand. Oh, I'm not trying to understand, but you playing in my face. Okay, you know what? I just got to ignore it and then point it out after I acknowledge. Hey, you know what?
It's anecdotal too.
Come on, bro.
They say the same to me, and I have sex.
No, hell no.
Wait, what happened to $2? Salute.
Delusional. Hell no. You ain't nowhere near chick. No.
Cheeky, they say the same to me, and I have sex. Shaking my head. All right, tonight.
Hey, he proved my point, huh? Hey, he did it right there. That was the one. All right.
Listen, we're gonna put the women in the men's shoes. If they were men, how would they respond to everything that be happening and going on? I'm kind of interested to see if they would give the same recommendations to themselves if they had the same potential outcomes and repercussions. So it should be interesting.
You know they gonna win.
Yo, man.
8 p.m. Central Standard.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
God willing.
Amen.
I mean, It should be interesting for sure. Let me see. All right, cool.
It might be risky.
Yeah, man.
It's always
Yo. Cali, salute. Perfect. Reaper in the building. DJ fought for his life.
Shit like that. Perfect. And I won, baby. And I won.
Came with some logic.
Shit like that.
I don't care what they say about your hairline. You are. He knows in the building.
That hairline fighting for his life.
That's keeping me for last and told me. Watch.
Hairline fighting for his life.
He's keeping me for last and told me.
I didn't know. Look,
you
I didn't know smoking.
You understand?
Your voice is
I guess positive shit is up for me. Watch.
I didn't know smoking will get you demonetized.
Mr. Williams with his first. Mr. Williams with his first time back in 3 months. He had to make some waves. He tried to get in a fight with Mr. Fantastic.
Shit like that. And he lost. Nigga got his ass whooped.
Oh, never lose. Never lose.
It was a good show overall, even though I felt like we let the animals out the zoo too soon.
I didn't really get to hear Sherelle talk, man.
Through the show off for me.
Hey, now you don't have to say online. Give your 2 cents about the show.
I just said it.
So you say,
Safe hairline fighting for her life.
All right.
Tell your hairline to fight back. Tell your hairline to fight back, Tiff.
DJ, put on a
y'all easy.
DJ, put on a
They can't even
You better not be balding under that cap talking about tip
What's
hair.
your overall synopsis about the show? What's your overall synopsis about the subject matter?
I still believe that men don't like women and women like men. But I think we're moving toward not liking each other. And the more we expose on these panels, like our thoughts, our intrusive thoughts and things that we usually keep to ourselves, the more we expose our nature and what we think about each other, the less we'll like each other.
Shit like that.
Yeah, no, I think it's interesting to understand the dynamics. I think people are still getting together. As an example, the marriage rate is up. Everybody's not privy to the conversation. I think the conversation helps edify, and you could take away what you want to take away from the conversation. If you come in with the presupposition, it's less likely that those people are going to change their presupposition. I think that's the issue overwhelmingly. I think projection cause people to err most often in the conversation. If you come with an open mind, not assuming you know because you've been doing it for a while, I think that you'll get better results, you know. And I think to Sherelle's point, we might be tough for us, but I think what we instill in the kids and edify them on can be the difference, you know. But I think we can do it, but I think it's gonna be tough, you know. And there's a lot of situations that we can hold on. A lot of situations that we can learn from. So I hope we can continue to mine through it. Because looking at it in this way, I think what we did uncover is that transactions are necessary and it's fine. And we should appreciate what we give to each other and what we need from each other. So be reciprocated. Equity is inconsequential to fair. And so if y'all didn't learn that today, then you did yourself a disservice. And if you don't move forward better because of that fact, put them in the fucking bathroom.
Put him in the fucking bedroom. Get him out of here. Come on.
I love y'all. I appreciate y'all. See you tonight. We're going to turn the men into women. Salute the Kris Jenner. And we're going to see how they stand up to losing everything in the divorce. I love y'all. I appreciate y'all. Be safe and do the right thing, man. Like, share, subscribe. Tell a friend to tell a friend. And we out.